All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the GLP podcast. I am your host, William, and with me today, I have Ryan.
Hello.
And we're on a different day. We usually do this on Sundays, but due to Clash not ending till 11 p.m. and then Ryan having work Monday, I'm like, let's just do it Tuesday since we have no games anyway. It's okay. No games have started yet. They don't start until Thursday for the playoff games, for at least the LPL. But let's get right in with the LCS. Let's start it with the LCS. So Ryan, you are victorious in the LCS. Congratulations. We were tied all the way up until the final game where Immortals lost to FlyQuest. My very bold, very, very bold prediction to try and one-up you to take the win. I was going into that game assuming TSM was beating Team Liquid, which did not happen because at that point FlyQuest would have a meaningless win or game. So I was hoping that Immortals fighting for their playoff spot with FlyQuest on a meaningless game would have helped them. Did not happen that way. FlyQuest could have won and got third place, which they did. But I did have a chance still. I did have a chance. It's not on the list, but I'll show the end of the year stuff right now for the prediction results. Ryan went 60-31 with his one extra game of CLG versus Dignitas. You were the lucky one. I was down a game. I had to take the bullet and pick CLG. Halfway through the game, I'm like, I should have just accepted my dignity, or just kept my dignity and just picked Dignitas and just never even bothered with CLG. But that made me end up at 58 wins and 33 losses for a 63.7% pick rate, while you had 60 wins and 31 losses for a 65.9% pick rate. And you know exactly what that rounds up to, Ryan. You're the one with the 66% pick rate. Though
someone has to carry on the tradition, by the way.
And
it's not the only region, by the way.
I actually feel like that might be like some of our best prediction rates for single best of ones outside of EU in spring. It was probably some of my best NA. Weirdly enough, the analysts they kicked ass this year in their predictions. Usually we're usually ahead of them on pretty much every time since I've done this, at least for NA. Maybe only one time we weren't ahead, but for 4 or 5 splits now, we're always ahead. And we lost by 6 or 7. I think they were at 66, 67 wins, man. We got crushed.
Yeah, it was something like that. I know Mark Z actually killed it. He was almost a full week of games ahead of everyone else in the cast or something like that.
Analysts check the crumbs. Yeah, exactly. they all beat us. So fair to them. It's depressing in the sense that we used to always be. It was more so competing against Brian or Ryan or Brock, and I'd compete against them more so than the analysts because we were always so far ahead of them. That's still the case in the LPL, by the way, but not so much in NA. And I don't think I saw EU yet, but EU was a shit show, so we probably lost just off of
I don't think I don't think they kept track of the prediction rate as much as they did in NA for the casters like they used to. Where they had a full tic-tac-toe board of everyone's predictions.
Yeah, I remember that. And that was when Laura,
superior analyst.
She destroyed them. Alrighty, but let's talk about the games that happened today, and then we can talk about a little bit of the playoffs because the playoffs will also be starting this week. So
Thursday, same day as the LPL, and some wildcard regions.
So basically, the games went down. C9 took down Dignitas. Mostly Phoenix took down Dignitas, but C9 did beat Dignitas in that game. We'll talk a little more detail after we do the recap.
Hey, now, Baron took down Dignitas for all time's sake. They had to get one this split.
Yeah, that is true. TSM took down Golden Guardians. Dignitas took down 100 Thieves. Was that off a backdoor? Yeah, that was off a backdoor. Evil Geniuses took down Golden Guardians, which that one surprised me more than pretty much anything this week. Team Liquid took down Immortals barely. That was a rough game. FlyQuest took down CLG. 100 Thieves took down Evil Geniuses. C9 just dismantled CLG. Team Liquid took down TSM. Fly took down Immortals, like we mentioned earlier. And then Dignitas beat CLG in the tiebreaker, which means our playoff teams in order in the LCS are Team Liquid, number 1. C9, number 2, the two teams with the breaks. FlyQuest jumping TSM to number 3. TSM dropping to number 4. Golden Guardians number 5. Evil Geniuses number 6. It gets more and more depressing the way down. 100 Thieves 7 and Dignitas 8. So 100 Thieves and Dignitas do not have a best of, like, they don't have a loss that they can take. They are in the loser bracket to start, while FlyQuest, TSM, Golden Guardians, and Evil Geniuses are in the winners bracket, but they just have to play an extra game than Team Liquid and Cloud9. So before we talk about the playoffs, which I'm sure the bulk of this is going to be, if you want to briefly talk about the games or the results, how do you feel about the results? Is it kind of what you thought was going to happen?
I think so. I think, obviously, the journey, the getting to the destination that we all kind of hoped for / expected was definitely different for some of the games, but namely Cloud9 versus Dignitas was a little sketchy.
Yeah.
But then again, so was Team Liquid versus Immortals, also a little sketchy.
Yeah.
But then you also had some really expected games. I would say even Team Liquid versus TSM was, I think the way it played out was very much expected from how a lot of people were viewing those two teams going into the week. Yeah. It was a very even back and forth game. And
I was very surprised. Team Liquid went all out in that game. Like that surprise. Once I saw their draft, I'm like, oh damn, they're not like, because last time they faced TSM in the final game of the season when they had locked first, they literally played a glacial comp, still won. but they played a glacial comp from TFT, and it was kind of embarrassing that they won that way. But this time it was like no TFT comp, no like funny like troll type stuff. They just played straight up. And yeah, I think like what Raptor just mentioned, I think my most disappointing thing from this week is Golden Guardians
for sure
dropping both games to TSM and Evil Geniuses. The TSM one was
curse is too strong, man. The curse is too strong, man. They can't get a winning record. They can't.
They finished 9-9. The TSM game was a really close back and forth game, which I'm excited to see as a best of 5 series now. But the Evil Geniuses game, I just did not expect them to lose that game whatsoever. Like it just, to me, I don't. NA has 5 legitimate teams, I think, at least good enough to be like a playoff threat per se. So losing to a team this late into the season, like Evil Geniuses, kind of hurts me, like on Golden Guardian side.
Oh, for sure. And that game was completely winnable. You're talking literally. That is. They say Black Magic in the chat from Raptor. Like that is some like voodoo curse level shit. From that EG Golden Guardians game, when you're 10k gold ahead, and somehow he just kind of whittles away, gets little trades here and there, gets them back in the game. They get a decent base defense, and then they just come out and they just win. They just win a fight and run it down all the way to a win. Yeah. End the game, win the game with a deficit.
Yeah, I mean that's Misfits Fnatic Vietnam flashbacks.
No, Lord.
Yeah, I mean that's what it kind of felt like though. Is like it still felt like Golden Guardians was the better team at the end of the day. They just choked, you know.
Yeah, and it wasn't even like a huge throw. Like they went for a fight like around Elder or a Baron, and then they just got hit by they got a Baron stole, and then they got womboed and died, and they just ran it down for a win or something like that. It literally came down to one fight, but it was literally Evil Geniuses, and I guess you can kind of applaud them for that. Just taking the little advantages, taking whatever they can to just get themselves to a point where they scaled and they could actually fight and contest, and then they fought, contest, and they won.
Yep. Yeah.
So I guess kudos to them. It feels bad for Golden Guardians, but at the end of the day, if you don't want to press your advantages well enough, especially when you're 10k gold ahead and you're not winning the game, at some point it does come down to execution for the winning team.
Yeah, and I guess it does feel bad in the sense because, like you said, they don't get a winning record for the end of the year. But at the end of the day, they're still in 5th place, which no matter, even if they would have won both their games this week, technically, I guess I would have put them in a tiebreaker with TSM because TSM would have one less win as well.
Eh.
But okay, but never mind. I was just looking at at the instant 3 games behind fourth anyway, so it didn't matter. Technically would have, but it didn't matter. The Evil Geniuses game didn't end up actually mattering per se because they couldn't drop, and at that point they had already lost to TSM. So there, I saved my point.
Oh yeah. Plus even then. Well, yeah, I see now you think about it because I was thinking, it's like, wait a minute, if they beat Evil Geniuses, they wouldn't have been in a tiebreaker for TSM because TSM has a 2-0. It's like, oh wait, that would have also involved them beating TSM the day before that. Never mind.
Man, that would have been actually kind of spicy then if you thought about it, because the Golden Guardians could have won that TSM.
FlyQuest knocks them down to fourth, and then Golden Guardians knocks them down to fifth.
Yeah, wow, that would have been. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because they would still be facing Golden Guardians as the 4th and 5th team in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They just would have
side selection, man.
Yeah, or side selection.
Side selection. Golden Guardians could choose to be on red side. They could first pick Italy and run it down again.
Hopefully that won't happen too much. So, moving on from them, we saw Team Liquid solidify first place. We saw Cloud9 solidify second. Let's talk about FlyQuest on finishing the year on a 6-game win streak, the highest win streak in NA to end the year. Team Liquid right behind with 5, and outside of that, 2. Yeah. Cloud9 actually has the 3rd highest win streak going into final.
We're rolling, boys. We back. We're back in it.
Luckily, it's
we're on a streak
facing Dignitas and CLG. but
hey, man. You faced Immortals, and your win streak was broken by FlyQuest.
That is true.
We at least beat them.
Yeah, FlyQuest is like, you guys are FlyQuest's kryptonite. I actually don't think FlyQuest is a very good matchup for Team Liquid per se. Yep. I actually think that is probably one of the toughest of all of the 4 teams for Team Liquid to face. And luckily Team Liquid gets first pick, so. I actually think it might benefit them either way. I doubt they take FlyQuest, but even if C9 was to pick, I feel like C9 should take FlyQuest because they just match up so well against them. Per se.
It's just one of those things where it's like, imagine if you're the first seed team in playoffs, and it's like you have a choice between TSM, who just got their playoff warm-up match if they win, or FlyQuest, who's on a 6-game winning streak, potentially a 9-game winning streak if they win their series 3-0. And the team that just beat you and was the only one that beat you in the second half.
Yeah, for
Imagine that. And now it's like you're facing now FlyQuest, who beat you and who's rolling, or TSM Boogeyman in playoffs.
Yeah, good luck. But at the same time, Team Liquid hasn't lost to TSM since the reverse sweep of spring last year. Like they literally have beaten TSM every game. Even in spring split. They were 2-0 against them in spring split. After finishing in 9.
C9 has literally not lost a single game to FlyQuest all year.
Yeah. So it's like what C9 has to FlyQuest, Team Liquid kind of has to TSM a bit. In that sense, like Team Liquid has owned TSM for the last 2 years, really. Since Sven overstepped. Since Sven overstepped and got reverse sweep. Oh my God. It's like that was.
It wasn't to be fair, Sven didn't overstep in that moment. He was literally he basically jumped and danced on the enemy, past the line of the DMZ.
Yeah, TSM has not won a game since then against Team Liquid in that sense. But so if I'm a Team Liquid fan, I want to take the winner of TSM Golden Guardians, assuming if FlyQuest beats Evil Geniuses, because I don't see Evil Geniuses stepping up.
But then what happens if Golden Guardians beats TSM?
I would still take Golden Guardians over FlyQuest if I'm Team Liquid.
What if EG beats FlyQuest?
I take Evil Geniuses every day of the week. Even if they beat FlyQuest, I don't care. They're so inconsistent with that team.
You're like Team Liquid. I thank you for your sacrifice for beating this team that could possibly beat us.
Yeah, exactly.
Now go to losers bracket to play him again.
Yeah, exactly what Raptor said. You take the Huni team anytime. If he has a miracle pop off against FlyQuest, the odds of that happening 2 series in a row are so slim that
Huni playoffs, man.
Yeah,
Huni playoffs.
Assuming 1-2 is C9, I'm calling.
Yeah.
It. All right. Yeah. Damon's been calling it for 3 weeks.
How do you beat UGP? That's a trick question, Raptor. You don't. You can't. It's impossible.
So
literally, legit, no counterplay.
We've talked about top. We talked about the middle. Let's talk a little bit about, before we go into individual matchups. Let's talk about the bottom 4 teams, I guess.
Yeah, we'll
The
have
two
plenty of
teams
time to talk. We'll have plenty of time to talk about the top and middle with playoffs coming up.
Yeah. And I probably should have done this while we were doing power rankings, I guess. My bad. I kind of forgot about that. So let's kind of just force it into power rankings here on the bottom 4. So let's talk about the 2 teams that missed playoffs, Immortals and CLG. Are they your bottom 2 teams in your power rankings?
They are.
Okay, me too. Okay.
Because I'll just say, just kind of continuing for anyone who may not have followed from the previous week when I was on, I went ahead and I continued my little formula power rankings. If you don't know those rules, go check that out. They're there in my power rankings in the NALCS section of the podcast. But essentially, I kept up with every team, not just who they beat throughout the split, but also awarded them point values based on how the games played out, how they performed, and I ranked them based on their point totals. And I decided to just go ahead and just run with it. Finished out this week the same way, and I do have final point totals for each of these teams.
All right.
And that's how I use my final end of split power rankings for North America. And also for Europe, but we'll get to that.
So
I did.
Who's number 10 on your list? Thank you for doing
And here it is.
Who's your number 10 in points?
Number 10 in North America is in fact CLG.
CLG is my number 10 without any math involved.
Yeah. Yep. This is where I'm curious. This is actually why I did it. I was curious because I wanted to see not only how it lines up to the final rankings for each of the teams, the final standings, but also just how your power rankings pan out as well compared to these.
Okay.
And just to give the heads up for those keep up with score, because I do award not just positive scores for wins, but I also give you negative scores for any losses you received, and you get depending on how bad the loss was. CLG's in this case, their final score in the regular season was -18.
Ouch.
And here's the thing, because I had a special rule that any team that lost to Dignitas with Viper, they had double negative points.
Oh no.
Because that team looked like hot garbage and hadn't won a game. It had won, I think, one game, which was also against CLG, when they gave them Riven. And because they played a tiebreaker versus them after the tiebreaker,
got even harder.
So their final score was -22. Because they got shit canned by them, and the points were doubled.
Yeah. So
against them.
Talking about CLG, I personally was messaging you guys on Discord and stuff before, and I legitimately think this team is the worst team of all 47 teams in the
world,
major regions. I can't put them below some of the bottom wildcard teams. Like, let's be honest. Like,
I don't know, man.
They're bad. They are really bad. But like,
I don't know, man.
It's just like, it's in sense of just how bad they are. It is unbelievable. Ruin looked good this week, but that is like scary because he didn't look that good, but the rest of the team was looking so bad that he looked good. Types in that sense. Tuesday and Froggus were not the answers at all. Froggus is the only, like, I saw a Reddit comment, Froggus is the only jungler that might be worse than Wiggly in NA right now for professional.
Impressive scouting
indeed. And like putting in Tuesday over Pobelter and then putting Pobelter back in for the Wild. You know who that reminded me of? That reminded me of Team Liquid Double Lift right there. You know, like just like pulling Tactical out after one loss and then just putting Double Lift in for the complete mess after that. And just like they did that with Pobelter just on the same day, like within an hour or two instead of within a week.
Did Pobelter play that second game?
Yeah,
I honestly don't think
played the tiebreaker.
I didn't recall if he did, because that seems really odd that they would just throw him in.
Yeah, they just threw. They didn't even put Wiggly back in. They kept it with Frogus for the.
Goes to show how much I really cared about that match,
Tuesday played
and just how bad CLG looked. That even Pobelter going in.
Yeah, Pobelter came in for that wild card or for that tiebreaker game. Tuesday played both of the games where they lost in the week 9. Stixay.
And to be fair, and the sad thing is that Tuesday didn't even look that terrible.
No,
he was outmatched by, I guess, who he played against, but he didn't look terrible. He wasn't awful by any stretch.
Agreed. It was mostly, Frogus looked really bad. Like, let's be honest. Like, go watch the playoff game or the tiebreaker game. And slightly to his defense, it is a high pressure game to be stepped up to the LCS. The issue is that what I've been reading and slightly following Academy is he's the worst jungler in Academy as well. So that's on CLG to bring up the worst jungler from Academy to play your tiebreaker game for your playoffs. Like,
at that point, you might as well just keep Wiggly in.
Yeah.
Maybe bring Tuesday up if you think that makes sense, or maybe put Deus in. I mean, that seemed like it worked for you fine when they brought him in before.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
He did. He looked okay. I mean, if you give him more time with the team, maybe he looks better. Maybe he's a little bit more stable. Yeah. Maybe they don't need to play to ruin to get him ahead, and they still lose because they can't carry.
So what
you can play the other side of the map that can actually play the game
is that CLG did fire their coaches literally yesterday, one day after the game. Totally justified, in my opinion.
It's kind of hilarious. It's kind of great that we didn't do the podcast on Sunday, because then we would have missed this.
Yeah, we would have missed that. But kicking Weldon is a good sign because he seemed like a snake oil salesman.
Yeah,
you guys
I think I was literally going to mention this. Yeah. Oh yeah. I think they basically clean sweep. You basically just need to clean them out.
Not only do I want coaches, I almost want. It's much harder to do this. I understand, but I want like full management, like gone.
You may have to go top to bottom.
Yeah, like I think the whole the organization in general, not even in just league terms, in like branding terms, they've lost everything. Like think about how the 4 original team. I guess Dignitas is back in now as well, but it's mostly Team Liquid, Cloud9, TSM, and CLG. But Team Liquid didn't used to be there. It used to be TSM, C9, and CLG, and it was Curse.
Team Liquid. Team Liquid was Curse, and then they rebranded.
Yeah. Yes.
So they were there. They were there too.
And it's just like you're alienating your fans, and you're doing no changes for the last like 2 splits. I get it, maybe because you got 3rd last summer split, so you probably didn't want to make too many changes. You did lose Power of Evil. You got Crown instead, which was a side grade. It wasn't a bad trade or anything like that. I thought it just didn't work out type scenario.
I mean, it's one of the things where
in hindsight it looks terrible.
Hindsight's 2020. Like we saw like half a split with Crown on CLG, and it looked like it was a complete dumpster fire. But then if you look just the split prior with Crown playing on Optic, a lot of people had him pegged as like the 3rd best performing mid laner in the entire league.
Yeah.
So that's not, and some people were even saying that he was number 1, and those people were kind of crazy. But like you're saying, a top 3 mid laner, and Power of Evil on CLG was just was able to get him into playoffs. But like you're talking about, Wiggly was putting up some good performances.
Yeah, Wiggly was great summer split last year.
Yeah. People were looking at the TSM CLG game, and Wiggly was like popping off and like double killing people as Silas Jungle and stuff like that. And Ruin was having some good games. Stixay and Biofrost were actually kind of popping off. Like, ironically, it was when Caitlyn Morgana kind of came back again last summer, and
it wasn't enough to save them this summer.
Yeah, and again, they got 3rd. Like, the only reason they missed Worlds is because of a surging Clutch Gaming, who came out of nowhere but just kind of took over the league. And so going into spring, you look at yourself, you think you have a good foundation to work with. You take say, okay, well, let's see how Crown does if we put him on a team, put him on an actual team as opposed to Optic Gaming. who eventually became Immortals. And you think, oh, well, this should be fine. It's basically the same team, just with arguably a side grade / potential upgrade in mid lane that you could play around. Let's see how this works. And it did.
It didn't work at all. And I think even from spring split to summer split, you need to make changes as well. And Rune should have been gone at spring. The issue is the coronavirus, obviously, what happened, COVID. And so you couldn't make any big moves, but there were still moves to be made, not international. Like, you couldn't get an import, per se. But I don't have any insider information, but I feel like you could have made some academy moves at the very least. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. The Raptor just mentioned that. Like, literally get academy. There were players you could have probably replaced Ruin. I would have personally replaced Stixay. I would have replaced Wiggly, but like the issue is you have to replace all this because the org is broken from the top down. Like, their academy team isn't great. They're not great. They're terrible. Their management's really bad. Like, everything is broken about CLG at the moment. And there needs to be a lot of fixes. Let's just, before we can move on to other teams. But CLG needs a lot of fixes, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, CLG, especially this split, it was one of the things where we saw, like, oh, put Pobelter in the end of spring. And they spring back, they look better. They still finished in last place, but they looked remarkably better compared to how bad they looked in the beginning of the split. Going into summer, you think, oh, this might be okay. They actually start off pretty well. They go 4-2 to start the split, and then they just lose.
Want to know a funny stat about CLG? Their 5 wins. Only one of those teams is still in the LCS, like that core. Like, the Immortals win they had was against the old Immortals team, which was the worst team in the league in the world by far. Excuse me, the 100 Thieves was the old roster with Meteos. The Dignitas was the different roster with Acadian and Froggen. And Evil Geniuses was a different roster with Jizuke and Kumo. Which, that one's a little bit different, per se. The only team that has the same roster that they actually beat is Golden Guardians, weirdly enough. And that was, like, week 2. Couldn't make Academy. I will down it. Yeah, call it. You lose to CLG and you lose your job. Yeah. Yeah. CLG's bottom of the barrel right now. But they did technically finish ahead of number 9 team, I'm assuming, for you. Immortals, same as me. But in your math, how did they plan out?
Yeah. Well, in my math, Immortals, they were still not exactly the best. They were number 9. Their final score was -11, which is still, after the tiebreaker, still literally half as bad as CLG.
Like, half as, like, think about that. Like, from just, like, getting from blowing out losses and stuff, Immortals is 2 times better than CLG according to the math.
Despite being a win behind.
Despite being a 4-14 team.
Yep.
Like, that's how low CLG was.
And again, it's literally, and I will say, granted, I did like the math. Did have to be adjusted as well, especially with what Will's referring to with CLG beating up on these teams that have completely different rosters, and especially for the case of teams like Dignitas, who were 0-8 with their previous roster, and they look horrible. You had the Immortals roster; they swapped relatively early, but their original roster with Potluck and Aka and Soaz, Altec and Gate, that team also looked like garbage, and apparently they didn't even make playoffs in Academy when they got swapped down. You have, and then the 100 Thieves roster, which looked pretty boom, and like they could never get anything going with Meteos and Stunt, swapped them out. One of the first games that they had with the new roster was beat Cloud9, give them their first loss. So, and granted, they kind of petered out afterwards. They still ended up making playoffs, and they were in a position before where they probably wouldn't have if they didn't make the change. So for those teams, like, I didn't try to in the calculations, I didn't try to hold it against those teams because they actually did make changes. I still graded them appropriately once they did, but that is literally the only reason why some of these teams are rated even close to CLG in these rankings, even with the changes in the calculations I made to the team's wins and losses versus those rosters. And even then, IoT is still twice as good against CLG in terms of their head-to-head. Immortals wins have just been much more convincing, and after their swap, a lot of their losses were really close. They almost beat Team Liquid twice. And both games were super close, and they literally came down to like little mistakes.
Oh, I agree.
Like very few mistakes. Yeah, just tiny mistakes from Insanity, or like in this game, just not pressing their advantage as well in the mid to late game, and they could have they were up like almost 4,000 gold on TL.
It wasn't even necessarily TL games too. They were like really close in a lot of games. Like they had a lot of games that Immortals were like they just could never finish the games properly. It was like they seemed like a much better team. That's why they're still so low, because they couldn't finish it, and you have to win at the end of the day. But they didn't feel as bad as CLG getting absolutely murdered from minute 1 of every game. Like literally, I was duo queuing. I think Saturday.
This is literally CLG is 1 game ahead of Immortals, and they're this far behind in their score.
Yeah,
it's insane because when they're losing, they're getting completely stomped. And when Immortals was losing, it's a lot of times, like at least half of the time, it was actually relatively close. Yeah. And the other time, it was because it was working with a roster that was garbage tier in Academy.
Yeah, I love that LS quote that Raptor just posted. That literally anything CLG did seemed to have had no intent. Like it literally looked like that. If you watch the CLG games, they look like a legitimate solo queue team in low elo. Like it's not even like, oh, this is a challenger solo queue team. This looks like a low elo solo queue team. They're just randomly pushing a lane, no reason, like no vision whatsoever. Okay, cool. Then all of a sudden they're just trying to take an objective, but it's like not warded, or they didn't clear out the wards for the objective, so the other team just comes over. Yeah, there's no setup to it. Or on the reverse side, which actually happened more often, they didn't put any warnings or like set up to warn them that objectives are taken, and they just kind of let objectives be taken. They'll have their ADC farming top lane as dragons coming up. Like, it doesn't make sense. None of their gameplay made sense at all. like it was bad. It was bad.
It kind of reminds me of that meme from South Park. It's like, oh, Stixay, he's gonna be in the side lane. He's got to farm up. He's got to be strong for this dragon fight, and it's gone.
Yep. It's
losing the forest for the trees, guys. But to be fair, when you're talking about a lot of this failure to set up around objectives, it also reminds me of my team. I feel very attacked, Will. I don't appreciate this.
Well, let us move on.
At least we're getting better. Yeah. We're better at it than CLG. We beat them.
Yeah, good job. You're better than CLG. Oof.
Yeah. Not the worst.
It's more like losing a tree for a blade of grass. All right, let's move on to the playoff teams. Who is your number 8 team? Oh, I'll put my number 8 team first. Let me pull my
Go ahead.
thing here. My number 8 team is, in fact, Dignitas.
Yep. This one's actually kind of interesting. Ooh. I do actually have Dignitas at number 8 as well.
All right, I'm passing the math test so far.
Yeah, this one was kind of interesting because they basically were it was just like a wash for them this week. Their Cloud9 loss was unfortunate, but it was a loss. And then they had just a good win as well on top of it. So, that's fair. So, their final score was actually the same as week 8, which was -8.5.
-8.5.
But
much close, not double Immortals like the last time.
But then they also played CLG in a tiebreaker, and they stopped them.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, after tiebreaker, their final score was -6.5.
Hell yeah, that's almost double.
Yeah, which, interesting enough, is tied for 7th place.
Okay, I can see. That's fair to me, though. That kind of makes sense, because I think Dig, with this roster, isn't that bad. Now, it looks very ugly being in playoffs with a 28% win rate. It doesn't look good. Like,
no, it's not
at all. It's 5-13. However, since they changed their roster, they're 5-5. Like, since they swapped out Frog in for Phoenix and Acadian for Dardoch, this is a 5-5, 500 team. That's not bad. That's playoff worthy.
Compared to A0 and 8, yes. Without question.
Yes.
There's literally nowhere to go but up.
Exactly.
And considering that it's like 5 and 5 is like good. It's like the old saying goes, we take those.
Yeah,
it got you in the playoffs, didn't
that
it?
should get you like a 6th seed in playoffs if you play 500. Apparently, that gets you a 5th seed this split, but
Yeah. Well, and technically they're 6 and 5 because they won their tiebreaker match.
You are right.
So it's winning record. So a winning record.
Yeah. So I mean, like this team hasn't been as bad. I still have major issues with Viper in the top lane. I think that is the core weakness to this team. I don't think Phoenix is in particularly too strong either. I just don't think he's as bad as Viper is right now. But I think Dardoch has been okay. Which just sucks for Acadian because like I guess Acadian he didn't play very well at the beginning of the year, to be fair. But like he's always been.
To be fair, look who he had to play with. He had to play with Viper and Frog.
Yeah, as a solo win. But it's not like Viper and Phoenix is a massive I think the difference per se is that Phoenix isn't as insanely passive as Froggen is. But it's not like I don't know.
It's weird. It's weird because the way a lot of teams are looking at the meta, you would think that Froggen would be fine.
Yeah.
You think Froggen would be fine. Like, maybe not necessarily, like, on the Azir versus Phoenix, because that's, like, his champion. But, like, you're thinking, like, oh, Orianna, that's fine for Froggen. That sounds like a Froggen style.
It's the same with Nuke, though. It's very passive.
Exactly.
That just didn't work out.
Well, I mean, to be fair, that's what a lot of teams are trying to play, including...
Yeah, that is true.
Don't necessarily agree with that one. But I will say this, though. I will say, just kind of playing up to them, is that Dignitas have looked better-ish recently. There had just been those few games where they will just sit back and do nothing.
Yeah, they have those kind of really bad games.
And then they have, then they just have like they feel like they have like no foothold into a game. So instead of trying or looking or moving or doing anything, they just don't. They choose not to, and they just roll. It's literally the do nothing and lose strat that TSM would pull at Worlds, but. I will say, like, recently, especially I feel like in the C9 games, you find that Dardoch is finding ways to carry on, I guess, unusual champions. Like, he broke out the Wukong jungle versus C9, which I don't believe any other LCS team has done.
It's been done in WildCard, but it hasn't been done in LCS.
And I've seen Wukong jungle in other regions as well, but not in NA.
Yeah.
Cause just like C9 is the only one that's played Wukong bot lane.
Babu in Oceania.
Yeah. And then you have... in the C9 game just this past week, he played Lilia. First pro Lilia game for the LCS. And his jungle Lilia, he looked like he knew exactly what to do with the champion. Yep. And I feel like he also caught C9 off guard because I feel like they weren't nearly as practiced against it as well. They knew what to look out for, but it felt like his knowledge of what to do on the champion, same like the jungle Wukong, just kind of caught them off guard, and it took them having to kind of learn to play around that champion in order for them to find an avenue in to win the game. Yeah. So Dardoch has actually looked good, and just kind of touching on them is that I feel like Phoenix and Viper, I feel like they've actually they found their style, the team, because I feel like especially in terms of what they're picking, and it involves champions like Set for both of them. Just pick on a champion that can just be safe and just run at the enemy team, and then let the rest of your team just
do the work.
Stand back and shoot. Yeah. It's like me in a first-person shooter, and like I can put someone who's actually good at the game on like the sniper platform, and just have him pick people off, and I'll run forward with an assault rifle, and I'll run at everybody, and then while they're busy looking at me and gunning me down, my buddy can just snipe them all and kill them, and then we win. We take those. That's a 3-for-1 trade. That's easy. That's math. Because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but I can grab a gun with full auto and just go crazy, and I won't do anything, but I'll scare people enough and make them have to back off. Otherwise, this dude full autoing is just gonna shoot. It's just gonna kill them because if they don't pay attention to me.
Yeah.
But then they pay attention to me, and I look like I'm trolling, but I'm actually just setting up for my team.
Yeah.
So I think they actually So I think maybe they're starting to understand it a little bit more, and I feel like if they do, then that's good. That just means they finally found their identity. And Viper has actually been playing better-ish, once they pull him away from like a more carry-ish style, put him on something that could just kind of be brain dead and find engages and flanks, and just set up his team and players like Dardoch and Johnson and Afro to just make plays and.
Yeah, and honestly, I have a question. Like, so I'll go with mine, and then if you go with yours, tell me if they're the two same teams, because then I want to talk about these three teams in particular.
Sure.
So my number 7 is Evil Geniuses, and my number 6 is 100 Thieves, and I want to group these in with Dignitas real quick.
Yep, that's fair.
So I had Evil Geniuses number 9, so they actually went up, and that was right as 100 Thieves hit their hot streak, so we had them at number 4 and 3, so they dropped since mid, but Evil Geniuses has gone up. So are they in your standings?
They are exactly as you have them listed.
Woo! I am gonna ace this math test.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses is the one that after tiebreakers is tied with Dignitas at 7.
Nice.
Well, yeah, 7. So they're both at negative 6.5.
That is an improvement from
negative 8.5 and then 6.5 after the COG tiebreak.
Yeah.
And then, but 100 Thieves, their final score was negative 1.5.
Ooh, so they're much better.
They're a sizable amount ahead of the others.
Yes. Okay.
Right now, just in terms of their score line.
In terms of the math, do you agree with the math then? If I had to tell you, because I'm telling you, like right now, in my opinion, the 5 teams that can make a run at Worlds for NA
are not those.
Are Team Liquid, Cloud9, FlyQuest, TSM, and Golden Guardians. Those are the teams.
Spoilers for your top 5. Spoilers for the top 5. Not that it's very much of a spoiler because we already had the others.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Yes.
But those are the teams that can see actually
agree.
making Worlds.
Yeah.
Out of Evil Geniuses, 100 Thieves, or Dignitas, is 100 Thieves then, like the math says, are they the team that you consider the Cinderella per se, the one that can get on a hot streak and spoil everyone?
I think they're the closest, but they're not.
Okay. They're the
closest to being the Cinderella, but they're not going to be. They're still a pumpkin.
Gotcha. I agree with that. Is basically my issue is that 100 Thieves. This hurts for me to say.
They're too inconsistent, man.
Yeah, they are very inconsistent.
They're way too inconsistent, and yeah.
The Cody Sun usually the rock.
Cody Sun is
the rock.
Yeah, but he's not.
Stability is no longer stable at all.
Nah, dude, he's washed. He's like Frogden.
It's so depressing.
Everyone else is just caught up. He's caught up.
I guess so. But like I used to think that Cody Sun was like always super consistent. He'll get you win. He won't ent you games. Well, except for the Cody Dunn moment. Outside of that one, he was pretty consistent though. Except against Doublelift, he always lost against Doublelift. Outside of that,
now he just cut.
Now that's happened to everyone.
Now it's like half the time he loses to half the league.
Yeah, that's the issue now. So
really badly against Doublelift.
Yeah, the only chance is if someday in contracts pop off. I feel like really hard on the top side of the jungle, and just carry.
And Ryoma does not run it down.
Yeah, you just need Ryoma and Cody Sun to not.
Ryoma needs to be a rock. Cody needs to not run it down. Poom needs to not run it down. And contracts and Sunday have to carry.
Yeah. I did.
They're kind of like the reverse. They're kind of like the reverse Dignitas.
Yeah, I guess maybe.
Where it's like you're hoping for. It's like, well, it's still the mid. You're still hoping the mid doesn't run it down. Then you're also, but then instead of having this 80 support jungle, it's top and jungle.
It's so hard to see them even make progress into those top 5. The only one that they can maybe beat is if Golden Guardians collapses and contract stays even with Closer, per se. But I think FBI and Hui are going to crush Cody Sun on the bot lane, and Haunter should be able to lose gracefully against someday. You know what I mean? But like, they're not going to beat TSM because Double is going to just shit on Cody Sun like always. They're not.
You know what I also. Yeah, you know what I also think is also hurting them too. Sorry to cut off your point.
No problem.
I think the meta is just does not fit Cody Sun. I just think he does it. I think he can be fine in a meta that's all about more hyper carry, full team fight ADCs.
Gotcha.
But I think it's like unless you're giving him like a brain dead smash lane wide open champion like Caitlyn, like a lot of his utility-esque ADCs have not been impressive. And he can't sit there and just play like Zaya Kaisa or whatever, and just try to carry these games, or get his own, or be Tristana and kill his own teammates.
God. Oh man. But yeah, okay. So I'm glad we're on the same point though.
And
I don't see any of them making
you're basically
it.
saying,
But
yeah.
if one happens to pull a miracle run, it's gonna be on Sunday's back.
It's gonna be Contract Sunday, killing everybody.
So then my second question is, do you see Evil Geniuses or Dignitas making the run? Who's more likely out of those two?
Evil Genius or Dignitas? Like I said, obviously from the power rankings, it's actually hilarious that it worked out that they were both tied in this aspect. Because I feel like Evil Geniuses is somehow, even though they have Huni, is somehow the more stable team than Dignitas.
Interesting.
But it's like,
but
it's weird because it's weird because Evil Geniuses, I don't know what the hell to expect for them. Like for all intents and purposes, they should have lost to Golden Guardians. They shouldn't have even been close. But then they actually had enough wherewithal in the mid to late game to actually pull back a win. And I guess you could say it's Golden Guardians throwing it and giving them inches back into the game. But like the old Evil Geniuses with like Jizuke would have probably just exploded and died. And they never would have found a way back in. The fact that they actually managed to pull this off with Huni is kind of insane to think about.
That's true.
And again, I don't think this is necessarily replicable. That's not exactly a scenario you want to be in all the time in playoffs if that's the case. But that says a lot to this team that they actually have leadership and macro shot calling, or whatever you want to call it, and actual mental fortitude to hold up against severe pressure like that. And I think Dignitas finally has some spark from their team. They actually have like Dardoch and Aframu on a career renaissance, and Johnson is like an actual monster. Like I've never seen freaking someone try to 1v9 as an Ashe before this hard. It's insane.
Yeah. This
weekend he was a beast, and I would say right now he's outperforming a lot of ADCs. He's easily top 4, maybe like top 5, top 4 in playoffs. Like I would say right now he's outperforming players like Bang, like Cody's son. Like you could even argue for him outperforming even like a Wild Turtle on FlyQuest. As a rookie ADC, that's huge for him. It's good to see it. But then, of course, the question comes in. It's like, okay, now it's like the battle of Golden Glue versus Phoenix, and Huni versus Viper, and Dardoch versus Svenskeren. And then that whole top side just looks like a huge coin flip.
Yeah.
But it's weird because like I would favor 2 out of 3 of those positions for Dignitas, but for Evil Geniuses. But then I would favor Dignitas's bot lane over Evil Geniuses right now.
Okay, yeah, I think that's so basically it comes down to can the bot lane carry harder than top side of Evil Geniuses in a perspective, in a possible 1v1.
But it's like, it's one of those things where if you're talking strictly head to head. We've seen Dignitas get leads early against teams like Cloud9, and you could say comp differences or whatever that game, they had the ability to do it better, etc. But if Dig is able to give people runarounds and stuff, they can get out to early leads against these teams, and they can maybe play spoiler. But then Evil Geniuses, on the other hand, have shown that they can be super resilient against 10k gold leads.
Yep. Okay.
And run it all the way back. So
it sounds like they're almost very tied in the math.
Yeah, those two, and that's kind of why it's like I feel like those two both have upset potential in best of ones.
But best of fives are not gonna.
But best of fives are like how often can you keep doing this?
Yeah.
How often can Dignitas keep getting leads in games and then not being able to close? Or how many times before they just kind of fall apart?
Mm-hmm.
How many times does Evil Geniuses keep getting put behind 5, 6, 8, 10k gold at like whatever time in the game, and manage to pull it back every time? But I guess the opposite is also true. How often does Dignitas just get blown out 3 whatever k gold? And what happens if Evil Geniuses isn't down 10k gold? But I feel like that's why I also favor just 100 Thieves. I feel like they have a very, very clear and strong win condition. That is one thing I will say about Evil Geniuses. I feel like as a team, they feel a bit more cohesive than the others. I feel like Dignitas has a strong win condition with just everyone throw yourselves at the enemy team and Johnson can kind of just run everyone down. And 100 Thieves, I feel like they at least have two parts of their win condition with like contracts and someday carry, and the rest of their lineup is, while a bit iffy, are usually stable enough to not run it down, whereas the others are a bit more risky in that regard. Like Cody Sun and Poom are like maybe like a 25 to 30% chance, whereas like players like Sven Skaren, Hooney, maybe even Golden Glue is closer to like a 50% chance, so it's like a pure coin flip. Which is why I would put 100 Thieves above those two in their chance to upset in best of fives, but I would still easily put them out of the rank from the other top fives. Whereas I feel like EG and Data Tiles are pretty much equal in their regard to upset teams.
But at the end of the day, I think we're talking about teams that probably is not going to happen.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move on to number 5, who I have at Golden Guardians. I am very sad to put on number 5 because I thought they were rising a lot, but unfortunately, they're gonna fall.
I was accurate though in my mid-split rankings. I had them in the 5th place.
I had them at 6, so they moved up for me. Hell yeah! So so far, you and me only have one team each that were accurate from mid-rank to now. But
just to say this, Golden Guardians is also number 5 based on their final score.
Hell yeah! Well. I 100% on the math. I'm just me picking what I think so far. And what is the score?
Their final score was +3.
+3. That's
the first team with a net positive score.
Yeah, I think that shows the difference right there. There's a 4.5 difference between.
Yeah.
All these teams are negative technically for that, and
that's what it looks like. It's like you're talking about like a 4 to 5 point range between 5th and 6th, and a 4 to 5 point range between 6th and 7th, a tie between 7th and 8th. Then about double the length from 8 to 9, and about double the length from 9 to 10.
Yeah.
It's almost like pure tears. Like the math actually came out and gave me tears.
And yeah, so I'm curious though. With Golden Guardians faltering there, that was unfortunate. But we also have another team that slightly faltered at the end as well, and that is my number 4 team in TSM.
TSM is also number 4.
Yes, I think I'm gonna get a.
I think we actually have the exact. I will say I'm pretty sure we have the exact same power rankings.
That's awesome.
It's just funny how it's hilarious that the math worked out this way. There's literally no collusion as well. I look like a Charlie Day from It's Always Sunny, but instead of like red strings all around my back, I just have just numbers strewn about on pieces of paper.
Yep. Yeah, so TSM number 4 for you. That puts them actually as the same as you had them in Spring Split or at mid-season, not Spring Split, mid-season. I actually had them at 3rd at the time. My initial was 2nd. They did improve definitely from the beginning of the split to the end of the split. They are a much better team than they were at the start. But the issue I have is that I don't know as many people talking about this. There were a few. I believe Raptor or it was either Raptor or Damon were talking about this earlier. Bjerg is better than you'll ever be, Will. True. That is absolutely true.
Who would have thought that a team with Bjergsen and Double-ish would just be a gatekeeper?
Yeah, they're a gatekeeper. That's the end of the day. Okay, Raptor has it right there.
They
are 1 in
5. Maybe the quality in A is better than people think it is.
Like
if the team with those two players are gatekeepers.
I guess, but like they are literally 1 in 5 against the top 3 teams. So you take that away, they are 11-1 against the rest of the league. That's pretty good. With the other loss being against who did they lose to? Was it Golden Guardian? No, they 2-0 Golden Guardian. Immortals, weirdly enough. But
and that game came down to freaking the running it down mid, basically.
Yeah.
Back door, just going for the front door.
The issue I see here with TSM, Bjergsen actually has been having a phenomenal year. Even though there's memes in the chat, Bjergsen actually has been having a very, very good year. Broken Blade as well has been split in that year. Okay, true. Fair. Anytime I say year, I usually mean split.
TSM Yeah, TSM was oddly really bad in spring.
They
It's,
were.
it's dumb because they made playoffs.
Yeah.
They made playoffs and they actually like, but even in playoffs, they were like literally silver scraping every single match they were in.
Yep.
Every game they went to 5.
Yep.
They could have lost in the first round in losers.
Treats coming in for Biofrost made a big difference to this team, in my opinion. I thought like a very positive difference.
The power of the import slot that they had.
Yeah. Like Spica's looked better, but still a weak point on the team, in my opinion. Double Lift has looked better with Treats as his ADC instead of Biofrost. And Broken Blade he's looked decent enough this year. But the issue is that I don't see Broken Blade matching up per se against Solo, Licorice, and Impact. Even we saw Impact's Shen versus Broken Blade on the GP. Just like it is Impact Shen, to be fair, but at the same time, there were just crucial moments where Broken Blade was making massive mistakes, like getting his teleport canceled by teleporting in front of a Shen. Like that's very frustrating.
Hey man, to be fair, he was under turret, but at the same time,
but it's still Shen.
You need to be away
it's
from.
Still late game Shen. It's late game Shen. Turret can he can take 30 turret shots before he bothers.
Oh yeah, that's true, and that's what I was gonna say. Is like even then, you need to have the wherewithal to recognize that Shen can literally taunt flash you.
Yeah, tank top meta saved TL's ass.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
True, but like tank top meta is my favorite meta, so I don't care.
Yeah,
TL's.
I'm actually wearing a tank top right now. It's very warm here.
But yeah, that being said, that's why I'm worried about TSM still. I still think they could definitely be the team to go to Worlds for NA, but they have to overcome a team like FlyQuest and Golden Guardians. I don't think probably not going to beat Cloud9 and Team Liquid, but that being said,
I would say it's doable, especially if you're going into patch 10.16 where even they've had a couple people now talk about the meta potentially shifting more towards a topside focus.
Gotcha.
Like even beyond just the control mage meta. Like we even saw it versus C9. Like granted, you can talk about that being the R4 cannon biting C9 in the ass.
You just saying that real quick just makes me realize that the world is fucked. Then that the Shy is just coming in for all of China actually has a Zoom on JDG.
I mean, we literally said this was coming, and then IG just popped off and started killing everybody.
Yeah, we did.
We knew it was coming.
We did mention even before, like we're like, oh, China's tops are much better than like NA or EU or Korea tops
top
right
side.
now. And
yeah, they're solo lanes.
That's not good.
Yeah, it's as I said, it's like they're subtly almost pushing it back towards a 28. I would almost say 2018 Worlds, but like the ADC meta is definitely a little bit different than 2018 Worlds, so can't say that's the most pure example, but it's close. It's like a mix. But I will say, I'm just saying, like
just matter Rogue, Raptor.
Yeah. I will say that I feel like it's going to be interesting to see how TSM fares in that regard in playoffs if that is the meta shift. And we saw that they can play topside against C9.
Mm-hmm.
They basically just blew that game open using the Aurelia versus Kennen matchup. Aurelia also, by the way, getting that +2 magic resist kind of helps in the mage counter matchups.
Yeah.
In top lane as well, it could potentially even open it up for mid lane. But you're talking about that lane, Kennen can't play the game, level 6 hits, and all of a sudden now you have 3 people in top lane and your Kennen is useless. And now your TF is fed, and now your Azir can never match him in a side lane. Or if he ever goes to the side lane that's not where TF is, TF just kills him. Just goes to that lane and kills him. We saw that both the games. Now the enemy mid laner is fed, the top laner is fed, the jungler is a utility jungler, so who cares? And then your bot lane, who was ahead, is an Ashe Karma versus Caitlyn Morgana. Doesn't matter. Mid to late game doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
So so that is possible that TSM, if Double Lift can actually break trend and they can find ways to have Double Lift play more weak side and do like a top side focus, be like, oh, we're like kind of like almost like what they did in spring with Kabe, believe it or not. Maybe just pick a generally strong lane, maybe just to try to passively win lane like a Caitlyn lane, but then not actually pay attention and just focus top side. And then now all of a sudden you have a bot lane that's winning, a top side that's snowballing, and then they just win. So they're just winning everywhere. And you can almost see like the signs of that in the C9 draft that they got, where they draft entirely topside focus, and they still are able to sit on a Caitlyn, and even though she was getting pushed under turret, because they have so much pressure on topside, C9 now has to focus their pressure topside to change it, and then Double Lift is able to just catch up. And of course, C9 has really bad executions in team fights, gives over some golden shutdowns to the Caitlyn as well, but it really does feel like if they're able to extend pressure to topside, it lets Double Lift get free in the bot lane, and if that's where the meta is shifting, and TSM already has a head start on that, it can actually work out pretty well for them. And that is also where the meta is going, that can also hurt Team Liquid potentially as well. But I don't think it's going to shift that heavily. Some people think it's going to shift a lot more. They look at Jax buffs and Fiora buffs, and they think, oh man, topside's going to be nuts. But then it's like, no, not really. It's probably going to be a lot of the same.
Hey,
buffs were
as long
that
as I get
substantial.
some tank choke at that Worlds, I'm happy. That's all I want.
No, we'll get. I'm sure. No, don't worry. I'm sure we'll get to that.
Oh,
part.
we'll get to that soon.
Yeah,
But,
I do also want to shout out as well. Just in the chat, they mentioned about TSM being the gatekeepers. I'm like, well, I did kind of predict this going into the summer when they brought Double Lift back, and comparing how TSM played in spring and what basically got them to the dance in playoffs was playing the top side and having Babe play weak. My entire issue with this lineup was what happens when your entire playstyle was playing the top side to predict to help get Broken Blade ahead, but now you're doing it with Double Lift, who is Double Lift.
Yeah.
So how exactly does this team play then? And we kind of saw the two sides of it, where they play top side versus C9, and the game is unplayable, and they just kind of roll and win the game. Versus Team Liquid, kind of the opposite, where they put them on GP in a Shen matchup. And while the game was even, didn't really work out well for them at the end of the day. Not to say that Broken Blade was terrible on GP in that game. I think he just had some really bad flubs in game. And at the end of the day, it came down to just better macro and better map awareness from Team Liquid, sneaking the Baron, getting that taunt flash that basically shut down the global and made it so it was a 5v4 in Ocean Soul.
I did really want to talk about that sneak Baron, but I'll talk about it when we talk about Team Liquid.
Yeah. So, and the other thing I will shout out, just the last thing on TSM, shout out to me, by the way. Literally had TSM 4th in every single ranking.
You did. Look, you had him 4th all the way through.
4th in pre-split, 4th in mid-split, 4th at end of split. I guess I just called it.
Yeah.
I guess I was just right.
Oh, what was the math on TSM, by the way?
Oh, sorry. They believe it or not, they were actually. I think they were actually. What were they previously? Yeah, they were 5th the last week, just behind Golden Guardians and FlyQuest. But because of their wins and their loss to Team Liquid, their score stayed the same. Golden Guardians just dropped below them. TSM's final score was +4.
+4. Okay, so they're pretty close to which makes it for an exciting game that we'll be talking about real soon here.
Basically, third, 4th, and 5th were the ones that were all within 1 point of each other.
Yeah. So is your third FlyQuest?
Third is FlyQuest.
Third is FlyQuest for me as well. Hell yeah.
Yeah, their final score was +7.5.
I was wrong about this team. Well, wrong as in I put them 4th. But
I had them 2nd in pre-split.
Yeah, that is true.
Then they put MASH in, and everything got thrown out the window.
But in mid-season, with MASH, you dropped them all the way to 7th, and I dropped them to 5th. Yeah, but that. Here's
one thing I'll mention though. If you take my mid-split rankings and you take 100 Thieves and put them in FlyQuest spot, they swap. It's basically my top 5 is pretty close.
Yeah. Outside of Evil Genius being 9th, that's pretty.
Yeah, that's all right.
That's really good.
Yeah, I mean it's Evil Geniuses.
That is true.
Might as well be there. I mean Dignitas is also there.
Yeah,
Dignitas is 6th. But I remember that was the Lorlo. That was the Lorlo age where Lorlo was actually looking okay for the team. I don't know why they took him out. But okay.
Raptor mentioned, instead of getting a better ADC, they did nothing. They did opposite of nothing. They did change ADCs. They put MASH in, and that looked worse by far. It looked good for 2 games?
It looked good for about a week.
Yeah.
A week and a half.
Yeah. And then
Then he entered at Baron that one time.
yeah, that was against Team Liquid.
Him,
yeah.
Well, him and Ignar both entered at Baron. Like
Yeah.
Mash entered first, and then Ignar just like kept the train rolling.
It just seems like after that I lost all faith. They didn't because they played them another like week or two after that. But then they finally recovered and they brought Wild Turtle back and they lost since they lost Wild Turtle back? Has that been all 6 games?
Let me see I wonder if they have or not.
Like
I want to say they did.
Either way, I would like
I don't think that well, it's like I don't think they're undefeated on the back half with Turtle, but I think they're close.
They're close. It's similar to Team Liquid then, where they only have like 1 loss, and then the loss is to Cloud9. But
I know they do because I know they do have. Well, I think just a minute. I can't remember if they played Mash versus C9.
Yeah, let's just check that real quick.
Because they did play C9.
Week 6, where they lost to C9.
In the back half, I believe. At the back half, I believe they lost to Dignitas and they lost to C9. And I don't remember who they played with.
C9. We can do a quick check here before we move on. And they played with Wild Turtle. So yeah, they did lose to C9 with Wild Turtle, but that is the only game.
C9 just ruining everything.
Yeah, because they lost with Mash against Dignitas. I think that was the last straw.
There you go.
Because that was an 0-2 week.
So they have 1 loss versus C9 with Wild Turtle.
Yep.
But then they also beat Team Liquid with Wild Turtle. So
yep, for sure. I think that. So what were their point? Was the points 5? You said.
It was their final score was plus 7.5.
Oh, 7.5. Okay.
Yeah, I mean they crushed this week.
Yeah, they did crush this week.
Their score at the end of week 8 was 4.5. They were 4th place, and then they basically crushed both games.
Yep, and they look like a legitimate Worlds threat for NA. It's like to go to Worlds, I should say.
Well,
I won't call them a Worlds.
They are a threat to go to Worlds.
Yeah, I won't say they're a threat at Worlds.
They're gonna threat the whole region by going to Worlds.
Yeah. So all right, number 2. What's number 2? Mine is C9 at number 2.
It's also C9.
Woo, 100%.
Yeah,
that puts
which means of course Team Liquid
1.
is number 1.
And what I wanted to talk about with Team Liquid being number 1 is that they're just amazing. No, but all right. So we put them both second after the midway point, and C9 was still.
You want to talk about that Immortals game this past week, dude?
Yeah, that Immortals.
Let's talk about that one. That one where they're down like 4,000 gold and the enemy team does nothing. It looks at you and doesn't fight you until you've actually gotten like Elder and Baron.
Like I mentioned it in the Discord, that was a nearly unwinnable draft. You had 3 losing lanes and no push pressure or no wave clear at all compared to tons of wave clear on the enemy team. So you almost could not win that game unless the enemy team gives it to you in a professional setting.
Yep.
And that's what Immortals did.
There you
go. They gave it to you. And like I hate Akali, but like in general I just absolutely I was looking at draft. I'm like, okay, so you're losing top, you're losing mid, you're okay in the jungle, and you're losing bot. And then like later on, it was just like, okay, now late game they have Azir and like Caitlyn for wave clear and stuff. You don't. You have a Akali, like someone who's gonna get immediately popped from the distance from Caitlyn and Azir. Whole thing was bad. Though Jensen popped off on the Akali, which was nice to see. I guess.
Yeah, that's what I was like. Immortals in that game literally cared more about Akali than they did about anything.
Yeah, than they did about.
They would throw down more vision to find Akali than they would to actually contest an objective.
But exactly. The thing I did want to talk about Team Liquid that is reminding me of early spring split spring split and early summer split Cloud9 that is a positive that I really like is that the small things they are doing tons of small things that other teams aren't doing, including Cloud9 again. Hopefully Cloud9 gets back to this. My example that I've used multiple times on this podcast that I absolutely loved from Cloud9, I don't even remember what game they did it, but was when Niski ulted as TF to flank a team fight, immediately put a control ward down for Licorice to teleport in, so all of a sudden you have a pincer of 2 people on your back line instead of just Niski on the back line as a TF, so he can't get collapsed on. That is just like little tiny
It's
details
little
of team
things.
fights that Cloud9 did over and over and over and over again. That was like correct. Uh, Will's a chill dude, but if he sees a Kali TK or AP choke on being played, he's ready to commit homicide. You're not wrong.
Don't forget the R4 cannon.
R4 cannon, yeah, yeah. Ugh. But what I saw with Team Liquid, especially in that TSM game, they were in control. One, Tactical stepping up into that team fight to basically save that team fight and that Baron right before it was nice. But then having Shen hit the ward and then have everyone attack the Baron right before Vision goes away, and then backing off, burning Broken Blade's teleport over there, burning their blue trinket to check it as well. That was massive. And then on top of that, going back to steal it when you know those cooldowns are still there. Like, those are the little things of autoing the ward and making sure to auto the Baron so it looks like you're doing Baron right as Vision ends, so it almost looks like a mistake, but it's really just a bait. That's like the tiny details that C9 was doing over and over that put him so much farther ahead than the other NA teams, that I'm starting to see Team Liquid does those tiny details all the like multiple games in a row now. That makes me actually feel like it's very competitive between Team Liquid and C9 now. That's
so it. It's just little things. The scrim results are coming through.
Yeah.
By the way, I do want to just make it a quick comment because just so we had the scores up there. The final scores though, and this is kind of it's funny because it actually, even with the last week's surge from FlyQuest to kind of push themselves away from TM and Golden Guardians. Number 2, Cloud9, their final point score for me was +11.
Ooh, okay.
So there's still that little like 3.5, 4 point margin between them and the third place spot. And Team Liquid is +13.
13. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And considering that Team Liquid is 2 games ahead of C9 and yet they're only 2 points apart.
That's two close wins. 2 close wins.
Yeah. Yeah. It's little, and I'm just kind of doing the quick math on this. Going from week 9 is I just going off of what I call their win score versus their loss score. Basically, their total points, total negative points from losses, total positive points for wins that you add together to get their final score. Cloud9 had a much better win score than Liquid, despite having 2 less wins.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Cloud9 are +19 in win score, but they're -8 in loss. And Team Liquid, it's still close. Team Liquid is +18 in win score, -5 in loss score. Literally comes down. So you're talking about Cloud9 actually being just naturally ahead in how they win games versus Team Liquid, but Team Liquid just being consistent and not dropping games.
Gotcha. Yeah,
is what gives them the edge here. And it makes sense.
This is like just completely pointless. I am very upset with my Dignitas pick being 8th, because if they weren't 8th in midseason, I'd have green red all the way down.
It's tilting.
It's ruined.
It's tilting.
Oh man. All right, but that is the final power rankings for us. And remember, Brian did win predictions in NA by 2 points. But so let's move on quickly to our playoff, because we already are an hour and 12 minutes in before Raptor. We don't want Raptor to die. So let's move on to the playoffs. We'll make our predictions, because there will be games 2 days from now. There is at least a game, and yeah. So we gotta go through 4 predictions, and we'll go to the LEC. But LEC will actually technically be quicker, because we won't be making any predictions this week. We'll be making them next week. So it shouldn't be as long. We'll just be talking the end of the season more so. If you spend more than 5 minutes on that.
Yeah. To be fair, not much going on in LCK.
It still hasn't changed.
In terms of gameplay, there's like behind the scenes stuff that's really messed up that we probably won't discuss. Mostly from the T1 organization, that was really disgusting. But that's neither here nor there.
All right. So, game number 1 of the playoffs: TSM versus Golden Guardians. Who you got, and why?
I have TSM.
I do too.
And I'd go so much. I would go so much to say. I'd go so much as to say it's a 3-1 for TSM. I think that a lot of the advantages that Golden Guardians would have, it's going to come from like they would normally get against other teams is their bot lane. I don't think that even though I like FBI, I think he's been performing well. I don't think he necessarily gets a lot of the same laning advantages against double lift and treats.
Yeah, it is
Barring
playoff.
like
It is
barring like some,
playoff double lift too.
yeah, barring some like obscenely skewed matchup, and you can point, and a lot of teams can point at like Spica and versus Closer, but then I also point out Demonte versus Bjergsen. And it's like not to say like, oh, Spica is terrible, he's horrible, he's literally a detriment. It's a 4v6 or something like that. But at the same time, it's like I wouldn't say the same about Demonte as a player either. But I think that the mid jungle matchup for both teams is relatively even in that regard, and I would still favor TSM in that regard because I feel like Bjergsen has just been outperforming Closer and being more consistent as a carry threat, barring him just having like an insane like 12 kill plus game on Lee Sin again.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I unfortunately I do agree with you. I do think that TSM is going to beat Golden Guardians. I love Golden Guardians, but there just feels like carry through the jungle position is very difficult in my opinion. Like this season, like the last few seasons has been the main way to win worlds. but this season with the jungle nerfs, they did get buffed a little bit more, but it's still difficult to carry through the jungle. I think you have to carry mostly through mid lane right now. And like I think it is the dragon control is very important, but I think that's not necessarily just jungler, that's mostly on your mid lane. For that dragon control, like we talked about earlier with Froggen and Nuke Duck having almost zero dragon control, and that's why some of these teams are doing really poorly, or at least in Dignitas' case were. But I think that is the main reason that gets Bjergsen the dragon. Bjergsen helps get TSM the dragon control and almost nullifies the Closer thing, the buff per se over Spica. But you're also looking at playoff double lift, who has almost never lost in the playoffs. Like almost. Yep. Like,
we didn't see him in spring.
Like, we didn't see it in spring, and it looked like it was getting together. All of a sudden, if that last game against Cloud9, like Cloud9 said, that was the scariest team in NA for the 9th place finish. But yeah, I don't see. I hope that if this could be a big moment for FBI, you are looking at FBI in his best form. Exactly, that's exactly what I wanted to bring up. If FBI can overcome double lift and just take over, this is a solidifying moment to his career that can bring a massive trajectory upward, like massive. But this is the big test for him.
Huge implications for him as a player.
Yeah,
if he manages.
If he
but
goes
that's
even,
an if.
It's
that's
fine.
An if.
But if he gets destroyed, per se, then that looks bad. It's like, maybe he's back to what we expect from him now.
Getting crushed by double lift.
Yes.
Like old times.
So it's gonna come down to that. I think that TSM pulls it out. I do think it's a 3-2 instead of a 3-1. Like I think it will be much closer, but
he'll be much closer.
Yeah, I think Closer grabs him a game single handedly, and then there's just another really close game that the Golden Guardians pulls off. That just
and that's the thing. I want to believe in Golden Guardians, and I think like naturally their style should be like how TSM plays the game. Mm-hmm. But I've believed in Golden Guardians before. Yeah. I believed in them this past week, and they failed me. And I know that there's gonna be a game. There's gonna be a game where Closer is on Graves or Nidalee. He's gonna pick it, maybe one of those once each, and that's gonna be 2 losses, man. Because the team just does not seem to operate well when he tries to play those types of champions. When he's on a champion where he can carry the team by enabling everyone else, the team looks better. But when it's about the entire team trying to enable him to be a Graves or to be a Nidalee, then the team just looks kind of weird. Like they don't necessarily have a win condition at that point. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's the issue. You can ban out Closer, and you can if you ban out Closer, you can win the game against the Golden Guardians fairly easily.
Plus, man, if LEC is anything to go by, Sejuani is back in the meta.
Hell
and
yeah!
You can always just throw Spica on Sejuani duty.
So let's move on to the next game. FlyQuest versus Evil Geniuses.
I mean, do you see a world in which Evil Geniuses takes a game?
Absolutely not. I see a 3-0 from FlyQuest.
I do as well. I have FlyQuest 3.
Let me just
I
put-
think FlyQuest just are far more stable of a team. I think they're far more reserved. I think even if you come down to the idea of like, oh, Evil Geniuses, they showed a lot of that resilience I was talking about, coming back from a massive deficit to win the game. FlyQuest thrives in the late game.
Yeah.
That is what they love. That they would love to be 10k gold up in the late game because it just makes it way easier for them. Like it had to, like we would have to see like some ridiculous Swole Bros buff Hooney define the odds against his playoff curse for them to come back in the game. Like Bang needs to giga carry, and I don't see it happening. I think FlyQuest is just way too strong and stable of a team for Evil Geniuses to overcome. Like I feel like the most they get is a game, and that's if they're like they flip multiple coin flips on heads.
Yep. Yep. I agree with that completely. So with that being said, though, so we have Golden Guardians dropping, which would drop them as the 5th seed. They would go to Dignitas, and Evil Geniuses would go to 100 Thieves. And now this is where it gets confusing for our predictions wise, because we do have to take into account if TSM loses or if FlyQuest somehow loses in a miracle. So so let's do initially what we think is going to happen, and then on the bottom, just in case you have any upset in particular. But so
this is where we need like NCAA brackets. Just submit our brackets.
Yeah. So Golden Guardians versus Dignitas. Who do you see winning that game?
Golden Guardians versus Dignitas?
Yes.
I think I feel like this matchup, first of all, is actually surprisingly funny. It's funny how close it could be.
Yeah,
between those two
I think
teams.
if Dardoch has a miracle performance, and then you have 2 of the bot lanes going at it on
Johnson and FBI,
and FBI,
like the 1v1.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. 2 washed up players that used to play for CLG. Huhi and Afromu.
That's a good point.
But I do feel like I favor Golden Guardians in that scenario. I feel like they're just it's weird because they're like a light version of C9, but I feel like they're also just a better version of Dignitas.
Yeah,
and how Dignitas want to play the game right now.
I do have Golden Guardians myself as well, but I actually have it being a 3-2. I actually think this Dignitas team is slightly
they're ramping.
Necessarily ramp. Like if we would consider them a lot better in my opinion if they beat C9. If Phoenix did not into Ash and get Johnson killed, I think we would be treating this.
If he literally didn't just run away directly into where Ash was sitting in a brush.
Dignitas wins that game against C9, and we look at them as a potential. Probably we'd put them above Evil Geniuses in our power rankings for sure. Possibly even above 100 Thieves, depending on that scenario. And I think that I'm sorry, Raptor. Like I think that if that's the case, this Dignitas team could compete with Golden Guardians, but I still think Golden Guardians at the end of the day, if I'm going to a game 5, I'm looking at the best player on the map at that moment, and that's going to be closer to win the game. And you're betting on Johnson, a rookie potentially to carry the game. It's possible, but you know.
Yep. Well, I mean, we'll see. It'll be his first playoffs, but I have Golden Guardians 3-1. I think Dignitas might get like an early, they might even get like an early just punch in the face. But I think like Golden Guardians probably just pivots and beats them. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's like 1-0 Dig, and then it goes 2-1 for GG, and then in the last game we get one of those Dignitas games where they do nothing. Because they just feel it's a combination of being tilted and running out of steam in the champ select, and then the series ends with a whimper, not a bang.
Gotcha.
Speaking of bang, by the way,
bang on 100 on Evil Geniuses, not 100 Thieves. Used to be, but I have 100 Thieves beating Evil Geniuses personally. Like we kind of spoiled that, I guess, a little bit early on with saying that they have a better chance to make the run. I just think that you have Hooney going against Someday, and that's gonna end up so poorly every time for you. And I think that the bot lane with Cody's son will be able to, because I don't think Bang's had that amazing of a year either. He's been better than he was last split, I would say. This split than last split. Or no, no,
Eh,
no, 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 no. Well, he heated
no,
up towards the end of last spring.
his it's weird because it's like he was continuing
He
his
was,
early summer. His early summer was like a continuation of his late
yeah,
spring.
it's kind of
And now,
weird,
but
you know.
now he's kind of just settled in where he's not playing bad, but but there's so many players who are just playing better than him
That's
now.
fair. That's fair. It's confusing in the sense because it's like the first half of his spring was bad, the second half of
Yeah,
his spring was good, first half of his summer was good, the second half of his summer has been meh. So it's kind of like
yeah.
yeah, so he's just a bell curve exactly.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't even say it's a bell curve. It's more like a plateau.
Yeah.
Like he kept like the graph just kind of kept the line graph just kind of kept going up, kind of spiked a little bit, went down a little bit, and now it's just kind of flattening out. Whereas other players are just kind of still just kind of trending straight upwards.
Okay.
Maybe like more like a staircase for some of those other players, but it's kind of generally going upwards, exponentially better. Whereas he's almost like peaked just in terms of current form.
Gotcha. So I do have Hunter Thieves winning 3-1 in this scenario. I do have one game where Hooney doesn't ent per se. He doesn't necessarily pop off, but he doesn't ent. And the rest of them's all gonna be carried by someday, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would take 100 Thieves 3-2 in this scenario.
We only have
I think
game score same.
yeah.
We have all
Yeah,
the picks right, but we're different everywhere else.
Yeah, I think the way this would come down to is that I feel like 100 Thieves at the same time have been really coin flippy in terms of how they win games and how they draft to get to their win conditions. And there are times where Evil Geniuses, like compared to FlyQuest, 100 Thieves is a much more doable matchup for EG
Mm-hmm.
to actually take games and win a series. And I think that like you could talk about, and like even though the one game they had this past weekend where they just got completely just blitzed early on, just with how badly the early game went for them, like that could be possible, but I don't think that that's also that's not representative to how the matchup should go every time for this team. I think you're bound to get those 100 Thieves ints a couple times, and I feel like Evil Geniuses will also be playing like balls out, lights out. They're going to try their hardest to actually win the series to stay in playoffs.
Okay.
But I feel like at the end of the day, 100 Thieves is just going to be better. Better enough to beat them.
And then before we wrap up NA, because we wanted to get under an hour 30, we're at an hour 26. We're really cutting it.
It's all right.
But
in the scenario where our predictions do not go as
where
well,
they did not go well.
Golden Guardians beats TSM, and and everyone rejoices, and FlyQuest loses to EG, and everyone scratches their heads.
So the only one that might possibly be like per se iffy, I just want to make sure. I'm assuming you have FlyQuest beating either Dig and 100 Thieves, right? If they lose to EG.
You said, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? You kind of broke it.
If FlyQuest loses the EG, do you have them beating Dig and 100 Thieves, no matter what?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And then
it's like if they lose the EG though, I'm very concerned.
True. Yes. We just unfortunately we got to pick. So in either of those scenarios, I will have FlyQuest as well, bouncing back to beat either Dig or 100 Thieves. TSM, do you have TSM beating Dig or 100 Thieves if they lose to Golden Guardians?
I think so, yes.
Okay, that's fair.
I think it's like it's weird because it's like the closest matchup for them is not even 100 Thieves. As dumb as it sounds, as weird as it sounds, because I think Broken Blade can be fine enough into someday, and it's Cody Sun versus Double Lift. So the 100 Thieves series for TSM is probably free. But the Dignitas series is a little bit more iffy, because then it becomes very clear what their win condition, what Dignitas's win condition is going to be, and it fits in perfectly with how they want to play. Go bot.
Yep.
Kill Double Lift and get FBI ahead and get Johnson ahead. I mean.
So my question, the only other one we have to talk about then, the possibility that Evil Geniuses wins. No, wait. If Golden Guardians lose. And then, so they're facing Dignitas if they lose. But if they lose and Evil Geniuses win, then Golden Guardians would face 100 Thieves instead. So, do you have Golden Guardians still beating 100 Thieves as well?
Yes.
Okay, me too. Okay, so we're on the board. We won't write those down, but you
Yeah.
know.
I feel like that's actually a bad matchup for 100 Thieves because then it literally goes down to a jungle versus jungle matchup, and I think closer's just better and more consistent.
Okay.
Same with their bot lane.
Yep. So we are tied everywhere on the board for playoffs, except for in games. We won't do game predictions for possibilities like that. That's just happens to happen.
That's just bragging rights. If we do it.
Yeah. All right. With that being said, though, I think we're done with NA, and I'm gonna wrap it up super quick with NA because we only have 30 seconds before the 1:30 mark.
Hey.
Alrighty. Thanks for watching NA. If that's all you're watching, and moving on, we are gonna be talking about the LEC. And we won't be talking about playoffs because there is a full week break before the playoffs start. So we'll be talking about the playoffs next week. But we will talk about how teams got the playoffs and what we expect in the future. We just won't do the predictions and the matchup analysis and stuff like that. So, week 8. The miracle happened, Ryan. The miracle happened. Prediction-wise, I went 13-2. I had actually a really good week. You sacrificed yourself. I appreciate it. Everyone in the world appreciates it. You picked against Schalke all 3 games intentionally so they would win them. And they did.
Because I legitimately believed in Schalke. Even against Mad Lions, I believed in Schalke.
Yeah.
I would have legitimately picked them 3-0, but I did not want to curse this team like I had so many others.
And then,
for anyone who's not familiar, every time I genuinely believe in a team and then I pick them to win, they immediately shit the bed. It's happened in literally every region. It's happened.
Yeah, it's not just like a one region thing.
Including Schalke at the beginning of this year. At the beginning of the split, I mean. I had Schalke in 6th place. I had them picked to go basically 3-0 to start the beginning of the split, and they lost every game.
Yep, I also picked them 3-0, and that's why we played circus music for us because we both I had Schalke at 7th, and you had them at 6th to start the year. You were right. They made playoffs. No more. You're not a clown.
At the end of the day, I was big brain.
Oh man,
I was 5 head.
Our bottom 3 didn't look great. So let's talk about the midseason because we gotta mention Raptor. Raptor came in here week 4. Week 4, he's like Origin's gonna be on the bottom side of the playoffs. Then they signed Jack.
Missing playoffs.
And then they really missed playoffs. And not only missed playoffs, they got 10th. And
well, to be fair, it was a massive. It was like, oh, they're missing playoffs. Sign Jack Troll. Oh man, they're definitely missing playoffs. Go 2-0. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Because this happened.
No.
This happened when it was at the end of week 4. This was our midseason. I had Origin 5th. Ryan had 6th, and Raptor said no way. And to be fair,
no way.
Yeah, he was like they're 7th or 8th, I believe. I don't remember.
But it's like, man, all I had to do was swap freaking Schalke and Origin in my missplit rankings. They would both be right.
Yep, absolutely. Because
everything else, ignoring everything else, but yeah, I would have gotten that.
I'm not even upset about
had them wrong spot.
Us having Schalke at 10th is not a joke. They were 10th for sure at the mid-season point. They were terrible. Then they got God Gillies, man. But let's talk the games real quick.
What a beast! What an actual beast!
Also,
we had to kind of believe that Origin was at least somewhat decent. They beat G2 twice.
Yeah, they did.
They literally were 2-0 versus G2 this split, and they're last.
And then they finished dead last. Vitality took down Rogue in game 1, which was worrisome for Schalke because that was all of a sudden putting a wrench in their tiebreaker.
Oh no. It's literally no.
Yeah.
Now we have to play them tomorrow.
Excel took down Origin. SO4 took down Fnatic. Hell yeah. Mad took down Misfits. G2 took down SK. Then Schalke took down Vitality, and I'm like, oh man, there's a chance. They still needed help. After all of that, they still needed help.
It's literally the KT roster. Don't get excited.
Yeah, exactly. SK took down Origin. Fnatic took down Excel. G2 took down Misfits. Rogue took down Mad, which was in a base race. That was kind of weird because then they had to go back to the inhib and then go get the Nexus on top of that. But that was surprising in itself as well. That was my only 2 losses this week were Vitality losing to Rogue and then Rogue beating Mad, which actually really saved me in EU, like just percentage wise in general. Misfits took down Vitality, which needed to happen, by the way. If that game doesn't happen, Schalke misses playoffs and Vitality gets in instead. Like it's crazy to think like that, but that's true. Like, do the tiebreaker scenario, Vitality would make it over SO4. And
that would have been the biggest heartbreaker.
Yeah, and then you had SO4 beat Mad, which that was the part that needed to happen after that. And then even after that, even after winning all 3 games, having Misfits take down Vitality, barely, like, just had a great fiesta, exactly. Like, Misfits barely, or not barely takes down Vitality, but, like, needing Misfits to beat Vitality, needing to beat Fnatic, Vitality yourself, and Mad. And then even after that, they still needed more help. Like, they still needed either XL or Fnatic to lose a game. And luckily, G2 stepped up. G2 beat XL on the
Raptor had them. He's phoned up his boys. He phoned up Grab, says, "Please don't troll this draft.
Yeah.
Just take care of business. Let's get God Gillius into playoffs where he belongs.
Yeah.
Let's have a hype final."
And that's true, because then G2 took down XL, and then that finally locked in SO4 to make playoffs. They keep bringing up the 4% thing, because that was from week 7 or week 6, something like that. I want to know what the percentage was back on week 4 or week 5 when Schalke beat
week 5 after the break.
Yeah, after the break.
When Gillius started full time,
yeah.
what was the percentage chance?
Yeah, what was the percentage chance that at starting week 6 that Schalke had a chance in the playoffs at 1 in 10?
I mean,
like,
to be fair, the percentage chance is it might have actually been better because there's a lot of possibilities between week 5 and week 8.
I guess
if you're literally coin flipping all of those games, that creates so many more possibilities than there were.
But that might actually make it less percentage wise though, because they might have less. Because the only way they do that is the only scenarios where they go to the playoffs is when they win and the certain other teams lose. So like all those additional possibilities just are adding extra losses for them.
Yeah, I mean, just remember, Schalke still lost a couple of games before they went on their massive streak.
Yep, they lost.
So those are games they could have won if you put them up to coin flip.
Gotcha. Like once the break happened, they went 0-2 right after the break, and then they went 6-0 after that from there, and that put them at 8-10. Not great percentage wise. 44%.
The greatest 8-10 team ever.
But the greatest 8-10 team ever. Exactly. It feels really bad for Excel and especially for Patrick to miss playoffs again at the last.
I feel bad for Vitality.
Vitality?
I feel bad for Vitality.
Why?
They beat Rogue.
They did beat Rogue.
They looked good. They looked good. They were just unfortunate because they were matched up against Schalke and then a team that had to beat them for Schalke to win and go to playoffs.
They did actually beat Mad and Rogue back to back.
Yeah, they had to fight against some of the hard, like they actually had to fight against the number who ended up being the number 1 team in Europe and the Schalke Miracle Run. That's a hard week for Vitality, and they still almost made it.
Yeah, I think it is tough for them. I feel really bad for Excel though, and like they were in playoffs pretty much after the break until like because they struggled right out the gate. Remember they went 0-3 to start.
Yep.
0-4 actually.
Trust me, I understand. I had XL number 5 in my mid-split power rankings.
And then they really turned it around after their 0-4 start. They were 1-5. Then all of a sudden they were 3-5, and then they were 3-6. But then, like after the break, they won 2 games. They beat Misfits. They were 3-1. Their only loss being the Schalke. 4-1 actually after that. Like really heating up, and then they choked at the end. They lost to Fnatic and G2, and unfortunately, that kicked them out of the playoffs. Like it was just a little too late for them, unfortunately.
Those damn old geezers gatekeeping the new blood.
Mm-hmm. And
the new blood.
It's just unfortunate. But that being said, let's actually go straight into power rankings. I feel like because I kind of dropped the ball on that one on NA. I was like, we should probably be doing this with the power rankings.
Yeah, I will say though, it is unfortunate for that, but you know what? Sacrifices need to be
made for Schalke.
Sacrifices needed to be made so that we get the best teams in playoffs and Fnatic.
Exactly. So I did end up winning EU. I went 51-39, and that is after an 11-2 last week. So just take that last week out for a
You mean
second.
a 13-2 last week?
13-2 last week. Even
You said
worse.
you said 11-2. It's like, well,
Even
I guess we're just ignoring some games here.
Even worse. So we have me before the last week of almost a perfect week. I was 2 losses, so 37, and then minus the 51 minus 13 is 38. So I was 38-37, going like very big
that's a winning record, man.
It is, but that was almost going to be my first time ever having a losing record in a major region for predictions. So luckily, it doesn't look that bad now. It's like 56%. That's
you just
good for best of one.
The end, like FlyQuest.
Yeah, exactly. And like you would have, but you had to make the sacrifice, and I appreciate you.
Yeah, I had to, man. I had to go down so that the Schalke ship may continue to run off to the sunset. Also, by the way, Raptor, I said best teams. I said we needed to get the best teams in playoff and Fnatic.
So you still had 52%. Still good for as chaotic as EU.
Considering how EU went and the fact that I literally tanked, I purposefully, intentionally tanked my predictions to work one over on the voodoo curse I have against teams, against these underdogs that I love so much. I just had to sacrifice my mid-split power ranking Excel to get Schalke, to get my pre-split power ranking Schalke back in line.
So with that being said, let's go to our power rankings. I'm curious if this will actually line up, if I will pass with 100%, like
I'm surprised.
NNA.
Again, I'm really surprised that these actually turned out. By the way, just heads up. I literally did this between last week and this week. Mm-hmm. I redid my formula power rankings for the entire LEC, which I hadn't started. So I had to go back.
There was a lot of homework.
And yeah, I literally did homework where I did win-loss columns for every single team, every single team that they beat, and then scored their wins and losses just like I did in North America. But I had to do it for basically the entire week, and had to do it before Friday, before the game started. And then I was basically just half the time I'm like at work. And I'm updating my score. I have them in my pocket. I'm updating the score in between like rooms at my job. So I was making sure I was getting this stuff ready, because then it's like, oh, I'm leaving for work. The podcast is coming up. I gotta make sure these things are in by Sunday.
I appreciate.
So we have.
Appreciate. And then we didn't do the podcast.
Making sure. I was gonna make sure, and I was on board. I was on board though. I had them all, and Will can attest. I had them all done. Mm-hmm. All for LEC and LCS, had them all finished.
Yep.
Before the podcast would have been scheduled.
And I didn't actually look at them yet, because I was going to look at them right after Clash.
Yeah.
But so I'm actually excited to see what they are. Is number 10? I think it might be different though, because like what Raptor just mentioned is Misfits could have made playoffs if they didn't choke back-to-back games against Fnatic, and if they didn't, Fnatic would also be 7-11, tied for 9th place or 8th place. So,
oh man, but where would Schalke have been?
Schalke would have still been in 6th.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's all that matters. That's all I care about.
Yep, that's all that matters.
If that's the case, then damn it, Misfits, why couldn't you have made it so we kicked freaking Fnatic out of playoffs?
Yeah, for real. All right, number 10 on my list, personally. Let me pull up my list. I know what it is. I just needed to make sure for the rest of the teams. Mm-hmm. Number 10 is Origin. The collapse of Origin is just as great as the anti-miracle run, as Alfari put in a tweet. Is insane. We had Jack Troll. Just we picked them to go 0-2 the second they signed Jack Troll. I'm like, absolutely just terrible signing, and just didn't make any sense. Because I also like Destiny. I'm biased towards my imports. I understand that from wildcard regions, but I know Destiny wasn't having a good split. But I felt like we called at the beginning of the season. We called Vitality improved because they had Lebrov instead of the paycheck stealer Jack Troll. We really insulted him a lot at the beginning of the split before he was even signed.
And we still had them last place. And like I said, I had them last place. I can't remember where you had them.
I had Vitality 9th.
Yeah, because I think it was us. We were like tied between where to put SK and Vitality. That was literally
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Actually, no,
We were
no,
very
we
wrong.
had him 10th. We had him 10th. We both had him 10th.
Yeah, it's like we literally had. It's funny how wrong we were about both those
Yeah,
teams.
yeah, for sure.
Funny enough, how that works, huh?
Yep. Just how the game works sometimes. And but we did see hope with that bot lane on Vitality. That was our like bright spot.
I was sold on Comp, and I
Mhm.
was right.
Yep.
Comp Comp was a dark horse in terms of one of the better ADCs,
Mhm.
and considering his team, that's saying a lot.
And it's but yeah, and then
Because
Jack
at least Tori has a
and,
fucking
and then
has a support that's worth the damn.
and then Origin goes with Jack Troll though and beats G2 first game.
Oh man,
Beats Misfits, who are coming off a loss to Fnatic, who we thought were, but a win against Mad previously. So we like, okay, this Misfits team, they were heating up. They were 3-2 in their or 4-2, I should say, in their last 6. They were doing pretty good. So then
Yeah.
like, oh wow, that was like, and then it wasn't. I wasn't sold on Jack Troll yet. I wasn't sold on him at all. To be fair, we picked him to go 2-0 the next week because they were facing Vitality, who was slumping, by the way, with their only wins against Origin initially, like right before that, but they were like 1-4 outside of that, and then they were facing a Fnatic team who had beat Vitality and Misfits, who were coming back per se, but Fnatic was slumping, and Fnatic, to be fair, never got out of the slump. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Like they didn't.
Not to mention, you're talking about the Fnatic win versus Misfits, where they won in basically the same way that they beat Misfits the first time by Misfits throwing.
Yep, exactly. So it really wasn't that convincing. And then Fnatic, and then they lost to Mad, which, to be fair, they should beat Mad that game. But so then Fnatic goes and beats Origin, and Vitality beats Origin. And I'm very confused because I'm like, okay, I didn't trust them. Now I really don't trust them. Like, even though they went 2-0. So we started out 0-4 in our prediction. And then they faced Mad Lions, so we got that one right. And then they faced SO4 on the beginning of their streak. Like, we made the predictions when they were only 2-0. They had beat G2, then they had beat Misfits. But, like, G2, like, you know, they drop games to SO4 and teams like that sometimes. And to be fair, that G2 was slumping as well there. And, Misfits on the same time, we were like, garbage, you know, not very good team anymore. So then we picked Origin to beat SO4, and that just sounds like a complete idiot pick now. and then for sure, though, after that point, we're like, okay, they're done. And we were right, except for you picked them to beat Excel. But outside of that,
you know what? I looked at the players on the team, and I thought, man, surely they could win.
Mm-hmm. No, man, it's so bad. That Jack Troll.
Well, I looked at the players that weren't Jack Troll.
That Jack Troll on that tongue lash on Tom Kench is on. That is Ole levels of stealing a kill. That looked like Ole.
Yoink!
You like just
getting paid.
No,
getting paid was not enough.
Oh,
I gotta get paid in
you
game
gotta get
too.
paid in game as well on Tom Kench, man. Gold means nothing on Tom Kench outside once you get the QSS. Like, that's the only item you need on Tom Kench.
Yeah.
Oh man, it was bad.
Get a dead man's.
Yeah,
QSS. Run at people and then save your 80 carry and cleanse and walk away.
It was just.
Yeah.
It was a Dark Harvest deck. Yeah, good point.
Oh my God.
It's and it's
Literally,
Karthus. It's also late game Karthus is like
late game Karthus with Dark Harvest. Why?
You just
Why?
You go into the fight, you
Why?
suicide yourself, then you're like, oh, did you like your team's 90% of their health bars because they're not there anymore? Like,
yeah.
Oh, it's all right. All right, I'm done. Right? They're 10th for a reason now. And
Yeah, I will say.
And Nuke
I will say
Thursday.
just prefacing this. Basically, 8 through 10 are literally all within like a point and a half of each other.
Wow.
Yeah, it is kind of sad though. But I actually have Origin on this list. I have them number 8.
Ooh. So they
didn't have number 8. Even literally some of their wins earlier in the split, especially having those 2 really good wins against G2, basically carried them.
Yep. So similar to CLG, even though CLG's 5 wins still put them at -22.
Yeah, they were just there that bad. Origin at least had some quality wins.
Gotcha.
What
was their
and
final
even
score?
then it was -7.
-7. Okay.
Yep. And going in for that, my I guess I'll go ahead and give my 10.
Mm-hmm.
Since I imagine they're all relatively close.
Yeah,
on our
I know
list.
who your number 10 is going to be.
It's Misfits.
Yep. So that's exactly what I would have guessed.
Yep. And again, they're not that far off. Their final score was negative 9.5.
9.5. So
Yeah, just some unfortunate losses at the end by the end of the
at
stretch.
the halfway point, we had them both in fourth. We really they
Yeah.
completely turned it around at that halfway point.
Yeah.
And then they
They did their job and they beat Vitality in the last day, and then they finally sank into the ocean
yeah
and died.
yeah.
Yeah, they just had way too many wins, especially in the back half. I mean, they lost to Origin with Jack Troll. I had to double their points for that loss because they lost to Origin with Jack Troll. That was a rule I put down. It's literally a rule that I put down that if you lost to Origin with Jack Troll, you got double negative points.
It's just like the Viper
In a
rule
civil-
in NA.
Yeah, basically the Viper rule for Dignitas, as well as I also did that as well for the CLG rule that if anyone lost Tuesday in Frogust, they would also get double negatives.
I feel like that should have been more than double negative, to be fair. That should have been like quadruple negative.
Well, I had to be consistent.
Yeah.
If I was getting double negative points when Viper was actually looking somewhat decent, I had to be consistent with that.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm just making shit up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is hard math, man. I can't just make things up.
So my number 9 team is Misfits as well. So close. But,
Yeah.
Just completely
Yeah,
faltered.
they were just way too unfortunate. I thought they would actually be higher because of the 2 throw losses to Fnatic.
Yeah, those are only like what.
But they just but so many of their losses were just so bad.
Mm-hmm.
They just got crushed by so many teams. It's like they lost to Fnatic in that throw. They lost their spirits, just kept losing a whole bunch. Then they would win a couple of games. Then they got crushed by Fnatic again and just kept losing and just kept getting crushed again. Like they just got completely tilted every time they lost to Fnatic that way.
Yep.
And then just went on these massive stretches of losing, just getting destroyed by teams. So that's unfortunate, but I mean that's the way it works. Like when you play this poorly, as much as we may meme Origin, and I think coming out of week 8, Origin probably the worst team.
Yeah.
But in terms of overall end of split, Misfits was the worst team for literally every week.
Yeah, it's like that's what I have an issue with DOS. It's just like you waited too long to put Denick in. So like Denick was clearly superior to DOS, I thought, but you put Denick in for a week and a half of practice. like to play 5 games. Like he got a week and a half of practice to play 5 games. And that's just unacceptable. Like you should have made that switch at the break. Or the week after the break, I should say, because the break you were doing fine. Once it got really bad after the break, there should have been an immediate switch there. And then I think they probably make playoffs because they're only 2 games out.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. They probably wouldn't have done it, especially after the break when they just beat Mad Lions. Why would they change them out?
That is fair.
That's the unfortunate thing.
Yeah, it just felt.
So, I don't know.
Late.
Yeah, it feels bad for this team especially considering how good they looked in spring.
Yep.
With their spring roster. Like literally, you change out an 80 carry who should have been, for all intents and purposes, an upgrade, but then you randomly change out your support as well for I don't know synergy reasons. The team just looks just so bad.
Mm-hmm.
They had so many good moments too where they could have been better, but they just never reached that same potential. That was incredibly disappointing.
All right, number 9 for you.
Number 9 for me is Excel.
Ooh, it's Excel. I was already typing in Vitality.
No.
Ooh.
Excel came out. Their final score was -8.
Oof.
Wow. Like I said, a lot of their wins for Excel, they were very even wins. They were just kind of solid wins. They didn't really.
They were even really wins because Patrick had the 2v8.
Yeah, and that's what it is. Like you're talking about games like versus SK where they got to late game and then it was just like a Kale versus Patrick in the late game, and that's literally how they won because Patrick just literally 1v9. That usually doesn't make for really strong, convincing stomp wins unless Patrick, because a lot of times it just comes down to Patrick getting to late game and just outplaying teams. As opposed to a lot of their losses where if they don't get to their win condition, they just get crushed.
Yeah.
So it's one of those unfortunate things where
They have a win.
Origin
It's Patrick.
Origin did have good quality wins, and a lot of their losses, especially mostly early in the split, before Jack Troll in the pre-Jack Troll era, a lot of their losses were relatively close. It's just once they got to Jack Troll and beyond is when they started getting really bad.
Yeah, they got real ugly.
Yeah, they started slumping, and even when they were slumping, they weren't like getting blown out by any stretch.
Mm-hmm.
They had like a honeymoon week with Jack Troll, and then they just got blown out even. Yeah. So it's very backloaded in terms of how bad Origin has looked, whereas like I said, Misfits and Excel were both pretty consistently down in the dumps in terms of their quality of games.
Okay, real quick, I love that idea from Thorin, apparently from Raptor.
Mm-hmm.
I do absolutely want to do that.
Make a team from the bottom for an EU and play and win an LCS. Well, here's the easy thing: put Upset and Alfari on a team.
Yeah,
like take the bottom four at EU. You could cherry pick so many good players on teams that are like really strong. Like, you could put pick your pick of Patrick or Upset and give them a team.
Yep. And so real quick, just put. I'm assuming Vitality is your number 7.
It's actually a tie.
Oh,
by the way,
my Vitality.
Because I have a tie. It is a tie. So did you have Vitality down there?
I had him number 8.
If you want to go ahead and talk about them, I can kind of like use that, lead into that, and then lead into who I have.
They were slowly improving, like showing that they weren't that bad. They were much closer. Like I had Excel 8th all year, so they moved up to 7th for me. So like it wasn't like I just thought like I always trusted Patrick a lot more personally than anyone on Vitality per se, except for Comp. It was the same scenario almost on Vitality as it was on Excel. It was really Comp and Labrov really trying to hard carry per se, but that's why they're 7th and 8th. They really have a chance there, but at the same time, it's like still not good enough to make playoffs. The top side of the map needs a lot of work. So who's your number 7/6 team?
Yep. I'll kind of continue that little discussion too. I think Vitality. They actually surprised me a lot with how good they look in a lot of games. It feels like it is just kind of unfortunate. I feel like they were just a step above a lot of the teams below them. They were kind of like a more consistent Origin. Like they never really. They had some pop off games. They had some bad games, but they never really fell off like Origin did. And I actually have them tied at. It's technically, I guess it's tied 6th place, but it's 6-7 with Fnatic.
Ooh.
So it's Fnatic 6, Vitality 7, but they're technically tied at both of them having -4.
-4, which Fnatic for you and Vitality both increasing because you had Fnatic 9th in your power rankings.
To be fair, they're still 9 in my heart.
Yeah. So playing the game though, perhaps let's go you and me right here because Damon has his, I think Raptor has his a little bit, but top lane, Alfari.
Alfari,
easy number 1. Who's your jungler?
I have either Razork or Skeens.
I take Razork. In my opinion, I trust him still. It was a bad.
I was trying to type it in, but then my fingers were too fat.
That's fine. So you have I have. I'm assuming you have to take one from each team, or at least I'm putting that in. I guess.
Well, it's impossible to do one from each team. It's bottom 4.
No, I just meant you had to have a minimum of one from each team.
Oh, okay.
So I have Alfari from the top, Razork from jungle. My mid would be Milicia, I believe. Milica for mid. I think that he has more potential than Febby if I had to build a team around it. Per se, like Febby's not bad per se, but I'd rather have the younger player because you know what you're gonna get out of Febby type deal. Bot lane, I would take Patrick over Upset. Like you do have a good pick there, but I would take Patrick right now. And
I mean, I think Patrick and Torre is my first choice. As much as I like Upset as a ADC, I like Patrick and Torre's synergy.
Yeah,
they play really well together.
I'd bring the bot duo from.
And I prefer to just kind of bump up the rest of the team around them. And
Yeah.
I think that if you have that, that means it's almost like a splice situation, but with more star power,
Yeah.
where you have like better players around the map, and then you always have the late game insurance with Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, look. I mean, instead of Cries, you have Alfari. Instead of Cadril, you have Razork, or what you call it, Skeens.
Yeah,
And instead of
I think
Special, you have Milicia or Fevivin.
yeah, I think that yeah, like kind of going into this is the other option I would say is either Patrick and Torre or upset Denick.
Denick? Okay, yeah, that's
Yeah,
fair.
I think Denick is just better than Doss, and I think that if you give him time with a player like Upset, I think they play well together.
Okay, yeah.
Especially if like him and Kabe didn't
Now,
apparently
does that
mesh well.
team
Whatever
win
sense
NA?
that makes.
Does that team win NA?
I don't know if they win. I don't know if they win NA. I think that team, if they're given time to practice together and scrim together, I think they for sure make playoffs, and they potentially are top 3.
Top 3, yeah. So you have Alfari.
Easily.
Let's make it into one team in general. We both have Alfari.
Yeah.
Do you want Razork or Skeens?
I'd say Razork. I've seen higher highs from Razork.
Okay.
Skeens might be better with time, but I've liked what I've seen more from Razork in spring. I think if you give him a consistent team with good pieces around it, he'd work.
All right, Milicia or Febvin?
I think with this one, I would go Febby.
Okay, I'll
just
do
to,
that.
just to,
You
just
took
to, just to
Razork,
try
so I'll
to
take-
because I think Febby still has high highs as a mid laner, and I think that keeping him together with Razork would be good, just to
Gotcha.
keep that synergy.
Gotcha. And then we're taking Patrick and Torre. So you got
Yes.
you got Alfari, Razork, Febby, Patrick and Torre. So
I think that team's pretty fucking strong, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean you have.
I love how it's also very uniform. It's Origin top, mid jungle from Misfits, and then bot lane from Excel.
Yep, we just don't have anything from Vitality in that.
It's unfortunate, but
so
I'm trying to think who would
EU,
I think the only other thing I would mention is like honorable mentions would obviously be like Skeens, Melitza, and Comp.
yeah, the Misfits Vitality get all the honorable mention, and even Lebrov, I would say, for support wise.
Yeah, I think Lebrov to a lesser extent. I think Skeens, especially the past couple of weeks, like he actually showed up pretty well, and it makes me question why the fuck he was not playing.
Yeah, I agree.
For the entire split, I think Comp is severely underrated as an ADC, and I think if you put him on a team that's actually a team, I think he actually can carry. And I think Melitza as well is a good. He was actually a pretty surprising talent for mid lane, which is EU mids, man. It's kind of crazy. I think he definitely. I would say if I couldn't pick Febby, if Febby refused to play in NA, which I don't blame him, I would definitely have no problem starting Milica over him because I think his ceiling is potentially really high.
So the question everyone wants to know: does that team beat TSM then for top 4?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I think it does.
Are you kidding?
I think it beats TSM.
Are you kidding me?
Does it beat
They
FlyQuest?
definitely beat TSM.
Does it beat FlyQuest?
Does it beat FlyQuest? I say yeah.
Okay, so you think it's a world's team?
I think right now, yeah.
I don't think it beats C9 or Team Liquid. By the way,
I think they challenge both teams.
They challenge for sure.
And I think that team, if we're talking about like a full off season and then a split of practice, like kind of getting these teams like kind of where they are, like where the NA teams are.
Mm-hmm.
I think they actually challenge team. I'm not sure about C9. I think current form C9 would have problems with them. I think spring or early summer C9 would actually probably handle them pretty well. But I feel like that early form, spring and early summer C9, they would actually have a better challenge versus that EU roster than they would against Team Liquid, and then that EU roster might actually just beat Team Liquid pretty badly.
So I just feel like that bot lane of Patrick Torre is not going to stand against Jack Troll. Holy shit! No, Jack Troll.
Oh, they can't stand against Jack Troll, man.
No, Jack Troll is not on Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Tactical and Core JJ, I think there's a big advantage for Team Liquid. I also think Jensen over Febby is a big advantage for Team Liquid.
I think you actually severely underrate how good Patrick and Torre can be. I think that Tactical and Core JJ, as strong as they are as a duo, are never like a duo threat that's going to be like, oh, we're just going to 2v2 and kill you all. That it's just be lane kingdom with us. It's like they're a good, solid bot lane that can lane well and get to late game, and then it's mostly Core JJ in his mid to late his mid game roams. They're really good. Tactical can play weak side pretty well, and he team fights well. But Patrick and Torre are basically the exact same. They're exact same, and I feel like Patrick is just better in late game team fighting than Tactical is.
Okay.
And I would, and then you have to look at the other side of the map where I feel like Jensen and Febby, if Febby is motivated and not tilted by NA solo queue, I think that matchup is fine. I think Razork over Broxa. I think Razork on form is fine, and I think Alfari easily crushes Impact. Like, and that's not even close unless you pick him top karma, at which point you're fired.
Okay, fair enough. That was just fun. That was fun to discuss.
Yeah. I think trying to match him up against C9 is a lot more interesting, because I think that matchup becomes really fun. Because then you're talking about Razork versus Blabber, Licorice versus Alfari, Niski versus Febby, and then Sven Vulcan versus Patrick Torre. I feel like that matchup is actually super interesting and a lot more even across the map.
Okay. Let's see. Why the floor is raised overall? Yeah, I agree with Raptor here that he said that bottom feeders were just bottom feeders with no direction or star players, where they're actually the floor has raised in EU. At the same time, though, I think the ceiling has fallen a little bit as well. It's more close, but the floor is definitely raised, and that is good to see. For sure, because I wish we saw that in NA. We have CLG here still. They have emptied out. They have dug as far as possible to make the floor as big as possible. But I actually did, for my prediction, by the way, for Fnatic, I do believe, let me pull them up here again. Yeah, I also
You mean your power rankings?
Power rankings.
You said predictions.
Yeah, same thing. I had Fnatic 6, which is an improvement because I had them at 7th. I had them missing playoffs to start at mid-season. I had them, and I was close.
We wish they could have.
Yeah, but
at least I wish they would.
Still super inconsistent. Bwipo still plays AP Cho'Gath every time like an idiot.
Even though we've seen Tank Cho'Gath,
it's almost like what I was talking about
from the uncrowned kings of the old guard.
They made no roster moves. That was true. There was rumors that they were going to make roster moves. The first rumor came through with who was it for the other team? Shoot, I'm blanking. Like.
What was that? I'm sorry.
There was a rumor for a team, and that a move happened. Oh, Trick being replaced, and then
it was SK with Kenny.
Yeah, and then the same person also had the rumor that they were probably gonna move Hillising and someone else on the on Fnatic, and neither of those happened, or at least that one didn't happen with Fnatic. But
is this from the LEC Wooloo guy on Twitter?
Yeah, the Wooloo. The Fnatic, I just think they're super, super, super inconsistent and almost consistent at being bad at that point. But
they're consistently inconsistent.
Yeah, where the issue I have with Fnatic is that Whipple plays AP Cho'Gath, so I hate it. No, that is a big issue that I have, but it's that type of Hillising.
But he keeps winning.
It's infuriating. Trust me, because he's not the reason they're winning either. Which is it's being rewarded for bad play, and it's making me upset.
No one is punishing it.
Yeah,
everyone talks about C9 finally getting punished in NA. No one's talking about no one punishing this AP Cho'Gath.
But I get they are punishing it. They're just not winning the game. Describe Fnatic's style. You couldn't. Yeah, that's the issue.
You run at them until you win.
Run at them at different times than your teammates. Like they have the raw talent. Like obviously, this is the team that went to outside of Broxa. Like went to Worlds last year.
Self-made / Broxa, the jungle position. Literally 4/5 of the team went to Worlds.
Yeah, and then outside of 3/5 of the team made finals at Worlds 2 years ago. So they have the talent there. It's just that they're all on the wrong communication ends, like all the time. Like
not to mention this team was a top team in spring.
Yeah,
just a couple of months ago.
Yeah, it's not like this. Like maybe Broxa was the glue holding it together. No, which is actually funny because everyone was like, man, Fnatic got the better end of the deal when Broxah came to Team Liquid and sucked. And then it's like, well, now Broxah got the better end of the deal being on Team Liquid instead of being on Fnatic right now. But
Yeah.
here's
my description of the style. Remember when I was talking about Dignitas earlier, where the idea is like, oh, we found their identity. It's literally everyone just kind of rush the enemy team and play distraction with an assault rifle,
yeah.
and they'll focus you, and then meanwhile we have our sniper buddy in the background to shoot them all, to gun you down and pick you off. I feel like this is Fnatic style, but if you took me in this situation in the FPS scenario and you split me in fourths, so I'm like fourth, I'm about as fourth as strong and as fourth as tough, and then I rush at people like one or two at a time. So instead of actually being a distraction, I just kind of get shot and killed in one or two shots.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not actually distracting anybody, and I'm not setting up my team to win.
Yep. Yeah. Like,
That's Fnatic style.
Yeah, it's just a gathering of 5 players, like Raptor put it.
They're a solo queue team.
Yeah.
Of high elo players.
It's the better version of CLG.
Sometimes they have TeamSpeak on. Other times they don't.
Yeah, like it's the better version of CLG. Like significantly better than CLG, but the same type of mess communication wise. Like what are they doing? What are their purpose? What are they doing this play for? They just don't make any sense, like what they're doing, you know? Like this,
yeah. They see a play and they go for it.
Only half of them though.
It.
Only half
of
them
yeah.
go for the play. The
you
other
know,
half don't.
You know what it is though? It feels like coin flip, tails, blabber, but it's 5 players.
Yeah.
Well, 4 players. I don't ever see Reckless running it down.
That's true.
That's the one thing you can say about that team.
That is
Reckless. At least it's not 5 players running it down. Reckless is just kind of there.
Alright, let's move on from Fnatic to our number 5 team. My number 5 is SK.
My number 5 is also SK.
Damn.
But
they're tied.
It's a tie.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It's a tie at 4th place.
With the math, there's no way that Schalke gets too far ahead of yours because just not possible. Like the amount of losses they had previously.
It is a tie because it's a tie at 4th place of SK and Schalke.
Schalke.
Schalke is above SK.
I also have Schalke in my SO4 or in 4th place, even though I don't do the math. I still only put them 4th.
It's Schalke 4th place.
Yep.
Schalke 0 4th.
Yep. Massive improvement from 10th, by the way, which is actually funny.
Slight improvement.
Yeah,
6.
slight improvement. What are their points for both of them?
0.5.
Barely above positive. Positive, by the way.
0.5.
Oh man, that is so close.
Considering where Schalke was, it's actually a massive improvement.
Yeah, for sure. Because they were getting blown out every game for the most part. I do have Schalke 4th, which is kind of low because I actually see them as one of the big 3. I have them actually going to Worlds right now. Like, I really do. I really think that Schalke is much better than Fnatic and SK. I really, really do. I don't think Fnatic or SK are going to be capable of beating Schalke at the moment. However, in a best of 5, it could be different. Like, they could potentially start falling apart a little more, and we could see a little bit of Schalke we've seen.
It could happen. Like if this team just runs out of gas.
Yeah,
the magic dies down.
The thing that scares me is the week break.
I start predicting them again.
The 1 week break really scares me. That it might cool them down a bit. And who do they play, by the way? I'm blanking.
Then they play SK.
They play SK first, yes, in the loser bracket side. Okay, so that is winnable. I think that one's more winnable per se than Fnatic one.
Yeah. Hey, it's the team they're tied with. In my rankings.
So makes sense. It's yeah. I think that if Fnatic, if they look like a joke to Rogue, still, like even after facing Rogue and they just look terrible and complete like mess so far, then SO4 looks good against SK. SO4 is beating Fnatic 100% of the time, and then that's all they would need to do at that point, I believe, to make Worlds. Yeah. So essentially, all SK has to do, all SO4, technically SK as well, all SO4 has to do is beat SK and probably beat Fnatic, and they make Worlds. They don't even have to face Mad, Rogue, G2. They don't have to face those top 3 teams in a best of 5. They really...
Or they could just beat all of them.
They could.
And go as the first seed.
They could.
To Worlds.
But all we're asking is that they beat SK and Fnatic.
It's like, please just go to Worlds. Yeah, we need you.
That's all we're asking.
I'm always cute, Raptor. I'm cute as fuck.
All right. So, but yeah, I do think as a forward, it's insane what they've done. It's phenomenal. It's not just like the thing that's amazing about it is that they don't look like Immortals level of just stealing wins. You know, they're dominating these games. Yeah. Even the games against G2, games against Mad Lions, games against Rogue, they dominated.
Yep. That literally comes down to how they end up being scored because they were somewhat of a beneficiary of the rules. Mm-hmm. Because again, this is a team where it's like, okay, well, teams we're only going to get like half points for beating Schalke before Gilius joined full time. So it's before week 5. Mm-hmm. And afterwards, then you start getting calculated normally. And it's like, well, if Schalke ever beat a team with that old roster, then that would be really bad for the team that lost to them. But it didn't ever happen because that team was so bad.
They were terrible.
And here's the thing, even with that rule in place, they were still just getting consistently -1s, which means that they were actually just getting stomped. Because you were getting half points for losses in that case.
They were still always getting stomped every game.
Yeah, and the way that works is literally because I don't want this team to be like, because if that was the case, this team is easily last. And it's like they're behind. It's like, why would this team right now be behind Origin, Excel, Misfits, when they're clearly way ahead of them? Because the beginning of the half, they were playing with a roster that's completely different than what they have now. And they look like a much better team by far. Mm-hmm. And once that roster switched over, like I'm looking at some of these wins they had, like they still had a couple of bad losses when Gilius first joined the team. But then you're talking about their wins are +2, +2, +2, +2, +2. And then the last week they actually had some tight wins, but like that was about it. Like they were still just controlling and looking like a better team. As soon as they got that roster in place, they were crushing kids. Mm-hmm. They're just absolutely smashing it. Why would I? So like the scoring system is. That's why I have the scoring system like being flexible this way is so that teams that actually make changes, positive changes, are actually being commended and it is actually displaying a more accurate sum of their strength for end of split. They're not being judged by the beginning of the split when they had a completely different team. And it's the same case for teams like are making changes to the negative. That teams that are losing to these teams, they're being judged accordingly because these teams are because that lineup is bad, as in the case with Origin with Jack Troll. If you lost to that team, you were probably in a bad spot, and you deserve to be scored as such.
So I'm curious, is your number 3 team G2?
Is.
Nice. They're not my number 3 team.
Oh, I'm sure. But the math checks out.
Yeah, the math does check out.
This is consistent. Oh, I'm sure. Like I said, coming out of the last week in week 8, Origin is probably the worst team.
Yep.
Coming out of week 8, G2 is probably the best team.
He doesn't like math.
Is G2 or Schalke is probably the best team. One of those two. Mm-hmm. But not for the entire split. Yep. And that's what these things are meant. Paint a decent picture. Yeah. They were number 3. Their final score was +2.5.
Ooh, only that's crazy to me that like G2 are like.
Dude, they had a lot of bad losses.
They did.
One of those losses, they got crushed by OG Jack Troll. So guess who got a -4 to that loss? Oof, by the way.
Yeah, that's
a big oof. Yeah.
Yeah.
So guess what? What I said. It's a good transition point, isn't it? Mm-hmm. You get judged based on performance and against certain rosters. If you're losing to fucking Origin Jack Troll, guess what? You were bad, and you deserve to be treated as such for that game. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Again, they turned it around a lot. Like here's the thing: in week 7, the week just before this one, they were tied in 4th place with Schalke, and both of them were at negative 2.5.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's how much of a swing this week was for both teams.
Like,
they both ended up positive.
Yeah, even like just thinking about G2 going into the last week of the season as a negative team, like worse than your average team, is kind of crazy. Like, but they definitely like you said, they've stepped up a lot. My third place team is actually Mad Lions, because they have fallen similar to C9 in a sense.
Yep.
Over the last,
I've had this discussion a lot. It's really odd that there's one team in every single one of the major regions that they all started slumping at the same time.
Yeah, it was C9, Top, Dragon X, and G2 or Mad. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they
G2 was slumping from the beginning. That's different.
That's different. But it's just like, yeah, they all slumped at like the exact same time. It was like, Matt, I still have faith in this team. They still play like a really good style and everything. But there's losing the Rogue. I was kind of surprised there. Like that, like if they beat Rogue, I was totally expecting them to beat Rogue. Honestly, I just thought their style absolutely matches up. But you know what? Rogue got that back door.
Well,
I mean, and they were beating Rogue. They were beating.
Yeah, it wasn't even like it was like a back door. It was literally Rogue was kicking the shit out of them, and then they just said, "Okay, stop their bases. We could literally just TP on mid and win the game."
Yeah.
And then they ran up, got all the Nexus turrets. They got all the Nexus turrets, but then it inhib respawn, so it kind of looked goofy.
Yeah.
So they had to go and take the inhib and then go back.
Yeah. But hey, I give props to Rogue because that sealed them a world spot, which that's very important.
Yeah. That could have been mad.
That could
have been mad this week, but they didn't.
And didn't.
Could have been mad.
Yeah. So
should have been better.
I'm curious.
But I will just kind of say this too, real quick, about kind of going on to this. G2, expanding on this a little bit more. G2, in terms of their win score overall, their win score was actually third highest in the league. They were still at plus 17.5 in their win score. The problem is that the loss score is the worst in the league.
Wow.
Their loss score was negative 15. They're behind like there's like a tie for second worst, and it was Excel and Misfits. Wow. They were both negative 14. That's the difference, though. It's like G2 was literal coin flip. They're either losing really badly, especially like at the beginning of the split, and now they're turning it around. They're winning. So
either or. That is G2 with this team. That is kind of G2.
That's either or with this team. And here it is. Good transition, because my number 2 is Mad Lions.
Ooh.
They score. And I was concerned. I was wondering too, because they were number 2 in week 7 as well, but the score was really close. So I thought that this would be Mad would just retake number 1, but they didn't. They kind of slumped. They slumped it a little bit this week. They failed when they needed to.
What was their final score?
Their final score was plus 10.
10. Okay.
So still a good amount, because just based on purely on record and the way they won a lot of games was very stompy. And they actually had the second highest win score in the league. They were plus 20 in their win score, but their loss score was actually pretty bad, considering how they actually had fewer losses than a lot of teams. Their loss score was still -7.
Oh, okay.
Or sorry, -10. So they were still there. Like it's one of those G2 situations. They just had less losses.
Gotcha. So
they had a lot of strong wins, but also a lot of bad losses to teams.
As we know, Rogue is your number 1. Then Rogue is actually my number 2, and I actually put G2 at number 1.
What a simp.
I just this is one of those teams. They're back on the hot streak. Like, I always bleed in G2 essentially. Oh no, Rogue was actually super. Like, they've gotten it back together. I feel like, Wonder played Tank Cho'Gath. You played Tank Cho'Gath, you're moving up my rankings.
Number 1.
Yep.
Best in the world, Tank Cho'Gath.
But in reality,
Righteous Glory, the Titanic Hydra, it was great.
This is the type of even if a slumping team, like, you win 6 in a row to end your year, like that, it's similar to FlyQuest in the sense that, like, you look really good going into playoffs, so you're expected to make worlds now. Where before they were 6-0, they were like 5-7, like Raptor mentioned. They were under 500, and they were looking like they could miss playoffs in general. Like, they did not look like a good team whatsoever. So it's good to see them back.
And again, this is what it comes down to. It's, again, the difference in our rankings is like it's weird. Mine is again more inclusive of the entire split, just naturally how they scored. But like I said, you're taking like the last like week here. G2 is easily probably the best team.
Mm-hmm.
That they looked the best. Them and Schalke looked by far probably the best team. Like the next closest would be Rogue.
Yep. Agreed.
And Rogue is number one though. They're like the unexpected one. Even the week before this, I was actually surprised that Rogue was even number one back then.
Because they stomped the bottom teams.
Yeah, and that's what I assumed it was. But then I saw their schedule coming up. I'm like, oh well, then this is probably going to be the wake up call for them. But they didn't.
They won it.
Their final score was plus 16.
Woo! So you have Rogue as the best team in the West.
Yeah. Well, in terms of how badly they were beating a lot of teams. And the other thing was that a lot of their losses were not that bad. A lot of especially like in the back half, they had like essentially 2 throws that they could have won. Like especially like the one against G2 is the one that stands out.
Mm-hmm.
That could have been another win for them where they beat G2. But they literally they basically just kept throwing it with bad fights.
Yep. That
could have been it. But even then, they had the highest win score in the league at plus 21. Ooh. Like they weren't just like you're talking about Damwon Gaming. Like Rogue was doing this to the league. They were just crushing everybody. They were just beating everyone beneath them, and everyone was beneath them.
I actually thought that funny because it was like I'd be kidding. You don't have to do it, but if you did for Damwon, how high would their win score be?
Oh God,
it would be astronomically high. Because have they had a close win?
I will say, I will say it'd probably be easier to do LCK than it would be to do LPL.
LPL, yeah.
Not just in terms of team volume, but just because of how one-sided a lot of the games are.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing too. Kind of judging off that, they have the highest win score, and they have by far the lowest loss score. They're the only team in the LEC with a loss score below in the single digits.
Oh, cool.
Like Mad was up there because they actually had before this week they had a loss score of -7, but then they lost both games, so now they're at -10. They're the next closest. After that, it's SK with -12, Schalke with -12.5, but Rogue's loss score is -5. When they're losing, they're usually not getting crushed. Not getting crushed by teams. They're at least keeping it somewhat competitive.
And that makes
that's why
sense
it's like
to their style.
It makes sense to their style. It's like a lot of times if they can keep it close, a lot of times they either pull out a win or they got to get lost, but they kept it close.
Yep.
And then other times where they just crush you from beginning to end, and then they get to late game, and then it just fits into their style, and they crush you even more. Or like in the case of like G2, where they're crushing you, and then they kind of they have one of those few games where they hiccup in the mid game. Lose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was Raptor says that is the other one that they threw, because I literally had them back to back on the sheet is literally back half of the split negative on their loss score -0.5, -0.5, and then they got a -1 this week for the game they lost to Vitality. Well, it was G2 and SK that they had throws. Vitality the game was a little bit closer, and Vitality just kind of.
So going off of your math purely, and this is absolutely factual in every possible way, we can factually say that in the West, Rogue is the best, Team Liquid's number 2, C9's number 3, Mad 4, FlyQuest 5, TSM 6, GG 7, and G2 8.
And hey, now remember. This is not cross-regional.
Yeah.
They're not because they haven't played each other.
Yes.
This is all the teams ranked against each other based on how they play against each other.
Hey, to be fair, we got 10 teams positive.
The teams in NA, they could just be boosted because it's in A.
Yep.
And the reason G2 is so low is because they got to play EU teams.
Raptors. Next time use the Hulk as well. Hey, at least we'd have SO4 9th and SK 10th. We got all top 10 right there, all positive.
Yeah. But yeah, I love the fact that the math actually worked out, so it basically came out as the standings.
Yeah,
I thought that was really interesting that the math just works out that way. Even in A, the fact that you would look at these teams and like, oh, well, this team is like last place, but you imagine like this team was better at this point, or they crashed really badly at this point.
Well,
So like even though like CLG isn't last place in NA, they looked by far the worst. So the rankings really paint a picture that show that they are the worst.
yeah, that also shows that CLG is 2 times worse than the second worst team in all of the West.
That's true. Hey, Misfits and Immortals, they're pretty close.
They're not even double, or they're literally double better.
Misfits and Immortals are close in terms of their score.
Yeah.
Like obviously regional comparisons can't really be done here. Otherwise G2's beneath otherwise G2 is beneath literally the entire top 5 of NA. Which is definitely not true.
Which is absolutely
Which to be fair,
logical.
I would say week 8 G2, definitely not true. We're going back to like week 4, week 5 G2. Yeah, probably.
Yeah. But
and that's kind of, and again, paints a greater picture of the entire split.
Yeah, for sure. So we won't be doing predictions because the games don't start until the 21st. So
no, we got to predict them right now.
Do you want to predict them right now? We'll just skip. We can just completely skip EU next week, which sounds a little weird.
Let's just skip it next week. It's gonna be the LCK. Yeah, just skip it.
Yeah, we'll do our predictions next week. So I think that will be it for EU. So that
surprisingly, that was great. That was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I expect.
It's so weird, but it's so weird that Rogue ended up number.
Yeah.
They're just gatekeep the whole league.
My question before we leave.
Rogue is literally the Team Liquid of freaking Europe.
Do you consider Rogue?
They do Team Liquid.
Yeah, so you don't consider Rogue. Are you with everyone else and you're like, with this team still?
I mean, they're good. I would say they're definitely they're not pretenders. They proved that they're not. Because I literally that's where my predictions kind of fell apart. Was like I expected these teams to just come out and beat them, and Vitality did, but Mad didn't. Mad got destroyed.
Yep.
And how much of that was just like Rogue is like looking at this Mad Lions matchup and like, oh man, we gotta crush this team. And then the Vitality comes out and punches them in the mouth.
Real quick, answer Raptor's question if you can.
Gilius, Abadage, or Caps MVP this week? Well, Abadage definitely not.
Yeah, not Abadage.
Abadage for sure, because he played the entire split. He only showed up for like the last like 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So no, like he played really well. He played like a top like 2 or 3 8 like mid in the league.
Yeah, I was calling him the 10th. I was calling him not for the special at one point.
But he was literally like last. He was like the worst mid in the league.
Yep, he was
like
down
even behind Raptors' best friend and favorite player special. Abadage was actually terrible early on. And that's the thing. I think the only MVP debate that is right now is Gilius and Caps.
Yeah,
and I have to favor Caps because Caps has actually been there since the beginning. He's been there with G2 and he's been carrying for basically the entire split, even in losses. Gilius, like the dude showed up halfway through the split and the team literally turned around. That is the narrative.
Yeah, I feel like you can make a point.
And he's been playing like the best jungler in the league easily.
Yeah, you can make a point. I don't think you can make a point for Abadage. I think you can make it for Gilius. But
here's the thing though. What do you call it? Who is your first team All Pro for Europe?
First team All Pro.
Does Alfari?
Can I give Alfari?
Does Alfari, the last place top laner, make first team All Pro?
I almost want to give it to him to save his mental.
I don't even think it's give it to him to save his mental. I think he just legitimately was.
That's true.
I think he actually just was the best top laner.
I mean, Wonder did play.
And I think that's a weird thing that is you have the best top laner, like a first team All Pro top laner, is literally on the 10th place team. I want to say that's a first.
That has to be a first, yeah. So if I had to is Gilius in your first team All Pro?
Yes.
Over Shadow?
Yes.
Ooh.
That's end of the cast.
I mean, that's fair.
Gilius is the best.
He's phenomenal.
He's by far he's the best. If you can't pick him for MVP, he's the best jungler.
Yeah.
Like even if he didn't play as much, like Shadow literally if you want to make that argument, Shadow didn't play half a split either with how much he was running it down.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, I also agree with Raptor with Caps, Carzzy, and Kaiser as the bottom 3.
Yeah.
Maybe
think that's fair.
And Kaiser. You could also put Vander in there as well for.
Yeah, I think Vander is close. I think Kaiser played really well for the beginning split. I would almost give it to Vander though because of how consistently good he's.
I mean, Larson. I give it the caps over Larson, but Larson's also.
Yeah, Kaiser kind of started running it down a little bit with Shadow as well. I think you have to kind of give the nod to either. I think it has to be. It's got to be either the Mad or Rogue bot laners.
I also almost want to
some combination of Carzzy, Hansama, and Vander Kaiser.
Yeah, I also want to give it to Patrick, or at least an honorable mention to Patrick.
Honorable mention, Patrick.
For
oh my god, imagine that's the first team is like top laners Alfari, bottom laners Patrick. These two players who are not even in playoffs are your first team all pros. That's great.
All right.
To be fair, I think that is the first team. Like maybe you put Wonder on there, but Wonder was like are we just gonna forget all the games early on where Wonder was like running it down, and looked like one of the worst top laners in the league.
Hey,
this is like the same conversation where it's like Abadage, is he MVP? I'm like, no.
Yeah, well,
no, he is not.
Well, Wonder basically he bribed me, like that money on the table. He picked that Cho'Gath, he locked in Tank Cho'Gath, proved every single point I made. By the way, all those multiple 40-50 minute rants about Cho'Gath, all proven. Right in one game, that Tank Cho'Gath does everything AP Cho'Gath does, but better because he doesn't die.
And better.
Yeah, exactly.
Better and more reliable.
Yeah, exactly.
And I want to say his build is, I don't know, his build may not be cheap. I don't know.
It was slightly different than what
those support items are cheap as fuck.
That is true. But it's all good.
It's a lot more fun. Also, man, you just build in Titanic Hydra, Sunfire, man. You actually have a decent amount of side lane control. It's great. You literally just run. You just freaking just CC the wave and just blow it up.
Yeah, Titanic's the only offensive item that I'm totally fine with on Cho'Gath because it's really good on Cho'Gath.
Because it's perfect. It works well. It makes you. It gives you more burst and health and AD. Cho'Gath loves that.
Yep, I agree.
Well, the AD not so much, but it's helpful.
The AD works on his
It's helpful.
All right. But with that being said, I think we're done with the LEC.
Here comes the Triforce Cho'Gath.
Now, let's go over
Triforce Bruiser Cho'Gath. Let's go.
I feel like you could experiment with the Triforce Cho'Gath.
I think Triforce Cho'Gath is actually pretty. That'd actually be kind of interesting. You just go Triforce Sterix and just kind of go into tank from there. That actually might not be too bad.
That might not be too bad. I might have to experiment with that. But
it would just be, like I said, it would just be expensive as hell.
It's an expensive build. It depends on you have to be facing a Maokai level of passive lane to so you just get.
Well, to be fair, in this meta, it's actually not gonna be too hard to do for Cho'Gath. There's a lot of lanes that aren't super easy, super hard for him. Unless someone just picks like Fiora or some shit.
Yeah, Fiora Rex. At least you can somewhat play around Fiora. It's a guessing game. You have to do the silence into a queue immediately because they think it has just enough time. But I don't know. It has just enough time for my elo. I don't know. It's different with reaction times of pros. You know what I mean? That 0.001 second difference.
And pros.
That might be just enough.
I like how you had to make the distinction, Raptor and pros. just call him a pro player. That's fine. He's joining G2 next year. When they go to Worlds, he'll be the next Promiscu.
Mm-hmm. That's hey, I'll take it. All right.
Anyway,
let's talk LPL. Was kind of a boring week at the end of the day. Sadly, it ended quickly.
Feels bad.
It did end quickly. We had Fun Plus. Hey, your miracle wasn't that bad. Let's go over there first.
Yeah, it was. It's sad because it ended immediately.
It ended immediately.
It was exactly the way I expected it to, with Billy Gaming throwing it for me.
Yeah, 10-6 and 10-6. This is my first week with more than 5 losses, all split. I only had 1 week. I only had 1 week with 5. Everything else was under 4 or less. But this week, unfortunately, started out really bad really quickly. Funplex Phoenix beat DMO. LGD beat Billy, which ended Ryan. EDG beat V5. OMG beat Team WE. LNG beat LGD. That was a weird 3 games in a row there.
So the world was working in my favor, but Billy refused to play ball.
Yep. Top took down E-Star, but it wasn't clean. Victory 5 took down Rogue Warriors. RNG then loses to Billy Billy.
This is what I mean.
Oh, man.
This team, man.
This is frustrating. And that's what ended the whole thing, right? RNG officially became eliminated.
Yeah, then it's like the hype died. It's Billy Gaming's fault.
Yep. I mean, there was still hype. There was still a little bit of hype.
They're like the freaking CLG, and I hate them. Get them out of here.
Yeah.
I'm tired of this team.
And then the second RNG beat beat Billy. Yeah. RNG lost to Billy Billy. I was looking at the Suning Vici game, and then but second RNG lost to Billy Billy. The whole season was over essentially. The only game that mattered at that point was Top versus Team WE to see if Top gets first place. And so Suning beat Vici Gaming in a game that was meaningless. JDG beat OMG. Technically was important, but it's against OMG, so I guess not. LNG beats DMO in a battle of just garbage. EDG beat E-Star. Top then beat Team WE in the final day of the season meant nothing. RNG took down Rogue Warriors. Suning took down Fun Plus Phoenix, who had to play...
I got you again.
You got me because they had Gimgoon, Khan, and Toynbee. LWX had a fever, so he couldn't enter the stadium. So they had Toynbee as ADC, Gimgoon as the mid lane, and Khan as the top laner.
Yeah, we take those.
Still went 2-1, by the way. So that... I don't know if that scares me.
What the hell does that say about Suning?
Yeah, I don't know if that scares me more about Suning or makes me still believe in Fun Plus Phoenix. But
it's like DRX losing to freaking KT with SMEB support.
Yeah, it wasn't great. But the game also didn't matter, so I don't.
I know, but come on, man.
Yeah, it's bad.
You want to go into playoffs on a good foot? What the hell is this?
That is true.
C9 at least smashed CLG with Tuesday and Friday. What the hell is this?
And then Vici Gaming beat IG because speaking of teams that will not care if there are no implications.
Invictus Gaming.
Do you remember the third place match between Invictus Gaming and Fun Plus Phoenix? How little they cared that match. Like, oh man, it was so bad. I think Ryan just disconnected. Possibly. Right there. So that's unfortunate. But it will be back shortly. So with that being said, though, this was kind of a blowout all around. It was kind of an ugly week. Hey, welcome back, Ryan.
Okay. Sorry about that. Just disconnected.
No problem. So
unfortunate.
Let's go over power rankings, but in the LPL, let's make it slightly quick for the bottom tier at least, because there's too many teams.
Yeah. It's too many.
So
God damn it, China.
We won't need to talk too many.
Why is your population so big?
All right, number 17, DMO. I'm sorry.
I also have DMO here.
Bring this over here.
Your boys let me down in the last week, man.
Oh man, they moved all the way. They were the team at the end of the halfway point that they were actually heating up a tiny bit. But man, we both had them at 14th. It wasn't much, but they were looking at least somewhat competitive. But just straight to 17th they go.
It's like one of those things where imagine if you're baking something, like a little pie crust, and it started expanding a little bit, and it's, oh man, it's heating up, it's about to burst, and then it's just a little hole gets slit at the top, and just a bunch of steam just comes out. So it's psh, and that's it. That's DMO. And then they're just flat and lifeless.
Yeah. Before we continue, I did want to point out our prediction results. I forgot to do that. I finished at 97 and 39, and you finished at 91 and 45. I was at a 71.3.
It's actually not bad.
66.
Hey man, that's not bad.
That's pretty good. That's really good.
Tell my score again.
66.9%.
Yeah, very consistent. What was my percentage in LEC?
52.2.
Ah, damn it! It was close. It's a winning record.
Yeah. So
what was my record in the LEC if I got 3 more wins? If I picked Schalke,
you would be 50 and 40. So 50 divided by 90 is 55.5.
Hey.
Still a little lost to me.
Yeah, that's fine.
But
we take those, man. That's a winning record in LEC. A winning record in LEC after this split. I'll take it.
Yeah, for sure.
Also, a 67% record with especially after this week with my crazy ass predictions, just trying to catch you.
Yeah,
that's nuts.
You didn't lose ground or gain ground. You won 3 of your 6 crazy predictions.
Apparently, I needed for LPL. I just need to pick without my brain. I just need to pick opposite of what I want or what I expect,
Yep.
and then just take those.
All right, number 16. I had E-Star.
I also had E-Star.
Damn. Yeah, they really fell. Well, you actually finished. You had him 16th at the midseason.
Yeah,
play.
in my mid split. Yeah,
You called it.
very accurate.
I initially had him 12th. I never had this team in the playoffs. I know some people predicted in playoffs. Once they lost Cryan, they lost their identity.
It's over.
Of the team.
So.
You lost.
I had them 11th at pre-split too, so it wasn't even that far off.
Yeah, we didn't see him as a playoff team. We didn't think they'd be this bad, per se. But like, you lost your identity and you lost your whole. It's not just losing your best player; it's losing your identity as a team and like how you play the game, per se. And they just didn't. They've looked lost ever since then. Very similar to DMO when they were Sino Dragon, and then they kind of became irrelevant since that's their first.
And now they're right next to each other.
To be fair, Sino Dragon at least won a playoff series.
Ooh,
they beat EDG.
You know, DMO didn't do that.
DMR E-Star either.
E-Star.
DMO hasn't made it to a playoff series.
Yeah, as the E-Star doesn't have an excuse. They made one last split.
Mm-hmm. All right. So number 15, I have OMG.
I also have OMG.
Damn, I think we did look at it. We're very, very close, by the way, on these. Like this, and we were identical in NA. The only one that was slightly different was EU. But OMG, what a this might be like, because I didn't have high hopes for E-Star. OMG was that like outside, like inside the playoffs, looked like barely like gatekeeper level, but like they had a lot of potential this year. I thought they had Curse, who's fantastic. They had Hacker, who in SMLZ, Icon, like they had the team there, you know, and it was just one of those things that nothing worked out all year. They started out really bad, losing to RNG, V5. This is before we knew V5 was taking off. EDG, and then Top. And then they finally beat DMO. They took them a week 3 to get a win against DMO. And then they beat LNG. So they started beating the Rogue Warriors. They had 3 straight weeks of only one game, but it was against DMO, LNG, and Rogue Warriors. And after that, they only won one more series for the rest of the entire split because
it's like early on we kind of imagined like, okay, well this is where they kind of slot in exactly where we expected.
Yeah, and the only series
better than the teams below them. Below all the rest of them.
Yep, the only other series they won this week against TWE in the Chaos. So, not great. Number 14.
Which ironically was the team I had just barely above them in pre-split.
Yep.
Funny how that works out.
Number 14, unfortunately, is Rogue Warriors. They deflated like a balloon after
like DMO.
Yep, like
they're heating up and then just kind of
the puzzle pieces they collapsed completely.
Someone flipped the table. Yep. It was literally they finished the puzzle. It was the middle finger, and then they got sad and just knocked the table.
To be fair, they were 17th in our mid split because then they heated up right after that, and then they fell apart. But just heating up in that little bit while OMG, Star, and DMO kept faltering. Yeah. Did you have Rogue Warriors at 14 as well?
I also had them 14th. And here's the funny thing though. If you flipped Rogue Warriors and DMO, they would be the same spot as in my mid split. But then I also had Rogue Warriors at 14th in my pre-split.
Yeah, so did I.
So I called them.
Nice.
We got them right.
Ooh, we got that puzzle.
We just
solved
gave
the puzzle
on them too soon.
Yeah, we solved the puzzle.
There we go.
All right, number 13, LNG. LNG actually finished the season pretty hot, weirdly enough.
Yeah. They decided to channel some of their early weeks. That one good week they had.
Their one miracle week, they decided
and did it again when it didn't matter.
Yeah, they beat LGD, they beat Rogue Warriors, LGD, and DMO to finish the season on a 6-game win streak. They didn't lose a game like after that. Like, and before that, they had lost like almost every game. Like, it was bad. Is LNG your 13th as well?
They are my 13th.
Yeah, like that. Put them. They were they were probably like last to second last, depending on how that DMO game went before that occurred, and that
Yeah.
6-game
They
win
had
streak brought them all the way 13.
they had enough. Yeah, they had enough sparks of good play and some good wins, enough to put them above a lot of these other teams.
Yeah. Weirdly enough,
But
they
they're
only
still
finished.
very clearly below
They
everyone
only
else.
finished 4 series below playoffs because of that.
That's
Because they won garbage. They essentially were the garbage time team. Like, that
Yeah.
NFL, like, they're down 35
Oh, yeah.
points with 2 minutes left, but then it's a 14-score
Oh,
game.
we got two. Oh yeah, we got 2 touchdowns.
Yeah,
The game looks a lot closer than it actually was.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of LNG. They weren't that good. They weren't that good.
Yeah, trust me, dude. Yeah, no, trust me, dude. I was using the garbage time euphemism for like everything. For everything this past week. It's a lot of garbage time wins.
Number 12, Billy. Just a disappointment all year. We kind of hate them now. I'm hoping they make
disappointment on the rift, disappointment off the rift.
Yep.
Everything was a disappointment except Meteor.
Yep, Meteor came back. He played a few games, and they looked like a much better team. Weird.
Yep.
So I'm really hoping they get rid of Meteor and get him on a different team.
Yeah, like what we need to do is just get him off this team and give him the crying treatment. Put him on a team that's actually kind of worth a damn, and let this team just die like E-Star.
Yep, I fully agree.
Yeah, I also had the number 12.
Hell yeah, well. We have the bottom of the LPL locked down together. We know how it works.
We know we've seen enough of this league to know the trash.
We both had Billy. Or you had Billy 13th. I had him 15th in mid split. So they technically moved up. That's mostly.
Well, I had Billy 12th in pre split, so I actually nailed them.
I had him 10th in pre split.
Haha, I got him.
Oh.
It's actually kind of hilarious that my bottom 6-ish, bottom like 6, actually like my bottom 8 are actually basically all like the same exact teams that I expected them to be, except for Suning and V5.
Yeah. They both had V5 at 17th.
Yep.
To be fair,
literally two teams way overperforming my expectations.
For sure.
Especially V5.
So who's your number 11 team? Is it Vici Gaming?
It is also Vici Gaming.
Vici Gaming. Man, they failed their test at the end. I had Vici as 11th all split long. They were you were close.
I believed in them, man. I had them 11th in mid split, but I believed in them in pre split.
Yeah.
And they failed me. As soon as they failed me, as soon as I saw that one series where like iBoy had like Ford had like the worst game I've ever seen, the most insanely stupid passing I've ever seen, just got them both killed.
Was that against Team WE?
I'm like this team's done.
Yep, that was week 3. That was literally 3 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. It's like literally week 3. I'm done. I'm done with this team. This team's finished.
And then they picked it up. After that point, they picked it up completely.
Slightly, but never enough. It was too little. It's like one of those too little, too late scenarios.
Yeah, it wasn't. They were only a game out of the playoffs. It was actually pretty close. Unfortunately for them, they lost to Suning, and they lost. That wouldn't have gotten them to the playoffs still. They lost to Suning, LGD, EDG, JDG, Top. They beat FunPlus actually, but they basically lost to all the playoff teams. They were essentially gatekeepers. Yeah, there's not really. I mean, losing to RNG in week 2 is like their only, or EDG, like that 9th and 10th place teams that they lost to. Like they didn't. The only team in the top 10 that they beat was FunPlus.
And again, this is like that was like a FunPlus team that was like they have like an identity crisis in how they wanted to play.
Yep.
As well.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. They also beat IG, but the game was meaningless.
Yeah. Games that mattered.
Yeah. They only beat.
IG's lost to like almost everybody as well, so that isn't.
Not technically true, considering they're third.
Yeah,
they've only lost 4 series.
Yeah, it's like we'll check all those game losses they have.
Yeah, they have a lot.
Even the teams they beat, they lost to.
Mm-hmm.
In a lot of the cases.
All right, number 10.
Speaking of a team that came on too late.
My number 10 is
my number 10 EDG.
Mine is RNG. We finally have a difference.
Yeah.
EDG came out really hot at the very end. Unfortunately, I cannot type. Unfortunately, just not enough. We had them at 10th each, so you had them still at 10th to end. I had them at 9th, and you had RNG at...
I had RNG at 9.
Yeah, so we just switched these around.
So, yeah, we just had them flip.
Yeah, I had RNG at 9th. You had them at 8th. So they both actually dropped a spot in our standings. We both had them, but they're actually the same, in the sense that you had them one spot higher than me before, and I had them one spot lower, or you still have them one spot higher than me now. And EDG is kind of the same in the sense that I guess they moved up for me. I had them in 10th, but they were just so mediocre for like the first 75% of the split. Like they lost their first game to Team WE. Then they beat OMG. And you're like, okay, they're back. They beat Suning. You're like, okay, they were close to IG. So let me rephrase that. The first 25%, good. Like it was only 2-2, but you were very competitive. The next 50% of losing the top, losing 2-0 to DMO, 2-0ing Rogue Warriors, losing to JDG, losing to RNG, losing to LGD. By the way, all 2-0s. So in 5 games, you are 2-10 or 2-8, just getting stomped by teams. And then you beat a close one to EDG, lose a heartbreaker to FunPlus Phoenix. Didn't realize until just now how important that was, because if they beat FunPlus Phoenix there, they make playoffs. That heartbreaker that was a 2-1 against them on July 25th, that's a playoff team then instead. And FunPlus Phoenix would be out. But yeah, and then from that point on, they did finish after that FunPlus Phoenix 8-0. We were talking about the LNG 6-game win streak. EDG had an 8-game win streak after that, but it, unfortunately, like you said, just was a little too late. They needed that series against FunPlus Phoenix was the series they absolutely needed to win, and unfortunately, they did not.
Yep, like you're talking about ultimate garbage time week for EDG.
Mm-hmm. They tried the SO4 miracle.
You got to play the games. You got to play every game. You got to get the wins. When you don't do that, especially when you're only playing these teams once.
Yeah, the LPL.
That's the only chance you get.
Mm-hmm. And you need to win 2-0s, because that's actually more important. We found out where it's actually game score, which screwed IG. Technically not, because I guess they lost, so it didn't matter. But they would have tried against Vici.
Yeah,
so it would
they might have tried.
Yeah, it would have been different. All right. Yep. Number 8.
So I will say, just kind of doing a quick comment on RNG as well.
Oh, yes.
Is I had them like this team is also a bit of a disappointment. It's funny how they kind of came out and they're like, oh well, we kind of expect them to be like a playoff team, but we're not sure like how well they're gonna do in summer. Like maybe if Uzi comes in, then Uzi retires, but then Betty's playing well. But then they're swapping. Now they're like swapping like Betty and Gala and Xiaohu and Cryan, trying to figure things out. They get some good wins, but then they also have bad losses. So it's funny that we thought that way in the pre-split, got hyped about them, but then they got de-hyped about them just enough time for mid-split, so that they were in the exact same position for me. They're 8, and then they're number 8 mid-split. Just like EDG is like, their EDG were more like Vici, where I just kind of gave up on them immediately. And like EDG and Vici just dropped five spots each.
Yeah,
and they still ended up like one above the other. And again, say the same in my end of split. They kind of just are who I thought they were. Whereas RNG, it's like one of those teams where it's like, well, they'll get crushed by V5. They could have conceivably just 2-0'd IG, but blew it. Then they'll beat Top Esports, but then lose to Billy Gaming. So it's just one of those things where it's like this team was just so insanely inconsistent, and this team had such a good highs, and they were beating teams like EDG and others, but then just could never get it done when they needed to against some of the like lower tier garbage teams, or even just closing out games against the top tier teams.
Yeah, I completely agree with the RNG. It's unfortunate because, like you said, they were so close, but like they could not close out the game. Kind of like Immortal, much better, but kind of like Immortals, where they just couldn't close out that game like constantly. That was similar to RNG with the best of 3 series.
You're 8K gold up on Invictus Gaming.
You still
in
hate
game 1, and you still lost. And then you almost did the exact same thing in game 2, and you almost do that one too.
All right, let's get to our playoff teams. Who is your worst playoff team going in?
My lowest playoff team, this one was actually actually a bit of a hard one for me to actually kind of fill out essentially my 6th, 7th, 8th place teams. Try to figure that out, and then it kind of bled into the top like 4, 5, and 6. But my number 8, I actually have Team WE.
Me too. I like this team. Funny enough, you don't like the team. I like that. Like,
No, hey, I don't like this team. I'm indifferent to them.
you're indifferent. Yes.
I think they're fine, but I do not get excited about this team. And you know what? Losing to OMG doesn't inspire confidence either.
But Jawmung and Beishong. look. I mean, Jawmung had 11. He tied Knight for most players of the man of the match.
Okay. Okay,
And,
good. Where are the wins? Where are the wins against quality teams?
you know, they were there.
Uh-huh.
They beat IG 2-0 at the beginning of the split.
Really? When was that?
Beginning of the split. Yeah,
Let's look when IG was complete shit.
Yeah. So speaking of Team WE, they really fell off. They went 2-4 in the last 3 weeks of the split, and unfortunately, their wins are against E-Star and Billy, and there's a loss against OMG there. But like you said, a lot of big losses to the bottom or to top tier teams. I don't necessarily, even though they're tied with Fun Plus Phoenix, I think Fun Plus Phoenix is just straight up better than them at the same style of play. That same style of play is actually starting to fall a little bit out of the meta, so it even is struggling more so for Team WE on that standpoint as well. I don't see them making a world run by any means, because remember, This one is the most important. There are 4 teams that make it in the LPL, and in the LPL, all 4 teams are supposed to be world title contenders. And I don't see that from Team WE.
No, they feel like a poor man's FPX, and FPX right now feel like a poor man's FPX.
All right. Who's your number 7 team?
My number 7 is LGD.
Me too. I think we're very. If I remember correctly,
if I remember correctly, our LPL rankings are actually incredibly similar.
Yeah, I think the only difference was RNG and EDG.
Yeah, no, I think there is another difference.
Okay.
We'll get to later.
All right, but LGD is going down. We had him.
No, Raptor, we're making small changes so the teacher doesn't fail us both.
yeah. There's a little change right there. From LGD standpoint, I don't move quicker for Raptor in the sense that I don't see this team being a world contender per se.
we're gonna get to LCK and just be like LCK happened. Moving on.
I think that LGD had little sparks. Again, they are a super team. They still are better than most teams in other regions. Almost all teams in other regions.
Like CLG.
Yes, they're better than CLG. Wow, thanks.
Yeah.
But there's pieces there, but they're not. I don't see the team winning worlds. Let's just say that.
Oh man, is this Will's new puzzle piece team?
No.
Do the pieces just need to come together?
No, they're already together. They're not.
But do they just need to make a clearer picture?
No. LGD probably won't get through the playoffs. I think there's too many weaknesses on the team to get through the top echelon of the LPL.
This team has a much higher ceiling than WE.
Oh, for sure.
In my opinion, and
like their ceiling is world contender. They're just not there.
That is literally the spark that can get this team to challenge the top 6, whereas WE does not have that.
Fully agree. All right, number 6, I have Fun Plus Phoenix.
I have Fun Plus Phoenix as well at number 6.
I think that even though they lost that last one, I think they are. We had them at number 2. Man, that midseason was right before the collapse. Man.
We still believed.
We still believed. That was like right at the very beginning of the collapse.
We still JDG was still trash. IG was still trash. LGD was still hype.
Oh yeah, IG was 7. Damn.
But yeah, I had them 6th.
It's pretty much just an issue that Fun Plus Phoenix, their style is not purely in the meta at the moment. So I think that's a problem but they're still good. They're still really good at roaming and winning team fights and stuff like that. I think they'll be fine as long as they play Gimgoon. They're okay.
I think this team legitimately just had an identity crisis, and they just could not like actually get themselves together.
They tried to change their style.
They needed to play.
They tried to change their style, and now they're just going back to how they played before.
Yeah. It does. It's weird because it feels like a C9 situation where they legitimately tried to alter themselves, and it was just not working. Mm-hmm. But instead of it being like trying to fit a roster change, it's like for like C9's case, like just strictly a playstyle change. This was like not just a playstyle change, but also a full roster change. And thankfully, they at least had Gimgoon on the roster still, so they could always just slot him in. And if they stick to that, and they can kind of just get themselves back into old form, like MSC form, like they can challenge for top. But again, it's going to take some proving.
Mm-hmm. And man, the LPL is literally essentially Worlds. Like the LPL playoffs, when we get to the matchups, it's so difficult. It is. There's not like, so you know how like FlyQuest has evil geniuses and stuff like that, and then there's like 100 Thieves and Dignitas down there, and even in LEC,
a lot of these series are contested.
You got
like,
Fnatic,
you can literally
and
make
SK.
arguments for different teams, except for WE, who are probably just going to get smacked.
Yeah, that's literally like the rest of them all can make Worlds runs. It's like insane. Mm-hmm. Speaking of that, though, number 5, I have Victory 5 in the 5th spot.
I also have Victory 5.
Hell yeah, they've moved all the way up from last to 5th for me, 3rd for you. Unfortunately, so they stayed the same. I had them exactly right at the mid split. They dropped a little bit for you, though. I will say Victory 5 beating JDG was so massive for them, like insanely massive for this team. Because if they would have lost to JDG and then lost to EDG on top of that, like I would be talking about this team being the 7th place team. Like I'd put them probably below FunPlus Phoenix and LGD.
And that's literally the only reason I had them at 5th. It's because they lost to EDG. Okay. They lost to a team that ended up just being dead in the water anyway.
We're getting flamed.
Like this was literally your chance. This is your chance to continue the streak of proving yourself. Like sure, you got the 2-0 against Rogue Warriors, but come on, man. Like this is the team like you beat JDG. You took IG to 3 games. You beat Top Esports. You could have won a series against Suning, but you blew the Suning series and you lost 2-0 to EDG.
Yeah, I think that's so. To be fair, so to answer Raptor's question of you think Suning is better than V5, Suning is at my 4th place because they beat V5, though it is very
literally the
close.
The only reason they're there.
I think
that's
V5,
why I also have Suning at 4.
Suning is good, definitely good, but I think that so we had them 8th and 9th, so we were still very hesitant. I'm putting them up here all year. They're really good. I think V5 has a better chance to make a run at Worlds than Suning has, but Suning unfortunately beat V5 and they have the same record. So, or just Suning does 1 extra game, and V5 technically did win more games.
Yep.
But they're
so close. I know for a fact that Suning's
it's essentially
games.
They're essentially
they went to 3 games a lot.
Yeah, it's essentially they're the same like strength, just 2 opposite style teams. Very, in my opinion, similar to C9 and Team Liquid, where Suning is Team Liquid and Victory 5 is C9.
Yeah, we're better.
Yeah, so like
you may beat us, but we're better.
Yeah, like right now, Team Liquid is ahead of C9. Right now, Suning is ahead of V5. But if they can prove it in playoffs, per se, that they are indeed better, then they're going to leapfrog them by a lot.
Yep.
Because they have the better style to make a deep run at Worlds.
It's like at the end of the day, Suning beat FPX. V5 didn't. Yes. Suning beat V5. V5 lost to EDG. Like Suning against the top teams, I would say they're not a super contender to me.
Gotcha.
But it's weird. But it's like they're weirdly gatekeeping the other teams now.
Yeah, they're gatekeeping the top 4.
It's up teams like V5 and FPX to beat Suning. To get to the top 3.
My question is, so do you think V5 or FPX By the way, one of them will be eliminated right away. there is no loser
in
bracket.
2 days.
So we are literally without giving away this prediction like this week. Do you have the winner of V5 FPX beating Suning in the quarterfinals?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, me too.
I think they will.
It's literally the perfect setup.
I think they will, and I want them to. But as it stands right now, they need to prove it.
You know Suning's going to take down Victory 5 for you. They're just going to burn you.
Yeah.
Well, that's the crazy thing to me. Like, that's what blows my mind about the LPL in essence. Like, we talk about, like, these loser brackets in the LEC and LCS. Since there is none, like, Thursday, we lose FPX or V5. Spoiler alert, will not make Worlds because they lost. And also, spoiler alert, top 10 team in the world, by the way, that will not make Worlds.
Mm-hmm.
Either one.
God, Suning. I just more and more I realize it. The more and more I realize that Suning is basically the reverse Schalke. I hate that this team's in playoffs, and I want them to lose as soon as they possibly can.
Oh yeah, well, Raptor, they have points, but getting 7th or 8th gives you 0 points. So they would have 0 championship points for summer. So then it will come down to the regional final. Where, let's see, just real quick to make a point. They only got 30 points.
Which could be enough.
Could be enough.
To just get them in, but it depends on how Suning and V5 finish.
Yes, Suning, V5, Team WE, and LGD.
Essentially, if V5 go out the first round, they're out of World's conditions. Because they have no points.
They have 0 points. Yeah. So technically, okay, so you're right. So almost from a league standpoint, we might want Victory 5 to win over Fun Plus Phoenix and hope that Fun Plus Phoenix, and then hope that IG in either Victory 5 win the next round, because then Fun Plus Phoenix would seal a spot in the championship. If not. So how does... Okay, so the 3rd and 4th seeds to qualify will be determined at regional final. Okay, so regional finals are literally determined by the 2 teams coming in.
Yeah, it looks like whoever wins that, like the gauntlet, whoever gets to the gauntlet, or both make Worlds, and then they play for seeding, I guess.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it'll be like 3rd seed will go, and then 4th seed plays in play-ins.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So half the teams are gonna make it. So half, but the issue is we have so many of these teams that are Worlds contenders that it sucks that 3 of them are probably going to suck losing.
Yep, like V5.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we're
really... And honestly, I would hate to see Fun Plus Phoenix not make it as well. Just the idea of not having the world champion.
That's fair. All right, number 3. I have Top Esports at number 3.
I also have Top Esports at number 3.
Can't be the same.
No, it's fine, dude. We're not. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna make it up. We're gonna make up for it on top 2. It's fine.
Sorry.
I know we will.
Are we?
Yeah, I'm sure we will.
Okay. All right. Here it goes. We're gonna say it on 3. We're gonna say our number 2 team on 3.
Our number 2. Our number 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
3.
1.
Oh.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
You count it down, and okay.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. IG.
IG.
Damn it!
What? What the hell, dude? I thought you said you had IG first.
I have JDG first. Because
I thought you said we had 2 differences. Because I remember I shared them to you on Sunday.
No, we had
to do the cast.
We had 1 difference, but then we had.
I thought you said we had 2 differences, and it was the top 2 and then RNG.
No, the 2 differences were when you change LG.
You're a hater. You're a hater. You're a liar. You said you. Oh my God! I was right about you. You do love JDG. They are your favorite team.
They're not my favorite team.
They are your favorite team.
It's a top meta when you have IG, which is still number 2 in the LPL, but you also have Zoom, who's more consistent than the Shy.
Get out of here, man. You're a liar.
You also have JDG number 1.
Don't you? I know. I also have Suning in my top 4. You think I want them there?
No one wants Suning in the top 4.
You think I want them there?
No.
V5 needs to be number 1. Damn it. But I have integrity, and you're a charlatan.
Oh man, no, it's just Top has struggled. By the way, to go back to number three, Top has definitely struggled a lot, and they're in the same boat as C9, where I believe they will be fine come playoffs, but there's that little hint of worry still, that hopefully they get it together. Like we assume they're going to get together, but if they could potentially, they probably won't miss Worlds, okay? But it's tough. It's tough. It's tough to say because they already sealed the spot championship point wise. Yes, for sure. They're at 80. There's no way they miss the gauntlet. So they're going to be a top team in the gauntlet as well, most likely. But
And before they lose the first round.
even if they lose the first round, they still have 80 points. So they have to go to the first round of the gauntlet, which according to this gauntlet, if I'm reading this correctly, is the top two teams of the gauntlet get a loser bracket. Where the winner of that moves on, the loser gets another shot type situation.
Good God, these playoff scenarios are hilarious.
They're so weird. So essentially, what we're saying.
Remember, last year was literally just like the 4 teams with the most championship points that weren't already qualified for Worlds.
Yeah.
Like the 2 teams play each other, and then the winners of those 2 play each other, and the winner goes to Worlds.
So what we're saying here is that Top Esports has to win one of 3 best of 5s to make Worlds. If they can't win one of 3 straight best of 5s it would be against Fun Plus Phoenix, Victory 5 or Suning, then against probably a Fun Plus Phoenix type level team, or IG if IG gets upset, or and then it would be against someone else, like another Suning matchup maybe. They should happen. It should happen. If Top doesn't make Worlds, I will cry. But I would give it over a 95% chance.
No, you won't. You'll be fine. You'll just cross out Jackula for #1 player in the world and replace it with Zoom and all of JDG.
Dude, I didn't even think about that until you just said that. Like, my top 20 players in the world is gonna be like Damwon in the LPL. And Caps.
No, it's gonna be the top 5 players in the world is everyone on JDG.
No.
And that's it.
No, it's literally going to be like Caps from EU.
Gilius from EU.
Gilius from EU.
#1 in the world.
Damwon, most of the roster. Chovy.
Damwon, everybody. Piosic, your favorite jungler.
No, I love Piosic, but he's really struggling.
Bono's
not going to Worlds. Bono's not going to Worlds.
Malrang, when KT makes Worlds. Smeb support.
But like, so it's gonna be
the
like
FPX roll swap nightmare.
I'm already gonna come out and say it's probably gonna be 14 players from the LPL, unless I'm just thinking off the top of my head. It's probably gonna be 14 players in the top 20 from the LPL.
Does anyone from Suning make the list if they make Worlds?
Let me make sure. I don't think so. Angel would be.
That's what I was saying. I think Angel's like the closest one.
Angel would be the closest. I want to put Sword Art just.
But I don't think he does. But I really don't think he does.
All right, let's stop.
I would take some NA mids above Angel.
All right. IG #2. They did drop from.
Yeah.
They're up. They're on a high. They did drop to Vici. Didn't really fault them too much for it. Just JDG's hot again, and this team is they're the spring split champions. Like. They're good.
JDG at #1 and IG at #2 is literally just TL and C9.
Yeah.
It's like I don't want to put them up there,
but they are.
That's kind of where they are right now.
Yep, it's just kind of what happens. All right.
Also V5.
Let's go to
V5 is really just C9. I want them to be #1.
Let's go to the playoffs. So we have.
Yep.
Is it only 2 series, or do we have 4?
I could pull this up on Strafe because they actually had the predictions up there now. I did that for NA as well, by the way.
I haven't done my straight predictions yet.
I have. The first game.
I didn't do the playoff ones.
Yeah.
I should say.
I think they only had the 2 for LPL playoffs, right?
Why is there an error? That's why I was looking for this.
Thursday, Friday, and No, they have the Saturday. I think they have them Saturday and Sunday as well
Is
for
Suning and
for round
IG?
two.
That okay.
Yeah,
That so
Suning is the Saturday game and IG is the Sunday.
okay. Thank you, because this is like giving me there's an issue with the wiki, even if I reload it.
Uh,
Alrighty.
yeah,
So
the first game is Thursday.
2
V5 and
days from
Fun
now,
plus Phoenix.
V5 versus Fun plus Phoenix. Alrighty. So let's go. Let's just make this real quick. These are just temporary tables because I didn't make tables. Fun plus or V5 versus FPX. V5 loses, they go home. Fun plus Phoenix loses, possibly they go home. They might still get a shot at the gauntlet, depending
They
on
go
how.
home and wait for Gauntlet.
Yeah, because essentially,
V5 just swim home.
let's just say we have Top and JDG win, and like one of them wins and one of them gets second place, so they get the second place one. So you have IG,
the spring place full points.
you'd have IG. One of these teams would be under, right? Just trying to check real quick. I know. I'm sorry.
Did Sonic make playoffs in spring? I
They
can't
did
remember.
not. They did not.
Okay,
Team
so yeah,
WE did,
that's what I thought. Suning and V5 both has 0.
So 10, 10, 30. So Invictus Gaming would technically get the spot. So then Fun plus Phoenix. Yeah, Fun plus Phoenix should almost make, no matter what, they should automatically qualify. I think they do. I think this is what the yellow.
At the very least, they get gone.
Yeah, yeah. So they're not eliminated if they're out. Victory 5, on the other hand, is. I love how I had the same screen 3 times. But 3 tabs on the same screen. But so who is your prediction for V5 versus Fun plus Phoenix, and why is it V5 and why and by how much?
I have V5 win.
Okay.
As much as I've now doomed them by picking them.
What's the score?
But I think I actually have them winning 3-1.
3-1.
Yeah. I think but the thing is, I feel like there's a serious potential that this game. I mean, it's stupid to say it's like, oh, this game could go to 5 games, or it could be done in 4 games, or it could be done in 3, which is literally any best of 5 series in any of those ways.
Yep.
But I feel like but it's like this V5 team is completely untested in playoffs. We have no idea what to expect from them. I think they'll play Fun plus Phoenix really close, and I just favor them right now. I think their style, their aggression works really well. The only hiccup I have is literally just Fun plus Phoenix, how they look with Gimgoon when they have more time to prep. But I also have to take into account the illness that apparently took LWX out of the game. And you're talking about going into like a new week. Like maybe he's better, maybe he's gotten better, but again, I had to wonder how much practice now the team has had. We could try to work around that as well. But I think that naturally, in terms of style, I think V5 does run counter to what FPX does want to do, and FunPlus are still trying to also find themselves as a team. So it's possible this game goes to 5, but it also could just be a sweep. So I'm kind of giving you a 3.
Gotcha. These were the games, by the way, Raptor showed me. I had Fun plus Phoenix until LWX got sick. That was the big issue for me. I thought that because if he's still sick, then they're going to have to do something drastic like they did. However, if he's not sick, how much practice did he really get? Because being sick with fever is much different in today's world than it was 7 months ago. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
lots of precautions, lots of do not do everything, like mentally, even, you know, like just on, like, if you had a fever before, it's like, oh, you feel terrible, but you have a fever. Now you have that mental thing in the back of your head, like, do I have COVID? Blah, 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 you know, like stuff like that. So it could be draining in that sense. There's a lot of issues with being sick right now. And I think that actually plays into V5's hand, per se, because now they have their bot lane. They have PP God. If they have to face Doinby bot lane, I feel like PP God can win that. If they have to face LWX without as much practice, because even with a fever, sometimes you would take some medicine and keep playing, you know? Probably not doing that right now. Probably has to be completely isolated from the rest of the team. So I'm going V5 in a 3-2 because I really thought Fun plus Phoenix was going to win. But I've switched over. LWX being sick has switched me over to V5.
You know what this means.
Fumble Sphinx is gonna crush them.
LWX is going to be so totally healthy, and they're going to come in 3-0.
Yep. Most likely.
And let's see. That would mean the next game is on Friday.
Which is
LGD versus Team WE.
LGD versus Team WE. I'll make this one easy. We can make this one quick. LGD.
Yeah, LGD.
3
We kind of went over that in length in the final regional power rankings.
1, 2, or 0.
I'll give him WE, so I'll give him 3-1 for LGD.
Yep, that's what I do as well. I think the LGD maybe can end the game.
Yeah. But then again, it's also LGD. They could potentially end 2 games, but I feel like they're just better. They just win. So split the difference. Give them just say 1. They could sweep it. They could int it. So split the difference. Give them.
Alrighty. So with those happening, hypotheticals, obviously, now from here on out. Suning versus V5. Versus V5. Who do you have?
I have V5.
That's what I have too. It's like I just feel like their style of aggression, they can get to. They lost to Suning last time. I understand. Suning played very well at playing slow scaling. It like just stop. They played the way to stop V5 from pressuring them. But in a best of 5, can you do that 5 times or 3 times at least? Like I don't think so.
Yep. I mean, like the first game that they played was literally let's pick all scaling and then just get to try to do our best to get to late game, and V5 just rolled them.
Mm-hmm.
Then Suning actually picked picks that would actually let them contest early. I'm looking at mostly like the Zoe pick in mid lane, which isn't a late game champion, but it let them do enough and gave them outplay potential. Gave them just enough to get them ahead to the late game where they were able to scale and win fights. So that was good, smart draft strategy. But I feel like just like another thing with the FPX series, I feel like this is another series where V5 is going to be looking for revenge. It's another team that they lost 2-2 against in the regular season.
Okay, yeah, that's. I'm on board with that because with that being said, that would put championship point wise, that would put V5 at 40 championship points. And if those two come in, that would kick Suning out. That would mean one of these is kicked out. Yeah, that V5 would qualify for the gauntlet.
Nice.
And that's all we need in life.
Or they could just win the split. It's fine.
True. But they would at least qualify for a gauntlet, which is most importantly.
By the way, I'll give my score. I'll give them 3-2 as well. I think there'll be.
I gave you a 3. I literally put a 3-2 for you. I don't know why.
Because I feel like Suning can get away with some Suning things in a couple of games, and it'll be a tight race. As 2 teams are desperately trying to keep themselves in.
We only had one difference in the power rankings, and our only difference right now is I have V5 beating FPX 3-2, and you haven't beat him 3-1.
Well, you need to stop copying me.
Well, you're copying me.
No, you're not copying. No, why would I be copying you? I had all these done on like Saturday.
True. I had them all. I had all of it done Sunday until LWX. That was the only difference.
Yeah. Well, guess who called that? It was me.
You
picking Suning.
You knew LWX would have a fever.
Yes.
So then
I caused it.
So then we have IG versus LGD. IG snaps into reality, gets back and. IG. This is playoffs. IG versus basically IG Light in LGD.
Yep. There should be no way that Invictus lose this series.
I have a 3-0.
It should be it should just be a 3.
Damn it. So in our hypotheticals here, okay, hypotheticals.
Yeah.
So we have to go through. At least there's no changing here. Like they go through whoever they go through. They don't shift There's no re-ranking of seeds.
Yeah. And that's why I wasn't sure about NA because it seems really they're really murky about that.
Yeah.
Every playoff one, I was like, oh, the loser of this match automatically plays Dignitas. I'm like, is it? Do they though, or is it just the low seed?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. But
so Fun plus Phoenix versus Suning. I have FunPlus Phoenix beating Suning as well.
Yeah, I think if FunPlus Phoenix can beat Suning, if can beat V5, I think FunPlus Phoenix can beat Suning
Yeah,
as well.
if they're beating V5, I'm expecting FunPlus Phoenix to be very tough for a tough opponent for top esports, and going to be this series. Basically, whoever wins this series, I'm expecting to be the 4th team going to Worlds.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I think if FPX are good enough and strong enough in form to beat V5, I think they just beat Suning.
Yep, agreed. And then if Team WE beats LGD, they've taken down IG.
No,
No, not a shot. Not a shot.
not even close.
That's another 3-0. I'll give you a game score on that one.
It's a 3-1. Just give IG a game win so we get out of the series faster.
Yeah, agreed. So yeah, like I really think, from personal opinion here, Top and JDG I think are going to go to Worlds easily. IG most likely, unless we get early split IG.
Unless we get IG getting knocked out of the first round by LNG again.
Yeah, it's like IG is like, you never know. Like they're you can never bet 100% on a team like IG. And then I don't think it's going to be one of these two. I don't see these two at all, personally.
Yeah,
it's going to be one of these three.
Essentially, the way we have it is that we have whoever wins V5 versus FPX is going to go in the next round over Suning or Suning, and then no matter who wins TWE versus LGD, IG is going over.
Yep.
Into the next round. So we're saying top 4 is essentially either FPX or V5 and IG along with JDG and top.
Okay. Yeah. So with that, I think we can wrap up the LPL though. We're nailing these time. We had an hour 30 NA, an hour on EU, and an hour on like LPL. They're all very
considering that we're doing not just playoffs for two of the regions so far, but also doing end of split power rankings.
Yeah.
For 3 of the regions.
It's not bad.
We're actually making decent time.
Yeah, not bad. Now, Raptor about to die, but it's a sacrifice that has to be made, okay? There's a lot to talk about.
There's a lot to talk about. We're in the LCK now.
Yeah.
So much to talk about.
LCK, don't worry. This will be quick. Again, I'm sorry.
LCK, nothing happened. Let's go to predictions.
And that's not to say the LCK is bad, because like we said, we have Damwon as our number one team.
I'll say it, dude.
They're top LCK 4 now.
LCK is bad.
It's bad from an entertainment standpoint.
It's Damwon and everyone else.
Yeah, it's Damwon, DRX, Genji, and T1. The rest.
By the way, did you see ESPN Power Rankings?
Yeah, they had Damwon number 1.
Damwon
number 1. We did it first.
Bastards.
Me, I did it first. To be fair, not we.
I mean, you're both first to being wrong, but okay.
I was.
Damwon is not number 1 in the world. They're number 1. And that's like saying C9 was number 1 in the world. That's like saying C9 was top 5 after spring split.
But no.
Yes,
DRX,
come on, dude.
Genji, and T1 are
joke right now.
Much better than FlyQuest. They're all.
Come on now. I know, but that's why I said I didn't say C9 is number 1 in the world. I said C9 top 5 in the world after spring.
Yeah.
That's not that wouldn't be a correct statement, and no one was saying that unless you're a massive C9 stan.
You said top 5.
Yeah, but I'm saying what I'm saying is like that's the equivalent. It's like saying Damwon is number 1 in the world because they're beating up on a bunch of toddlers.
But it's the way they're beating them up, which is why I also had C9 6th in the world. I believe, or like 7th or so. But it's they're beating them.
By that logic, Damwon should be 2nd.
But
they're just outside of top 1.
They're beating them
just like perfectly. Just outside of top 5.
Every game is near damn perfect. Now that they've beaten DRX and Genji, like
every game is near damn perfect except for that one game they lost to Genji.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Outside of that,
and they got crushed in like 30 minutes.
But like outside of that, they're winning every game by like 24 minutes, 22 minutes, 21 minutes. Like
okay. As I said, I didn't say Damwon's a bad team, but come on, man.
No.
Korea is kind of garbage right now.
I agree. I think the
bad.
fact that ESPN put 4 of them in the top 10 is absurd to me. But
without question.
But no.
Yeah.
Damwon.
Damwon is
So
Damwon is basically Will's JDG in Korea.
no, they're my
He
IG.
will stand them forever.
They're my IG of
stand,
Korea.
No, they're not.
Holy
you have
shit,
JDG number 1.
Oh, I know. Well,
are you gonna put Damwon number 2 in this region?
No. We gotta move Raptor. It's almost 6 a.m. from Raptor, man.
I know. Well, because there's literally not much to say. We're basically scraping. There's literally nothing happened.
We did have a good series. We did have a good series between Damwon and Gen G. We did have that. Like that,
and that's good.
That was the start.
Like maybe we'll actually have our other global top 10 teams from Korea are actually being somewhat competitive, unlike DRX.
Yes, T1 2-0 against Prince, easy. Afrika 2-1 against Dynamics.
With closer.
Yeah, with closer. Dynamics took a game off Afrika, which is quite a surprise because Afrika is the damn one of the lower region, like just the lower version of them, where they just destroy the lower teams, but then they suck against all the top teams. KT 2-1 against Hama Life, way too stressful. Did not need that in my life. It's fucking KT. Which, by the way, though, Maorang won his first series of all time in the LCK. First series of all time. How happy are you for Maorang?
I mean, I'm not happy. I'm sure you are, though. It's your boy.
It was good. He's
the only way you could love him more if he was on if he took Kanavi's place.
Yeah. he's like 5-37 now in the LCK. But
he has 5 wins.
He's got 5 wins. And he won a series, so good for him.
Mold wrong.
DRX took down Sandbox 2-0. Damwon took down SP 2-0. T1 took down Dynamics 2-0. Still was closer. And Genji took down KT 2-1.
Just 2 O's and 2 1s. Mm-hmm. Just 2 O's, 2 O's, 2 O's. Ooh, a 2-1.
Technically, has 5 more wins. Yes, he does.
I don't know, Hey, Raptor, don't worry, man. You're gonna be on G2 by next year and go in the Worlds. You might have more wins than Maorang.
All right, let's do this for Raptor here. Let's get our predictions in. So, right now,
literally nothing going on in Korea.
There is nothing.
Mostly just the same.
This is, by the way, to me, the only thing that's exciting is I'm on a 25-game win streak in Korea. To put into perspective of how bland it's been, I haven't picked any major upsets. Like maybe 1 or 2 at most, but they're not big. Like maybe like Sandbox over someone like.
Sandbox over Dynamics.
Yeah, that's the only difference. Like
it's like not even an upset. It's literally 2 trash teams fighting each other to see who's not the worst.
Well, coasting. Hey.
He is coasting. He's actually just boosting his freaking win rate.
It is really boosting.
He's boosting.
Not 17, Raptor. 25. We're at a 25-game win streak now.
Yeah, he's been killing it in LCK. Because it's easy mode. I don't even know what my win streak is. It's probably not.
You are on a 12-game win streak right now.
See, I'm close, man. I blame Dynamics.
Well, I think Damwon will win. I am smart. Love me. Yep. All right, let's get into predictions. But I'm just saying, if I have 2 more weeks in a row of perfect predictions, that's a 41-game win streak. I know I probably just cursed it, but going into a 90-game split with a 41-game win streak to end?
It could happen. I mean, to be fair, there's so many easy mode games.
There are.
Like literally until the last week, and even by then there should still be easy mode.
Yeah, there's no exciting upsets ever because the teams are so vastly different from each other. Like you can make a mistake here, like in these top 4 playing against each other. You can make a mistake there. In these top 3, Afrika, KT, Sandbox, sure, and then these bottom 3 as well. But outside of that, if any of the bottom 3 are facing any of these, they're gonna lose. If any of these 3 are facing the top 2, they're gonna lose. If they face them, they're gonna win. It's simple as that. Best of 3 helps prevent upsets. It does. That is true. Best of 3 does help prevent upsets, but you can look at the LPL. There's actually quite a few upsets that happen in the LPL. Also, hi, Kevin. How are you doing? It's early in the morning for you, too. Not as early for Raptor, but, all right. So, Sandbox versus Gen G.
Good morning, then.
Good morning. Sandbox versus Gen G. Who we got? Gen G?
Oh, man. Is it Gen G? I think it's Gen G.
I do like Yamato Cannon stuff, and I actually think there is still a possibility here for Sandbox and KT to overthrow Afrika. They really need some help, actually. And
we're still hoping for Yamato to join Team Liquid.
Hey, I'm pretty happy with that. Oh, I forgot my point. I was gonna make an NA. I even thought about it last night. Quick NA sign up. I'm sorry, Raptor. Super quick. Team Liquid's gonna win Rookie of the Split, MVP of the Split, and Coach of the Split probably this week.
Well, it's not Rookie of the Split. It's Rookie of the Year. Get Rookie of the Year right.
Sorry, Rookie of the Year, Coach of the Split, and MVP. All fraudulent? Yeah, right. Tactical for sure deserves it. Core JD deserves it, and Jet deserves it. All 3 deserve it.
Rookie of the Year, Johnson.
Johnson's pretty good too, but
for being Johnson who gets the Patrick Award.
He gets Patrick Award. All right, moving on.
The Teddy Award. Literally Jin Air.
T1 versus Afrika.
Except they made playoffs.
T1 versus Afrika. Afrika does pull upsets off of T1 sometimes.
Oh god, I was confused. I saw the next game, Victory 5 versus Funk Plus Phoenix. Like, what?
No.
Oh wait.
No.
Yeah, I actually have Afrika.
Woo! Upset alert. I have T1.
Here it comes. I'm killing my win streak.
You're attempting upsets, Ryan. How dare you? Stop it.
I know. I need to stop doing this. I need to stop doing it in Korea.
But
I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why. I literally just picked Afrika.
To be fair, I kind of thought about picking Korea. I thought about picking Afrika myself.
Oh, dude, you should never pick Korea. It's too easy.
Because Afrika,
it's like baby's first predictions.
Afrika sometimes usually beats T1 a lot. My issue is Afrika's looked so bad against the top 4 teams this year that I can't pick them this time.
Are you saying T1's a top 4 team?
Yeah, in Korea, absolutely.
No, they're number 1 because they're going to win.
We know that. I know that. Even me as the Damwon lover over here knows that T1's winning Summer Split. I just want Damwon in at number 2, okay? That's all I'm asking for.
Also, Raptor, you're wrong with your baby rage. He's not arguing that Damwon is a top 4 team. He's arguing that Damwon is the number 1 team. You had to get it right. JDG is the top 4 team.
Yeah.
Because he has the number 2 because he loves them.
All right. KT versus Prince. I mean, KT's got to win that game, right? They're in the fight for their lives here. And Prince is just as bad as CLG. Those are my 2 worst teams.
It's like, I'm sorry. You told me the 2 teams that were playing and I fell asleep. I do have KT though.
DRX versus Hama Life. Tough pick. I know.
Oh good lord! Imagine if DRX lose to Hama Life.
Imagine if Chovy loses.
They're out. If DRX lose to Hama Life, they're out of my top 10 forever.
They are too. I agree. So hard.
I'll say it right now. I'm putting it on podcast. If DRX lose the Hanwha Life Esports, they're out of my top 10 global forever. I'm never putting them back in.
Like
they're gonna get the Suning. If they win Worlds, then I will give them the Suning treatment and I will not acknowledge them.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, they would absolutely be out of my top 10 for the rest of the year because let's be honest, top 10 is not going to change too much anymore with only one regular season going on still. So it's pretty much set in stone for the most part, unless there's some big upsets in playoffs. But there's going to be no new teams entering, pretty much. All right, we got Damwon versus Dynamics. Tough one.
Oh, what a toughie! That's a damn one. Oh man, you can see it right in the name because damn, they already won.
Yeah, my 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. That will be my 30th win in a row if it keeps up that way. It's a big one.
Or you lose Afrika T1 and the streak is broken.
Mm-hmm.
Your favorite team, T1.
No, Afrika versus Sandbox. This is a tough game. this is the toughest one on the week for me because you're looking at a Sandbox team that will be as long as Afrika loses to T1, that's still up to debate. Both Afrika games were the two hardest ones, but you're looking at a Sandbox team that has to win out for the rest of the year. So if Afrika wins, Afrika seals playoffs. They only need one more win. So if they lose to T1, and they have Gen G and KT still on the roster, so that's a little tough too. So it's really going to come down to how that T1 how T1 Afrika goes. That's the word I was looking for. I lost my train of thought completely there, if you could tell. I'm going to go Afrika simply because I think they are going to lose to T1, and then they're going to lock in playoffs against Sandbox right there.
I'm just going to pick Afrika because they're playing against Sandbox.
I tried to make a point about it at least.
Why? Why even bother?
I don't know. All right, Gen G versus Hama Life. Gen G.
Yeah, Gen G.
DRX versus Prince.
Imagine if they lose to Prince and Hama Life Esports.
Then they're never coming in my top 10. They don't deserve Worlds at that point. Not even close.
Yeah.
But
imagine if they lose though. Imagine if they lose both games.
If they lose, that would be pretty bad.
I will laugh my ass off.
This was a 14-minute Korea podcast.
Hey.
I feel like
Ellis in shambles, boys.
I feel like, but I mean, they still have some good team. Like,
and we spent like at least a couple. We almost spent like a minute on that talking about NA.
Yeah. Like Damwon's amazing. DRX and Gen G and T1 Sword, they're on a 5-game win streak. We gotta mention that.
Man, I want T1 to lose to Afrika so badly now, just so that you could cut this shit out about them being top 4.
I mean, their 5 wins are against Hanwha, KT, Sandbox, Prince, and Dynamic.
You literally put them against bottom feeder teams. All their top 4.
Their best win is against KT in the week 6.
Ooh, T1 beat KT. What else is fucking new, dude?
Well, I have them top 4. I don't have them top 3. Like, are you? I mean, the only team we're arguing about is Afrika here. Like, that's it.
I know. Kick them out. Get them out of here.
Like, we're not arguing. They're clearly better than the bottom 5, and they're clearly not as good as the top.
But you're saying Afrika is the bottom 5.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. They're 5th.
You're saying they're bottom 5?
They're the bottom of the top 5.
Yeah, you're saying the bottom of the top 5. You're the top of the bottom 5. That's math, man. You think I'm counting Hama Life as a team?
What about Prince?
The Prince is okay. They beat Hama Life.
Yeah, but they're on a 14-game lose streak, right?
So it's not a 15-game lose streak, which means they didn't lose to Hama Life.
Oh man, Hama Life at least has Viper and Lahens. Prince has Hybrid
and Mickey.
No, okay, we're ending the LCK podcast on that. No,
Viper and Lahens deserve better. Get him on a team with Meteor.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, we tangent a lot. That's how podcasting works.
Once we get 3-4 hours of the podcast, we just start bantering at will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that also happens too. Alrighty. So with that being said, Damon, if you want to come in here, I know you're in the call. If you want to unmute, we can talk about the WildCards now.
Hey.
For the big boys, eh?
Hello.
Oh,
Hello. You can actually hear my voice this week because I didn't lose my voice this time.
That's always good. Let me pull up some of these. Some of these wild cards we already mentioned last week, so we will actually just be able to get straight into playoff talk.
Definitely.
Them. But let's start it off with. Let me pull up the wild card thing here, and.
Nice old spreadsheet. Yep.
All right, let's start off with CB Lowell.
Absolutely. They just finished up their regular season this last week. They are one of the wildcard regions that is actually waiting a week before their playoffs begin, though. So this should be a fairly simple one to kind of go through the last week of games.
All right, yeah. So after the games, all said and done, we had Prodigy upsetting INT INTZ. We had Pain Gaming are beating Kaboom, not necessarily an upset. They're very close. Flamingo took down Vivo Kid, but unfortunately, Flamingo did not make playoffs, and like we mentioned before, Santos missed playoffs as well. We thought Flamingo was going to make it last week, but
Flamingo was on the uptrend as of last week,
yes.
and Prodigy was looking shaky, but this week they really pulled it out, winning all 3 of their matches.
That was huge. Prodigy took down, not only they took down Santos in the very important game between them, they took down INTZ and Pain Gaming, the number 1 and 2 teams in the CB LOL. So
it was actually really remarkable as well that they played that match this last week as well, considering they ended on the same record. That gave them the 2-1 split tiebreaker over them, so there wasn't even any contention at the end. Prodigy just managed to pull it in on the last day, going on a really cool run. They played some really interesting stuff too.
Yeah, it's and Raptor mentioned that he loves the playoff format. I kind of like it too. You got 4 teams make it, 4 teams don't. Like
the traditional, I believe, as well as LCL does the same, if I'm not mistaken. They're 4 in, 4 out, and then you've got my favorite of all, which is Vietnam, where it's like if you don't make playoffs, you're in relegations.
Yeah, Vietnam's brutal.
They're like, there is no bypassers.
Yeah. But yeah, so now we have, unfortunately, Furia, one of my teams, did not make it. Flamingo did not make it. This is, I mean, they do have Goku.
It's a very famous character if you've heard of him, my friend. But let's be honest, Furia was never going to make it.
Yeah, we knew that. I knew that. We were not. But having Goku, Ranger, and Bavoy all not make it, like on Flamingo, that's a...
Bavoy did his best to carry a lot of those last few weeks' worth of games. I feel like I recall him being the number 1 for players of the game for Flamengo, tied with Bankai, I think.
Yep, with Bankai as well, yes.
Bankai was really early in the split. He got his awards, though. It was
Bavoy,
mostly
and
Bavoy
Ranger.
for the last few.
They're like all 3. They're a pretty even team with all 3 of them players of the game.
But those are some really big names that you would have heard from past international tournaments, qualifiers for Worlds in the past. Flamengo is a roster that would have been stacked by most Brazilian standards.
Mm-hmm. And they did lose Robo, and they replaced BRTT as well. Mm-hmm. So those were the 2.
And BRTT, of course, returning back to Pain where he started off.
Yep, and also Robo going there with him now because Robo was on VO Keyed in the spring, but now he moved to Pain in the summer, and now they're in first place at 14-7. They did lose their final game against Prodigy, but the game did not necessarily matter for them at that point. They had already sealed first, but they sealed first thanks to Prodigy. Maybe it was just a little like high five, like thanks for sealing.
Like, yeah,
first
we'll get you
us.
into playoffs. You helped us out.
Yeah, you helped us by beating INTZ. We'll help you by getting you in the playoffs here type scenario.
Similar to how some people suggested TL throw their game to TSM just so that C9 couldn't have the bye because they consider him more of a threat. You know.
Yeah. So yeah, we got Kaboom. I think we got the best 4 teams. Like, with Prodigy,
undoubtedly that's the case.
Prodigy proved that they're the 4th team with this
in the last week. They made up for their 0-2 the week prior, and absolutely, based on form going into this, Flamengo looked lost as they were getting torn around the map. Prodigy looks really good. Hopefully they keep it up and they're not as in flux as they have been throughout the split.
Yeah, and we talked about Santos really choking at the end of the split because they started out really hot. It's
a bit unfortunate. They did start off really well, but it was very clear they kind of had the CLG curse of making plays without intent.
Yep. It's unfortunate for them, but hopefully they get to learn from this and come back next split. So that's a pretty
easy one to go through. Obviously, as I said, if you wanted to mention it real quick, of course, I believe their playoffs do start a week from now.
Yes.
I believe it's actually in 11 days on the 22nd.
Yep.
They'll be starting probably right around the same time as Europe. Usually they go concurrently. So that's something to keep your eyes on. But we will be able to talk about them a little bit more in depth as far as their matches go next week.
Yep. Next week we will be talking both about the Pain Gaming and the first Prodigy again. So Prodigy just beat them, so there can be an upset there. And INTZ versus Kaboom, both teams very close to each other. I believe tied in the standings. 12-9 each. So
that would be one of the matchups I would certainly recommend watching. Pain, I would assume, in a best of 5 should be able to adapt in the way to beat Prodigy.
Agreed.
Considering how in flux they've been. But as you said, I mean, they've beaten a couple of the top teams to secure their place, so
Could be like
CBLOL is
Shulka.
certainly one of those regions very unlike the LCL, where it is not very easy to predict.
Yeah. But speaking of the LCL,
I was going to say, it's a great transition to switch on over to one of the most cut and dry, cookie cutter regions you will ever see.
Mm-hmm. So the LCL, they finished the week last week. No, they had
No, it was
tiebreakers
this week.
It was this week. Yes, you're right.
With one of the most confusing days I've ever seen, where they tie broke for 7th and 8th place, but not for 3rd and 4th.
It makes no sense. I really, because especially
considering 3rd and 4th were 1-1 with each other.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
And they are still showing as unbroken 3 and 3.
I'm like looking for a like tiebreaker here, but they don't even have the rules here for tiebreaker.
They tie broke 2 teams that weren't in playoffs. And I guess it was just based on pick anyway, so there was no need because they were 3 and 4. I don't speak Russian, so when listening to the broadcast, I was not able to decipher the reason for it. But I would have to assume it was just based on you got to pick who you wanted to of 3 and 4, so they didn't bother.
Gotcha. That could be fair.
But 7 and 8, I have no idea, unless maybe there's some kind of like point system for relegation seeding or something like that we're not aware of. Otherwise, they just did it for the
unless
lulz,
it was
I guess.
added recently, because they didn't have one for Vivicious until like they literally got.
Yeah, Vivictus literally had to int for 2 years just to. I don't know, man. It's the LCL. Shit happens there. No one knows why.
Yeah. So
there's
anyway.
only 2 things we do know, and there's 2 things we know why, and that's UOL and Gambit beating everyone else.
Yep, did not lose a single game to anyone else in the region. UOL beat Gambit both times.
Yep.
And these 2 teams, when we talk about the playoffs here, not necessarily exciting to watch unless you want to watch a team like UOL, in my opinion, who is definitely superior to Gambit because they crushed Gambit both times.
Yeah, the thing is, as fun as it is to say that they're undefeated when they don't play each other, because obviously someone has to win, Gambit was never convincingly in either of their matches against UOL.
Yes.
If I'm recalling correctly, UOL played Ezreal mid and Sona Lux bot against Gambit in their second one, and it still wasn't close. Yep. So, I mean, it is very clear that based on the past results of this region, Unicorns of Love having been at the last, I believe we went back and checked like 3 or 4 international tournaments as a core, it should very well be UOL still winning, but the finals will be worth watching, and I would imagine it being a good series overall.
For sure. I think we'll if I was doing predictions, 3-0 Unicorns of Love against One Breath, and then Gambit 3-0 for Crow Crowd. Crow Crowd at least has that like 1% chance to beat Gambit, like that miracle upset. This is
we're all a fan of Mighty Dragon here.
Yeah. Except that he's not on Dragon Army. That's the only issue.
That's fine.
that's my biggest issue with him is he's on the wrong team. But
maybe someday.
I just think that
if you do want
to watch this, like it is super cookie cutter. If you do want to watch Unicorns of Love, because like you mentioned in the chat and I mentioned on podcast before, the 4th seed, unless it's Shulka, from EU, and the 3rd seed from NA, Unicorns of Love could beat that team.
Yeah, we were talking about it a little bit, whereas if FlyQuest or Golden Guardians or TSM ends up being the NA play-ins seed and not the one that's seeded immediately to group stage, what kind of competition could we see that would maybe upset them in those play-in brackets? Obviously, we saw last year's Worlds where Clutch came really close with this same Unicorns of Love squad. It is the same 5 members still, so
they have Santos instead of Edward.
Talked about how NA has obviously gotten worse. Is it possible that, for example, a 3rd seed runs into a UOL that beats them this time? I think it certainly is. Yeah. This is one of the wildcard region teams. UOL specifically, not so much Gambit.
Yeah, not the region as a whole.
UOL is a cut above. They're the S tier, Gambit's the A tier, everyone else is like C tier.
Unicorns Love are the damn one of the Russian teams. Like,
they really are. It's very clear when they play. They stomp everyone quick. They don't have to try. Yeah. UOL is a team to watch, and the playoffs finals are going to be the series to watch. Unless you really like stompy games where people might just troll pick. So who knows? Maybe this week will be fun.
Yeah, maybe. All right.
We'll be watching, you and I know that.
Let's go to the LJL.
For sure.
Where we have the summer playoffs. We
finally get a bracket that's not just 4 teams.
Yep. We have our Crest Gaming versus you want to say that one the full name.
Oh yeah, of course. It's the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks Gaming.
Yep.
Obviously.
The longest name in
Totally
esports.
not ridiculous, you know?
Bigger than 1907 Fenerbahce Esports Club. Almost.
Officially, I did them
Is it?
side-by-side text.
And then you have DFM versus Burning Core.
Yeah, of
And
course. Classic
that's-
Detonation Focus Me versus Burning Core, who's kind of been my sleeper favorite just because of their mid laner, even though everyone's trolling me about it.
Yeah, so that's the game we're gonna go against each other because I love DFM, I love Saros. I know Heimerdinger Ziggs is not the most meta.
Even when it's not meta, it's meta for Saros.
Yeah, and but I've always liked this team because they gave Japan their first win ever on the world stage. You know, you saw how excited they were, and
Of course.
I'm happy about that. But at the end of the day, the Ziggs buffs are 10.16. Ryan is correct there. That's a direct buff to Detonation.
Someone really
Focus
wants
Me.
Detonation Focus Me to win, that's for sure. That's all I'm saying.
And I think Ziggs is a sleeper champion, to be fair, with his amount of tower clearing. I think that in his early
He's
pro-
always got that, though, and eventually someone will pick him out in a comp that really suits him, and it always ends up sneaking a win.
Mhm. But
And with Saros, it's like, can you sneak a win when everyone expects you to still pull it out anyway, even when it's bad?
yeah, that's fair. But like the chat just mentioned that I think V3 will eventually. We won't talk about them too much because that'll be next week's games. But I think they are the heavy favorite in the LJL coming in.
Based on the regular season and how clean they have been, particularly their mid jungle duo, Boogie and Ace, they play a lot like you would imagine, like a Niski and Blabber would, where for the most part Ace will go ahead and follow Boogie around on like picks like Galio or just other things that can just support him. Zillion even I saw. So I mean, you have that dynamic there, and it's just brutal to watch these two run around and stomp side lanes and just transfer every win into like 23, 24 minutes. It literally just looks like spring Cloud9.
They're just completely dominating the rest of the league. And even though I love Detonation Focus Me, I don't see Detonation Focus Me. Even if they can pull off the win against Burning Core, pull off a win against probably Crest Gaming, I would assume would beat SoftBank. But you never know there.
It's kind of one of those situations where last split was similar. People thought either Sengoku or V3 were going to win because they were also doing really well, and Detonation Focus Me had looked shocked, kind of like shaky.
Mhm.
And they still managed to run the gauntlet last split. So, I mean, they pulled their good old T1. It's the Eastern Asian dynasties. They don't give up easy.
Yeah, they do not whatsoever. But yeah, so what I would say the game I would recommend, it's mostly just because of our personal thing. DFM versus Burning Core seems like
That's the one you're going to want to watch if you want to look for the story behind it. DFM is obviously the legacy team of the region. They're the ones that always win. They're your T1s. They have basically the Japanese faker, although I like to say that's actually on Burning Core because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the one who plays like Lulu Assassins mid. And so Detonation Focus Me is absolutely who you are going to want to watch. Their matches against Burning Core were pretty close through the regular season. I would expect the other one to be a bit more stompy as well. So if you're looking for a cool series to get you into Japan to watch the rest of the playoffs, this would be your one to go to for sure.
Kevin's upset with you.
Don't worry, Kevin. It's absolutely true. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is faker.
He's gonna have words with you when we're watching games.
He's the new faker, man.
Yeah.
Call him closer if you want.
Unsubscribe. Oh man.
Kevin and I were talking while we were watching the final day of games, and he was not happy with my choice to call him faker.
Alrighty, let's move on to the LOA.
Well, I would like to go in a little bit more depth, actually, if it's all right.
Oh,
So,
that's
for
fine.
example,
Let's go
with
up.
Crest Gaming Act versus the SoftBank Hawks, the SoftBank Hawks are not a great team.
No.
They had a really good couple weeks where they picked up the wins that got them into playoffs in the end, but they had looked kind of shaky towards the end. And I would say that Crest Gaming will probably go ahead and sweep the series, honestly. I would expect, however, Detonation Focus Me and Burning Core to go the distance. I wanted to just get that out there ahead of time.
That's a good point. That's
Just make sure that you understood kind of more along the lines of what I've been seeing and what I would expect.
Gotcha.
I don't know if Kevin agrees with that. Maybe he'll resubscribe for that hot take. But
All right, but yeah, I think I have agreed with you there. I assume Crest Gaming was gonna pretty much stomp SoftBank because, and that's why I wanted. It's like, oh, this is if you want to see a close game or something like you said with the storylines, definitely DFM.
It's the stories that I assume
Burning
get
Core.
people anyways.
CGA 3-1.
So not quite the sweet prediction, although he does think Detonation Focus Me is significantly better. I think Burning Core's got the potential, but they're gonna lose. I would still say Detonation Focus Me in 5 just because I like Yu-Gi-Oh! And so I'm biased in that one.
Burning Core's your Rogue Warriors. I get it.
It's hard
I
for Kevin
understand.
Kevin, that's a silly question. Burning Core's best player is Faker, obviously.
I fully understand that depression.
Go with the storyline. Okay, this is a question to Kevin in chat, and I will wait for an answer here. If Yu-Gi-Oh! Was to absolutely shit on Saros and they win the series, what would you do? What would you say? I just need to know how mind blown you would be.
I would be mind blown myself, to be honest, because I think Saros is pretty legit. Oh man.
I mean, obviously Saros is legit.
Yeah.
Give him his trash is what he would say. That's a great way to put it.
Oh,
Fantastic. I'm satisfied with that.
Oh, if they lose, I would lose faith. There you go. Alrighty. So we had
If you don't have faith, why are you here? That's the old hot shot, right?
Yep. CLG quote right there. Over to the LOA.
Yeah, let's move along here a little bit.
We have the phase 2 going through. And
phase 2 was just this last week. Obviously, they have 1 week of a round robin against the other top teams that qualify.
And Azul's made it. They pulled
it off. If you take a quick peek, they were, I believe, let me just double check here, because I wrote it down. Let's see. Okay, no, they did not go 3-1, but I wanted to point out that Infinity had to drop because of the first day everyone had beaten each other. Yep. So all that needed to happen was literally any other team just wins a game, and Azul's can't.
Yep.
But Infinity dropped both their games, and
to Azul.
let Azul's sneak in at the last second based on tiebreaker, because they ended on the same amount of points.
Yeah, because Azul's beat them, and then they just had to sit there and wait and hope that Isurus with Seiya, who I saw was talking about earlier in the chat, they won through. They beat Infinity. Infinity was the team. They started out. They were tied for second with the Isurus. I guess so was Rainbow Six. They were all tied at 8-6, but it felt like Infinity was heating up towards the end of the split. Man,
they were doing okay. I don't know about heating up as much. They might have climbed a bit in the standings, but they looked decent for sure.
Yeah, they looked like they were better than Azul's at the time, though.
Because they were kind of doing the whole 1-1. I think at the end of the stage split, where they'd basically just go 1-1 for the last couple weeks, if I'm not mistaken.
Or
did they?
They had gone 3. They were 4-2 in their last 6 games.
Okay.
So. Like it was.
I know they ended on a loss, though. I recall that because I was keeping an eye on where they would end up getting seeded into their stage, and I remember that put them below. I believe it was Isurus going into stage 2.
Yep, and then Azul started out hot, but then they got shaky, but then they picked it up again towards the end. Like they started out, what was it, 2-3? They started out 3-0. That's what it was. I remember that. And I was very shocked because I was like,
Azul started with their first game of the season was actually against who they're going to be playing here in the playoffs, Rainbow Seven.
Yes.
And I remember they picked up their win because I went back and rewatched it just to kind of get an idea. They had their ADC playing mid because their mid was ill that week for the first game of the season. So Azul's only time beating Rainbow Seven this entire split was because they had their AD playing mid.
Mm-hmm.
And their AD played LeBlanc mid, and he actually was kind of crapping on Cody, which was not great.
So yeah, speaking of that though,
because their mid lost to an AD.
So LLA they do their playoffs the similar way that they do that closing week, which is unique to them alone. But then they do the playoff part similar to Korea, where
they do a gauntlet.
Yeah, gauntlet where all nights they've never won. They're always like in the finals.
All nights is always first, and I always want to see them pull it out. They always throw so hard.
So, that being said, we won't talk about that yet. Rainbow Seven versus Azul's. Does Azul pull the miracle off against Rainbow Seven?
No.
No.
I mean, that's the simple answer. So, Rainbow Seven dominated winning both games in 30 or less minutes outside of the one where they played their bot laner at mid.
Mm-hmm.
And even in that game, it was close.
Yes.
This one could easily be a 3-0. It's the next round that I would say gets a lot closer. This one's going to be 3-0 or 3-1. And I'll say 3-0 for the spicy take.
Yeah. So this is, you want to watch this one for the purposes of you're hoping for an upset by Azul's, but it's a long shot to get that upset. Because if
I will
Azul's
say,
makes an
though,
upset, it'll be
this,
nice.
that their best chance of pulling the upset would be Kreshty Do, which is their AD carry. It's probably my favorite name.
It is a great name.
I literally listened for the Spanish broadcast until I heard it, just to make sure I said it right. It is Kreshty Do.
It's not as good as Pancake, but it's.
It's Kreshty Do though, so it's
Kreshty
still great.
It's still a great name. Still a 10 out of 10 name, right? So.
Names aside, though, poor Kreshty Do will absolutely be stomped. Unfortunately, I would go ahead and say.
But
I think All Knights are the favorites to win this summer.
With Infinity Esports being pulled out, a name that people might recognize is White Lotus will not be going back to Worlds.
Yeah, White Lotus, unfortunately, of a similar vein to Holy Phoenix in Turkey, legendary AD carries of their region, not qualifying for playoffs.
All right, let's move on to the OPL, which you said you had something special for the OPL, right?
Yeah, if you want to switch back on over to our spreadsheet, I was taking a look at a couple of the matches. Now, the OPL is going to be the first wildcard region to have a playoff match. They start the morning of, I believe it's the 14th, and they're going to have both their series on the same day. So you could potentially have 2 BO5s that day.
Okay.
And so it's going to be a really big day of games, and it's going to kick off basically playoff season. They'll be the first team outside of the LPL, but obviously we're talking wildcards here. Yeah. So they'll be the first region to do playoffs out of the wildcards. And I went ahead and picked out a player from each team to kind of keep an eye on in their respective matchups.
Cool.
And I wanted to go ahead and kind of talk a little bit about why based on their past matchups against each other through the season.
Okay.
Now, the first game you're going to want to keep your eyes on, and this is the big one. This is where all the stories are. This is your DFM match here. It's going to be Chiefs versus Direwolves. These are two legacy names from the O scene. If you know anything about them, you've heard both of those organizations before. They have often played in the playoffs where Direwolves has overcome Chiefs' regular season victories to defeat them. And this season, it has been the Chiefs on the upper hand throughout the regular season as per usual. And it's come mainly through the form of Croc. Now, Croc is their Korean jungler, and he plays primarily through the top side in Tien. Now, Tien plays a number of different kinds of picks, but he played a lot of engaged tanks for the first 3 matchups this time around. And Croc got Tien ahead of the carries that were being played by Chippies, and because of that weakness, they were able to transfer their advantage, essentially, to make up for the fact that Vital, the AD carry for Direwolves, supremely outclasses their own AD carry Katsuri.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm talking about here is I was doing a quick little bit of research. In the 3 games that Direwolves played against Chiefs, Vital had massive CS leads by 15 minutes. I am talking in the first time they met this season, 50 CS lead at 15.
Oh, damn. That
ridiculous
is
CS
good.
leads. And the one game that
better than my
Direwolves
buddy.
won against Chiefs this season was because he popped off on Jinx. So this will be the show of, can Chiefs topside win hard enough to counteract the fact that their AD is outclassed? That will be the question.
Yeah.
And with a team as storied as Chiefs and Direwolves playing in a lower bracket match where the loser is done and will not qualify for Worlds in the first round, that's definitely a huge story.
Oh, for sure. Especially because Chiefs have always been that all nights situation as well, where they've always been that team in the finals. They always lost to the Direwolves in the finals, like you mentioned. And then even since then, since Direwolves haven't been making it as much, since like Schernfire left and stuff like that,
it was teams like Bombers and Mammoth to take over.
Mammoth took over, and then the Chiefs still lost in the finals.
They could never get across that finish line to the actual international stage, and it's so sad to see them in a situation where I think people, despite their 2-1 record over Direwolves, would probably predict the Direwolves to be better. In the games that they've played, they've been very close, and the Direwolves have been team fights away from taking games, and it's always through Vital. Vital is literally vital to this matchup.
So who would you have per se in the Direwolves versus Chiefs?
Oh, this one's so close. Let me double check. Is it best of fives for OPL in the first round, or do they do something where they do BO3s? I think everyone does best of fives.
I believe it's best of fives. But
It is. Okay, it is best of fives. I think a 3-2 would actually be generous to the Chiefs. I say 3-1 Direwolves.
Ooh, nice. I believe I actually took Chiefs in a 3-2. So
Okay,
it's
that's
gonna be close.
honestly a fair shot.
Yeah, I did it. Also, Kevin also knows Claire, the mid laner from Chiefs.
Oh, does he really?
Yeah, he's actually. I believe he said he's friends with him. So that might be a little just like knowing someone that it's like.
I think that might be why Kevin just said Chiefs will win OPL.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go ahead and. Do you also know Katsuri? Because he's shit, my friend.
Well,
I will hope that Claire can carry him. Croc and Tien will do their best to put Chippies down and tilt him. You know what was actually funny is I was watching their matches again, and in the OPL they have content videos from teams, and Direwolves have one where they talk about their upcoming matchups in advance, and literally I just saw that. Australian faker, indeed, my friend. And Direwolves had a video where Chippies was talking about, he's like, yeah, last time was really great. I got to lane as GP into Croc's Sejuani, so I'm really curious to see what Croc will play top lane this time.
Mhm.
Alluding to the fact that he's just camped every time as jungler's his top lane opponent.
Yep.
So it's really funny, but honestly, Chippies is prone to tilt, and we'll see how that goes. Shock is really good. Claire is really good. They are carries for their team. The mismatch is definitely in the bot side, though. And that's why I've kind of got this as a top versus bot focused. The mid lanes should do well, though, and they'll be pivotal in team fights. I know Claire plays Orianna. Kevin did really well in their second win of the season. I want to say it was an Orianna Shockwave that caught Vital out. So he is certainly the Australian faker of catching Vital out. That very niche thing. Of course, I knew that.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Anyways, that is the hype matchup of the first round. On the winner side, though, for the second and third place teams, you have Order, who did really well mid-split, went on a 7-game winning streak to really cement themselves in, despite their a little bit of a slump towards the end. I wouldn't say it was a full slump. They were going pretty even.
Was it like 2-2, 3-2, 3-3?
Something like that towards the last couple weeks. But I was taking a look again back at what would be the big stories for this matchup, and obviously Pabu is a very famous OS player, very liked, and he was formerly a top laner in this region.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing his first full split as a jungler, and he's played picks like Wukong, Kayn, and other things that he can carry as, because that's just kind of the player he is. However, he is a very gank-heavy jungler, and only had a match against Pabu earlier in the split where Only was playing Nidalee into Pabu's Lee Sin. It was their third matchup, where at a 25-minute, it was like a 30-minute game, but by 25 minutes, he was 112 CS up.
Was he playing Graves?
No, he was playing Nidalee.
Oh, Nidalee. Okay, it was Nidalee, but it's still farm on Nidalee.
Only managed to pick up 6 assists and kills around the map. He was still kill involved while getting that CS lead.
Yeah, yeah, that's...
It was a brutal matchup. And so that's why I've actually highlighted both of them here, despite the fact that it's not really a high point for both teams. This matchup is what you're going to want to watch in these games. It's not so much a difference in the top side versus the bottom side. Mm-hmm. It's not something where either one will particularly outclass the other, although Ayla has looked better than Rogue in 2v2s in the lane. Rogue played a set game where he got a couple kills early in the bot side, but then Ayla's Thresh just took over the game, getting picks over and over again against Getback. But this is going to come down to the jungle and whether or not Pabu can hold his own and let his team carry him.
Yep. And how do you feel about the top lane matchup between Swiper and BioPanther? Those are two names that might be...
They're very familiar names to OS. Familiar viewers. Swiper is a legend of the scene. He plays a lot of your tanks and gauges. He's a great team fighter. He's a leader for the team. He's one of the oldest players in the region.
26. My age.
Yeah, and Swiper is probably the better player. BioPanther likes to play your Camille's, though, as opposed to the tanks. And so it's something where if they were to have Pabu kind of sit around for BioPanther and put Swiper behind, that would be something they could play through, but Only is too active too good at farming while getting plays off. He doesn't have to sit in bushes waiting for ganks because he knows the role. It's something that Pabu's going to really have to overcome, and so I'm interested to see how that goes.
Gotcha. Okay. That will actually be. I'm actually really excited for those OPL games as well.
Yeah, they'll be the first playoff series outside of the first round of LPL
this
games
is
to watch.
stressful.
So if you're looking for wildcard playoffs to get started on, that'll be the one.
There's a few series here, like I think especially like Chief Direwolves and stuff, might have to like mute or just not pay attention to our Discord server because they start at what, like 2 a.m. our time.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna have to watch that before I like read anything in our Discord server because
I always
galore.
pick up spoilers from China nowadays. It's sad.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks a lot, Raptor, being awake at a reasonable hour for China.
It's always Raptor's fault. Raptor spoils so many China games.
It's like, wow, you guys aren't up at 2 a.m. to watch all the China games?
No, China games are like 4 a.m. That's even worse.
And we pay him back by podcasting at 7 in the morning.
Yeah, that's his punishment. All right, let's move on to the PCS.
Definitely. This is obviously one of the regions that everyone will know has the ability to field 2 teams this time.
Mm-hmm.
And they are the odd ones out in that they do a best of 3 for their first round. So this will be a very volatile upset potential round of games.
Yeah, so this is one of the regions we talked about last week, and we talked about all the regular season that ended
because they had already finished. Yeah.
Yep. So now we're just going to talk straight playoffs for this one, and this one for the first round, like you said, best of 3s, a little weird, is prone to upsets. You have was it Maki Esports versus?
I think I pronounce them Machi, but Maki is probably fine.
Maki. But they're versus Alpha Esports.
Yep.
I personally, Maki being the former G-Rex, I think really PK is going to be the big name you want to see here to step up here against Bush on the top lane for Alpha. And I don't know. I just think Maki overall in general is the better team by a good margin. While Alpha is good in the sense of the PCS, but they were always a bottom tier LMS team, and I think they're better than what they were when they were in the LMS. But
they've benefited from the merging of the lower regions in the SEA.
Yeah, exactly. They've been artificially inflated a little
I
bit
agree.
from that extent. So I do
It's
think
just if I was to take Chen 9 and World 6 or Your River, whichever jungler they end up going with against the duo of Gemini and Mission,
yeah,
they're just it's a class difference.
Yep. It's and then even if that somehow pulls off a miracle and they're able to outclass or stay on the same level, then they have to go through PK in the top lane. They have to go through Bruce in the bot lane, Koala.
They have the carry potential everywhere, and honestly, this is one of those series where, despite their record and the fact that they're rated closely in the standings, it is pretty much a tier above in each role.
Yep, I agree. So should be. I'm thinking 2-0 for this one. But like you said, it's a best of 3, so it's a lot easier to upset in a best of 3 than a best of 5.
There is much more potential in these.
You
I will say
one throw.
Maybe they throw one out, or they have an interesting pick because Alpha has done a few of those. I'll go 2-1 to Machi still though.
Okay. And especially if Alpha throws that interesting pick out, they have to do it in game 1 in my opinion, because then if you can get the upper hand like mentally wise, all of a sudden Machi's on the back foot, or
For a BO3,
tilted,
it's more beneficial to do it early. Yeah,
and if they're tilted, you can easily take a 2-0 there. You can take another.
You're right.
That being said, let's move on to PSG versus Nova. Nova, one of the rare non-LMS teams.
Yeah, this is one I actually like a little bit more in terms of matchup as well, even though, again, we're talking standings a little different. I like a lot of the players from Nova Esports. Ryan and G4 are super solid for the region. Rocky's a little weak, though, unfortunately.
Rocky's old, man.
Is he old?
I don't know. Age is NA. To be fair, I also thought G4 was old, but he's 22, so they've probably been playing since 17. They've been Rocky.
Forgive me if I'm incorrect, but G4 was the one who was on, I want to say, the Fangvu Buffalo team that played at Worlds, or wasn't he?
I don't think so. I can look it up real quick.
I suppose it's not too big of a deal. I just remember there being a guy against Faker who tried to play Jarvan mid or something.
He was on Ascension Gaming.
No, so it wasn't him?
No.
I'll have to find out who that was.
Gotcha. But yeah, he was on Mega. I remember him he's been on Mega for the last 2 years.
That's right.
And then he changed over because Mega was always the Rocky and G4 show. And I mean that's why I thought they're both old because they've been around forever. It feels like he's been around since 2013.
I mean, you could say that, but Faker's been around since 2013, and he's 24 like me.
Yeah, I know. I feel old.
16-year-olds in 2013 are just 24-year-olds now.
Like Ryan said, he is super solid. The jungler, he's been crushing it all year. But no, I personally.
His name's also Junsuk, and he's from Korea, and he didn't tell anyone.
Yep, that's Ryan's secret identity. But I do favor PSG a bit because of you have Unified and Cutwing in the bot lane.
It should be undoubted. My favorite mid lane name ever, Tank.
Tank in the mid. He doesn't play tanks. But you got Hanabi in the top lane and River in the jungle. Like, I think it's especially the Hanabi versus Rocky. Like you said, Rocky has not been as up to par as he was.
Yeah, Hanabi should be able to win that matchup pretty much consistently. I would even say that it doesn't require any kind of counter pick, which will obviously lend a draft advantage. And Unified and Kai Wing are a long-standing duo, and Kai Wing is nuts. I love that guy.
I love Kai Wing as well. All right, so this is Saturday the 15th. Oh, so we have round 2 games as well happening this week. But let's go to Fridays, which we have Hong Kong Attitude versus the loser of that, which would be we're just going to do the basic hypothetical. We're not going to do all of them for the wildcard.
I was going to say, that's kind of a lot to predict.
There's a lot of predictions here. But we're just going to say Alpha and Nova lose for simplicity's sake.
Yeah. I mean, I would say 2-1 Machi, 2-0 PSG.
Gotcha. And then Hong Kong Attitude would then go on to face Nova at that point. Oh, no. Who went higher in the standings?
I believe it's Alpha. I think it's a straight drop down.
Gotcha. So Alpha would face Hong Kong Attitude. That might be a more winnable game for Alpha, for sure.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you got Moonblack, but he's not like,
No.
like he's not too. You got Eminem.
Yeah, this is, as the name would imply, a team primarily of Hong Kong, and they're not on the same tier as you would put most of the Taiwanese teams.
No, definitely not.
And the Chinese mid-jungle duo would probably roll over Holo and Moonblack, honestly.
Yep, and that actually puts Alpha... Alpha is that team that are kind of like gatekeepers in a sense like that, where they're like... They're better than Hong Kong Attitude, but they're just not in that top 4 of J-Team, Machi,
AHQ. And PSG.
Yeah, so they could definitely make a run and maybe get some. It's another best of 3 on top of that. So then maybe that gets them some momentum to try and pull an upset against one of those teams. But they're definitely they're gonna be down here first.
Yeah, I would say it's very likely that Alpha will make it through to the second round of lower bracket. Unfortunately, I don't see either of the 7 or 8 teams making it through, despite my affections towards the Berjaya Dragons.
Yeah, the issue with the Berjaya Dragons, though, unfortunately, is Nova always giga-stomped all those teams back when they were Mega, and now I think they're going to go in and then beat them in 2-0.
Yeah. I mean, Enzo is your purebred, over-aggressive Inter, and I love him for it, but... It's just not going to win you a best of series.
No, Ryan's going to crush him. Ryan's got that down. He watches Blabber.
Our good friend Ryan and podcast co-host will crush him, indeed.
Put him on that 400 ping. But yeah. And then on the other side, we'll still have 2 other games here of
where the winners will await.
These are the big games. As long as no upsets happen, these are the very, very big games. These are the games that you will need to watch.
Absolutely.
This would be J-Team versus Maki Esports. So this is the number 1 seed, J-Team. We still have Rest. You got Crash. You got Han. You got Lil V. If you guys remember Lil V from Worlds last year. And then you got Woody as a support, which is new. But I think J-Team is a really good team. Again, they lost Fofo, but they've overcome that.
Can you ever really lose Fofo? It's always a positive.
Yeah. Now we know more about him, it's a positive. last Worlds when I was trying to make an argument.
Everyone
he's
was
a top
hyping
20
Fofa
player.
because he was
I
good.
literally tried to my best to put him in the top 20 players going to Worlds because he was amazing on J Team. They lost Buffalo Pro. They lost. Oh man.
Was Ryan trying to type?
Yeah, have you tried to type
Fofa?
Fofo?
Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
Yep, I was like, he's on his phone. Oh man. But that being said, do you think Makaji has enough to overcome J Team?
Oh. In short, similar to LCL, no. J Team has been a step above everyone for the most part. They've dropped the odd game when they got complacent, similar to how most regions will have a short slip up, but they're one of those teams that picked it right back up afterwards. J Team has been incredibly consistent. They're the opposite of CLG. Everything they do has intention. And I like how that's going to be our standard pairs. Like, are they CLG or not CLG for intent? Just because of that LS quote. But J Team is one of those teams that you can very clearly see what they do and why they are good.
Mhm.
It's just something that the eye test passes, and you just can tell. And I would expect them to go far and potentially win the entire thing. I have one team who I think could beat them, but we'll save that for a later prediction round.
All right. So now then we have AHQ versus PSG if the predictions go correctly, and both these teams tied in the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there's a big difference between them?
This is my upset call for this round.
Mm-hmm.
I love Talon's mid jungle duo.
Yep.
Despite the fact that Kanye and Uniboy are also fantastic for
Love
AHQ.
Uniboy. Love Uniboy.
I think that despite that being AHQ's strength, I like PSG's strength in that better. I think they're just more synergistic. They play as a duo a little bit better, in my opinion. I'm also not the biggest fan of Waco.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ysera kind of carries that bot lane when Waco's trying to int. But Kai Wing's also just too good of a support for me to think that the 2v2 is going to go in their favor. I think PSG, matchup-wise, is favored to HQ.
I agree. And you didn't even mention the part that I love the most is Hanabi on top lane. He is going against Ziv. So
that was kind of the reason I didn't mention this, because I would never bet against Ziv. In a PCS region where he has been so dominant for so long, he's another one of those players that's been around the region forever, but then we find out he's like 24 years old.
Yeah, he's 25.
Is he 25?
Yeah.
Forgive me.
Yeah. He's been around forever, though, like you just mentioned. But yeah, I think but that's also a thing.
I would never bet against Ziv from this region. I've seen him play Cloud9 too many times at Worlds.
It's also that, but you have Hanabi on the same time, like he's really good on the other side that he can negate the advantage you might get from Ziv.
That's the thing is, so in this matchup, it is Ziv favorite in my mind because of experience and flexibility.
Okay.
I know Hanabi to be a good player, but I don't see him as much of a flexible player.
Gotcha. That's fair. And yeah, I mean, it's honestly, I just think PSG is more well-rounded per se, like you said with like Waco.
I think they're just more cohesive. Yeah. Honestly, is what it is. They've lost their games primarily to good teams. They don't lose to teams that shouldn't beat them, whereas AHQ has certainly been a victim to the odd game against a poor team. I have PSG winning this one just out of cohesive ability and overall similar skill in each role.
Yep, I have them as well, and I think they are defending Summer Split champions. They took it over Maki at the end, but our Spring Split, sorry, not Summer Split, but I see them making a deep run in the playoffs this time. I think that they'll probably be one of the world's teams. They get 2 world teams, right?
That's the thing is the PCS, and we haven't talked about them yet, but the VCS also have 2 teams as compared to all the other wildcard regions. They'll have one automatically seeded to the group stage, which is their winner, and their runner-ups will go into the play-in stage.
Gotcha. So I'm thinking PSG will be one of those teams, probably.
I think so too. That's one of my calls. They were. I know I said I wasn't going to call it until later round of the playoffs, but they're also my team that I would say could beat J Team.
Yep, agreed. All right. Moving on, we'll move on to the TCL. We talked about their summer season last week, or the end of the summer season, so we'll talk straight playoffs this time. We have this one. We have 5 Ronin versus Dark Passage in the first round, as well as Well, the semifinals say to be decided. That's not this round, right? That's because it's Saturday, Sunday. They won't have it this. Okay, so we're good.
That's the thing, though. I think I mentioned this last week as well. Turkey had played their first round of games, their first week of games, and their entire schedule still hadn't been built out.
Yep.
They're super late at getting that information out.
Late. And then you have Supermassive versus BJK, and I think that it's crazy to me having Supermassive all the way down on the bottom here. But Galacticos and Istanbul Wildcats.
I mean, to be fair, this isn't a loser bracket. This is still
it's
they're the third seed.
Yes. It doesn't matter who advances. So let's go to the 5-run and Dark Passage game. Do you have anything exciting for that one per se?
Yeah, I do have something I'll say for this. I'm not particularly high on either of these teams, honestly.
Yep, that's.
This is one of those ones where I look at these teams, and I understand that they've kind of played through a number of different win conditions based on just, I guess, who they're going up against, but none of them are ever particularly convincing. I know 5 Ronin have relied on Oncon to carry. I think that's how you say his name. And then they have Husky Rider, which is a hilarious name.
Husky Rider is a great name.
The thing is, Husky Rider, he's super aggressive in lane, but he loses lane. And then he'll just play team fights really aggressively, and he wins by catching people out as a really aggressive AD carry. He's kind of like a wild turtle like that.
Yeah, the only issue is he can burn you really bad.
Yeah, and I've never really been high on the 5 Ronin team, despite their super adorable mascot and logo.
And Husky Rider.
Which usually can win me over.
Yeah, to be fair, I also really like the Dark Passage logo as well. It's not as adorable.
We don't pick based off logos here. We're totally not biased.
Yeah.
He says before talking about how he likes Suning because they have the cutest mascot ever.
We have disagreements on that one.
I love the Suning logo so much.
Smug lines.
Smug line and JPEG.
Oh man.
Anyways, Dark Passage is a little bit more, from what I've seen, consistent in their playstyle. They do like to play through Rioni. He showed up actually recently into the split. He had played for, I think, 3 teams this split.
Wow.
He's played on 3 different teams in the TCL this split, I think.
That's kind of crazy for a team. That's you maybe see 2. You'll maybe see a player get dropped once, but then he gets signed immediately.
TCL doesn't have any deadlines to their roster locks though, so it's kind of unique in that regard.
Gotcha.
But Waste played most of the split, but once Rioni showed up, he has been playing for the team, and he's been doing all right despite having bounced around for other organizations. Curious is a very proactive jungler, and I like him for that, which is probably why I would lean a little bit more towards Dark Passage for the history of the organization, my expectations that are put on them because of that, and just proactive play in general, I would say.
Yeah, I just have it. Even though 5-run technically the 4 seed, technically 10-8, it's tough to see because they were really bad last split, and they just
they were poor last split. 5-run was.
They didn't start great this split either. They kind of heated up towards the end, but it wasn't it was good enough to get 10-8, which is much better than last split. But I just don't see them going deep.
It might be one of those things where I am biased against them for that, but in my head I still think of them as a poor team, and I'm not high on them because of it, and I just can't see myself picking them in the best of 5.
I have the exact same feeling.
I think Raptors got it correct there as well. It doesn't matter who advances of these, so despite our hesitation, it's not really ultimately going to matter.
Well, I would argue that you can never count out Supermassive, for sure, in my opinion.
Let's go ahead and move on to talk about Supermassive then, because that is a team I am actually high on as of late, because they were looking shaky for a time.
No, they look super shaky to start.
Your boy, the greatest coach of all time, GBM, has whipped these boys into shape.
Mm-hmm. And you got
good old Cacao.
You got a very solid team here. Oopsies.
Cacao, and then you have the bot lane duo of legendary Turkish bot laner Zeitnot and Snowflower of all people.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget I actually really like this team. They've looked really good as of late. Maybe not as convincing in some of their wins that they need to be, but they do look on an upward trajectory. I like this team.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think that just having team I think they're going to 3-0 BJK for sure. But my only issue is that it's gonna be a big challenge for them because they're going to have to face Galacticos and or no matter what, they're gonna have to face Galacticos because they're the 3 seed, so they're gonna get reseeded as the one coming in here. So Istanbul for sure will get whoever the winner of 5 Ronin versus DP is, depending on the situation. But
I'm tempted to not call it a 3-0 just because I seem to recall their games being close, but I think it's because Besiktas was a bit better when Supermassive was a little bit worse off.
They started out
based on current form and how they kind of ended their splits. I think 3-0 is probably the likely result.
Yeah, I think BJK started they started like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They started 6-0 to start the year. So finishing 9-9 means they finished 3-9 after that. So on a 3-game losing streak.
It was just, it's one of those things where I'm familiar with Besiktas actually just because I'm a soccer fan and they're a very good football team.
I can't pronounce it, so I just call BJK. Yep.
My favorite to say is the one with 6 A's. I think it is Galatasaray.
Yep. GS.
Yes. Esports.
Yeah.
Yep. But no, Besiktas is they're just not good anymore. I think a 3-0 is probably a fair guess based on form.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay. So with that being
But as good old Raptor said here, the 2 teams you want to talk about are next week.
Yeah, next week for sure. Look out for the podcast next week when we talk about the Istanbul WildCards.
I'm real hyped to talk about that. I've got a whole bunch of data on those guys.
Those guys are awesome. All right, let's move on to the VCS, our final.
The only team to not have finished their season as of yet outside of LCK.
Yep, so we don't get to talk about playoffs.
No playoffs here in this place.
But the week went by. Percent upset Secret, so that's good for them. That's good for my boy Big Kuro.
Big Kuro.
We got Flash Wolves beating Evos, which is expected. Evos beating Overpower. Overpower's already been eliminated, or already in relegation, I should say, which is eliminated at the same time, like you mentioned earlier on the podcast. Secret took down Buffalo. Cerberus coming back, beating Percent, but they're back on a 2-game winning streak, which is really good for them because they were
Big Kuro.
Really starting
Short-lived excitement.
Short-lived excitement for sure. But they're hopefully going to make playoffs. It's not confirmed yet, but and then Gam taking down the 2-1 against Flash, the game that you should have watched.
That matchup was actually so good.
Oh, that was a good one.
It was so hype. Levi was popping off game 3.
Yeah.
But one thing I would say is actually Team Secret looked real shaky against Buffalo in that midweek matchup.
Yep.
Their second game and third game, they probably should have lost the third one.
Yeah, and that's especially coming off a loss to Percent as well. That's not a good look considering they are a top team. They're tied with Cerberus, only 1 game behind Flash and 2 behind Gigabyte Marines. So,
yeah, this is a very LCK where the top half is very clearly better than the bottom half.
For sure. You can even see that just based purely off the record alone.
And the fact that there's 4 teams that have qualified already for winners bracket of playoffs.
Yep. So with 1 week left, so what do you got? What are some exciting games that we can watch this week? I see 2.
Well, there's a couple exciting games to watch. Namely, the struggling Team Secret goes up against the favorites, Gigabyte Marines, in our second match day. That'll be a big one. But you want to focus on the last day of games primarily, because take a look at those 4 teams playing on that last day. It is the bottom 4 teams. And they are going to be fighting.
Yep.
I mean, maybe not Overpower.
Overpower's
but everyone else will be fighting.
Yeah, that's really good for Percent to get Overpowered because...
And the final match, of course, Saigon Buffalo versus Evos. You've got teams that are within 2 matches of each other. You're going to want to avoid relegations even more so than you would normally want to avoid not missing out on playoffs.
Yeah, because especially if Cerberus beats Buffalo on Thursday, then Percent just needs to beat Overpowered and they're sealed, and Buffalo will be the team that gets relegated. But like you said, it's playoffs or relegation. There's no middle ground here in the VCS. It's life or death.
As you and I both know, Cerberus up until their last win had been looking real shaky and dropping matches all over the place.
Yep, they were dropping tons. After going not only
they started 6-0, I think it was.
Yeah, and it was like they were winning almost every game in the series. Well, they weren't going 2-1.
They were 2-0-ing real hard.
And hopefully now that their last 2 are against Percent and Overpowered, so it's not.
One's their favorite in still.
Yeah, they're definitely still favorited. We'll see. They face Buffalo. Should also be a heavy favorite. We will really see it on the match on Saturday when they face Gigabyte Marines. The last time, and Gigabyte Marines to face Team Secret. So that might be a potential upset for Cerberus to get in there, because if they don't have to focus as much on Buffalo and still beat them and can put all of their game plan into Gigabyte Marines, where Gigabyte Marines is the first time on Secret and Cerberus, that could be a potential upset.
And I know I had already mentioned Team Secret versus Gigabyte Marines, but obviously both of Team Secret's matchups this week are against the top two teams.
Yep.
And as a team that has been struggling against a team like Saigon Buffalo this last week, they're going to be a little bit low on confidence, but they really want to see if they can push themselves up higher in that playoff standings.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Everything being so close.
And with that will be the last week of Vietnam, though.
Mhm.
And then
We'll be looking into
the-
playoffs past
the
that.
The only region left will be LCK, but for only one more week. It will be one more week.
Because
and
they
we got-
just want to make Raptor
They
suffer.
want to make Raptor stop. I'm pretty sure Raptor passed out at some point.
Oh, I'm sure. He was around for the TCL.
He was. No, he's still here. Damn. He's still talking.
he did it to spite us.
He's eating eggs.
He's having breakfast.
Oh man! But is there anything
Literally
else
7 a.m. for him.
It is. Anything else you'd like to talk about the VCS though before we move on to our?
No, I think for the most part we've covered at least the opening round of matchups. I know playoffs are when a lot of people start paying a lot of attention to
Yep.
the wild cards. So I would say more than anything else, if you are listening to this for the first time and you're hearing about wild card teams that you may not have heard of before, look forward to the upcoming weeks. We're going to go really in depth with the win conditions of the teams that stick around, and we'll do something pretty cool for finals, I think.
All right. Thank you very much for coming out with the wildcard. I thought it was a fantastic job, and I really love what you did with the OPL. That's kind of what we talked about, what we're planning to do for some of the regions here. So
Well, thanks again for having me. I'll leave you with Ryan to go ahead and do your top 10.
All right, let's see if Ryan's here. Ryan,
Have a good night, man.
Hopefully Ryan didn't fall asleep. Thank you.
Have a good
too.
night, dude.
There's Ryan. Welcome back. Alrighty. So, with that being said, we've gotten our wild cards. We got our LCK done. Let's wrap this podcast up with the global top 10. So Raptor can eat his eggs and then go to bed immediately after. So, that being said, who is in your top 10? Who is your number 10 seed?
We're gonna start things off hot.
Okay.
I want to say I'm pretty confident that this is not going to be a team that you have on your list.
All right.
My number 10 is Schalke 04.
They're not even they're number 4 on your list. But that's due to math. This is due to heart.
Yeah, hey man, they're on form right now. After this week, they're looking like arguably the best team in Europe.
Did
So
you
you know what? There they are.
Did you ever expect to put Schalke in your top 10 playoffs?
Nope.
You woke Raptor up.
Not even remotely.
All right. So you want to know something that will keep Raptor up? I also put an EU team back in the top 10, and that is
I know
G2.
who it is. There it is.
They are back finally into the top 10. They've been here. They've been gone for how long now? It's been 1, 2, 3,
It's been a bit.
4. It's been 4 full weeks.
It's been a hot minute. And I'm pretty sure I got them out of my list even like earlier than you did.
Yeah. Ryan, you're getting roasted in the chat, man.
I haven't had G2 in my global top 10 since week 2.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, they've been out for a long time. Damn, it's been a long time since G2's deserved to be in the top 10. Let's be real. But yeah, Ryan, you're cursing us.
Here it is, man. I predicting Schalke. They're going to be doing well next week, and then because I'll say right now, I'll probably be predicting them, putting them in my global top 10. Man, this team is screwed. By the way,
They're so gone. Ryan's killed the miracle.
Making up for like picking against them in 3 games in a row.
Yeah, you killed the miracle, man. Unfortunate.
I murdered it.
All right.
Well, the miracle's getting him there.
That's true. They're on their own now.
An act of God is getting him to finals, man.
Oh man, I love it.
But it's okay. He's in the jungle.
Hey, we got the West back in. That's all that matters. The West is finally back in the top 10. It's been.
Isn't it hilarious that the West ends up in the global top 10, and and one of them is Schalke.
It's Schalke. Oh,
yeah,
man.
it's Schalke, baby.
All right. I will go next for number 9. I have Fun Plus Phoenix as my number 9 team. No, I don't. That was my old ranking. I lied. It's it's DRX.
Oh yeah, 1 month ago, Schalke was like the arguably in contention with the worst team in of all the major regions. Like that's how bad it was a month ago.
Yeah, I know.
In a month's time, this is how this is. It's goofy, it's silly, but that is just how good Schalke has looked.
They've looked insanely good.
It's insane.
I've dropped DRX to number 9, by the way, now.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting because I was actually, believe it or not, I was actually considering that, but I actually have DRX currently at number 7.
Ooh, they moved up. It's just like you mentioned before. I thought the loss from Gen G, or the Gen G keeping it close
in quotation marks
to
by the
Damwon.
way. Close in the sense that they won a game.
They won a game. That made me feel even worse about DRX. Like, this DRX team, it's kind of choking, and they're kind of fading on me. Still number 9 in the world. That's still really good.
Yeah.
But they're fading on me as world's title contenders. Let's just say that. They still can pull it back, but I could see if there's a team that T1 upsets in playoffs, I could see it being
it's
DRX.
DRX again. Like they upset him the first time.
Yep.
Well, I have a feel. I think that means that you must have a certain other Korean team above DRX.
Yes, I do.
That's interesting.
They're
back. They're back above them again.
They're very
ironically, after DRX beat them.
Yeah, it's.
So you believe in them now too.
I don't.
I've converted you. I've converted you to the ways of the Chenji.
Not really. They're number 8.
I think that's funny because I also, by the way, just spoilers. I also have the number 8.
Nice. So who is your number 9 team?
My number 9 is FPX.
Yeah, that's where I had it. I literally changed it last minute because I initially was like, well, they did lose, but then at the same time I was like, does that count as a loss? Like if you're going against like
I didn't hold it that hard against them.
Yeah. That's fair. Gen G stayed the same for me. Gen G has moved up for you actually, so you're moving the Koreans up.
Yeah, I think it's mostly just because there's a certain LPL team that was on my list previously that is not going to be on the list.
RNG.
Yeah, unfortunate. It's the sad thing is though, if they hadn't missed playoffs and we had a chance of actually seeing them again, they probably would still be on the list.
Yeah, that is fair.
But they're not. So unfortunately, this is a global top 10 going into Worlds, and just by on principle, I can't keep them.
So yeah, I had mentioned it earlier. FPX had moved up to number 7 to me. I just feel like this team, they won their first game of the week, but then the second game didn't really count. But like I think with Gimgood on this team is a legitimate threat. Like I think they fully recovered. They were trying to experiment. They were trying to get a new identity, similar to C9 right now. But C9 hopefully is pulling it back. But yeah, they're just realizing just play your own way. You know what? Just play your own way.
Get back to what works for you.
The West
and work from there.
Yeah, the West will rise on the list because LPL will kill half the teams. Unfortunately, that's true. Like these teams on our top 10 will not make Worlds.
That is technically true, but I feel like at the same time we'll probably stop doing a global top 10 once Worlds hits.
Yeah.
So literally until the last week, we'll still have pretty much all of these teams just here.
Yeah,
like we said, a lot of these teams will just be locked because they just won't be playing anymore.
Yeah, they'll be It's very, like I said before, there's 6, possibly 7 teams in the LPL that could win Worlds. Possibly 7. Depends on how good LGD really steps up. But they've shown the potential that they could do it, but they don't show it consistently enough.
And probably on principle, I'll probably still keep a lot of the LPL teams on the list.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless like a team from other regions really step up. It's on them now.
T1, by the way.
I do like how our 7, 8, 9 are just the same in different order, except Gen G.
Yep, they're
and then our 10th place are both EU teams.
Yep.
That was the debate, though. My debate was literally between G2 and Schalke because no one else actually impressed me enough coming out of this week.
Oh yeah, going into EU, I think Schalke's second best.
I was like, man, screw it. Freaking Schalke had a harder schedule.
Yeah.
So I'll give it to Schalke.
Yeah. It's insane to say. I had for power rankings at the end of the split, I had to still keep Rogue and Matt ahead of them just for the overall whole split of what they accomplished. But
Yeah.
going into playoffs right now, Schalke's the second best team in EU.
That's fair.
Could argue first.
Yeah, exactly.
You
That's
are
kind of insane to think. It's actually kind of funny to think that about G2, considering that we're talking like a month ago.
Mhm.
G2 looked dead.
Yep.
They look dead and like garbage. Not as bad as Schalke, but not too good.
5-7.
Yep.
All right.
Anyway,
who is
number 6
on your side?
Number 6, I have Victory 5.
Me too. So they're number 5 in the world, but number 6 in or number 6 in the world, number 5.
Number 6 in the world, number 5 in LPL.
Yeah. So they stayed the same for me. They dropped for you.
That's damn Koreans.
They
keeping them out of the top 5.
They lost to EDG. I just did that backwards, but
yeah.
I still, it's okay enough to me because the game didn't matter too much at that point. So it's really tough for it's tough when the games don't matter to counter them hard against other teams. Anything else you want to talk about?
It's similar to basically a lot the LPL rankings. It's just we can't realistically put them above certain other teams, especially in LPL where we feel like they have to prove themselves even more. They're like, it's just good faith they need to earn back. They have plenty of good faith with us, which is why they're here. But then it's just little slip-ups that they shouldn't be having. Kind of keeps them from reaching that top 5 echelon.
Gotcha.
And it's what's only keeping them
barely in top 5 in LPL. They have pure raw potential. This is like the biggest raw potential team in the world, roughly. Like there's so much potential. Number 5, I have Suning Gaming. It's very similar to the LPL rankings.
Yeah. You'll find that some of my my rankings in my top 6 are very familiar to the LPL rankings.
Suning is your number 5?
I also have Suning number 5.
Yep. Shocking.
For a similar reason, I would have them lower, but I can't because these sons of bitches keep winning.
Number 4, Top Esports.
Top Esports.
Damn it, Ryan. We're copying each other again. We had a little spice there for a second.
Oh my god, it's literally just turning into the freaking 3. It's just 3, 4, 5 in LPL all over again.
I've mentioned I mentioned before on the podcast that I love hats a lot. That I've really debated about. But you can't get merch from a lot of these, like the China. I tried to find Top Esports merch actually one day, couldn't find it.
Ironically, you can't get merch from China in America.
It's tough to find. Maybe I'm just searching it wrong, but I feel like Top Esports merchandise, League of Legends Top Esports merchandise on Google should find something. It doesn't, but I'm sure if I
you make your own, you have to make your own custom merchandise.
I've thought about until I realized how expensive it probably is because there's about 100 or so teams, counting all the wild cards. I've thought about totally buying like hats, but then if you just think about like just say a hat plus shipping, just to be very conservative, is $40 plus like 100 and like let's just say 120 teams. It's about $5K. I don't have $5K to spend on hats.
What are you saying, man?
I would love to have like
making you bank.
Maybe when I'm in my own house.
What are you doing with all this money that you're making from this podcast?
Yeah. This is my dude. Got that check. I get that check from Twitch. It's like $5 a month.
He's over there freaking just sleeping on his freaking bed full.
I don't pay any of you guys.
Bills.
I should give you guys each
sleeping on his bed $100 bills. Oh, I can't be bothered to pay the shipping for these hats.
I should pay you guys all $1 for your efforts per month, because that would be about as much as I make. I get the $2 from running the podcast. Oh man, we don't make much money here, but that's okay. It would be great too, but at the end of the day, I just like talking League of Legends. Anyway, your number 4 you said is also Top Esports.
Yes.
So they moved up for you. It's funny as well that we have them at number 4, but they are the number 1 team in the LPL, the region we always rate so highly. But they have been shaky lately.
Yep, it's similar to a lot of like the number 1 teams in other regions. Why it's like, oh well, we have G2 or Schalke in my case.
Mm-hmm.
G2 was very close. I basically have G2 and Schalke tied at the 10th spot.
I'm just thinking.
But it's essentially, but it's like you think it's like, well, G2 is number 3 in the region.
I'm
And
just.
Mad Lions and Rogue are technically above them in the standings.
Yeah. That's
But then
true.
but the Schalke beat Mad Lions. They crushed Mad Lions, arguably as strong as Rogue did. And then Rogue lost to Vitality. So what does that say?
Oh, that is very true. I was going back to the $5 thing. I'm just thinking about it myself. It was like, okay, so it's $5. If you put the amount of effort for the amount of games you watch and count it as like work, for watching the games, it's like almost 400 hours a month for $5.
Dude.
It's a lot of effort. It's a lot of effort but it's fun, so I appreciate it. It's like a hobby.
It's like the cost of running all this stuff. It's like one of those MasterCard commercials.
Yeah.
It just comes down to the friends we made along the way, priceless. Raging at AP Cho'Gath, priceless.
All right. Number 3.
Will's fandom, Will's love of JDG.
No.
Priceless.
Number 3 on the rankings. I have IG here at number 3.
I also have IG.
So Mr.
Seems like our LPL power rankings are sneaking into the global top 10 again.
They are. It's weird how that works.
But here's the thing. Again, just like with LPL, it's coming down to the top 2.
Right. On 3, we're gonna name our number 2 seed. Okay.
All right, on 3.
Right.
I'll count it in this time. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, all right. We'll count it out from 3. So 3, 2, 1. JDG.
You insulted me.
I started saying JDG first. I started saying it first. Don't even try to act like I was copying you. I have
that's fine.
on this sheet.
That's fine. I'm fine with that. I'm upset because someone, when we were talking about the LCK, was like, "Oh, William thinks Damwon's the number 1 team, even though they play in the LCK. Apparently, you do too."
I know, dude. I was playing the long con. I was memeing you.
Oh my god.
What do you think this is?
Oh my god.
What do you think I'm going to say? JDG's better than Damwon right now? Damwon would crush them.
Oh my god.
JDG's only number 2. JDG's only number 2 on principle, just like they were in the LPL.
I've been believing in this team all the way since July 5th, and now you're on my side, apparently. I didn't think you were, but I guess you are. And ESPN's on my side.
It's all banter, mate. It's all banter.
ESPN's on my side. I'm glad I was the forerunner on this, but damn. But yeah, they're really good, right?
Yeah, they're good.
Ryan, you put them number 1 in the world.
They're number 1 in the world by default right now. All the other teams just need more time.
Okay.
Just give teams like either IG, Top Esports, or Victory 5. One of these teams are going to start smurfing, and they're definitely not going to be number 1 anymore.
Okay, that's fair enough. So, do you think Damwon doesn't choke in playoffs?
Damwon are going to lose to Team Dynamics, and they're going off the top 10.
I won't go that far, but they would definitely
them and DRX when DRX loses to Hot.
Oh man, I'm so scared. Is it bad? The team I'm scared of the most for Damwon is T1 in playoffs.
I mean, you're not wrong.
It doesn't make any sense.
You should always be afraid. T1 is like T1. You know what T1 is? Drawing the North American example, it's like TSM and Team Liquid in playoffs.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
It's like these teams, it does not matter how beatable and bad they look in the regular season. There's always the boogeyman factor of them once playoff starts.
I know.
Once the best of 5 series starts.
That's exactly what Raptor said. T1 will. What if they don't play Faker anymore? Do they lose that?
No, that's the trick, dude. They lose the first 2 games.
And then
Faker comes in, and then the reverse sweep happens.
Oh man, that's why
they do it every series all the way up to finals.
I'm literally just hoping that Damwon gets first place in the regular season, so at least they make finals. So then they probably have championship points at that.
They're gonna go to the finals, and then they're gonna Gen G it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Smashed.
As long as they make worlds, I'm okay. I will sacrifice Gen G or DRX. Do not sacrifice Damwon.
How many points does Damwon have from spring?
Yeah, let's look that up real quick before we sign off.
I don't think they have that many.
They made a run.
I thought they only had they were in like the first round and got knocked out.
No, they won the first round against KT.
Oh, that's right. I forgot
Yeah.
KT made playoffs because it's Korea.
And and then they played DRX really, really close. Or no, was
And
it?
then
They played
DRX
T1. They played T1 really close. I forgot who. Spring playoffs. I know we're trying to wrap up, but sorry. No, they played DRX. They played DRX 3-2. Yeah.
Yeah, DRX beat them and then went on a run and nearly beat T.
Mhm.
And then T1 ran it. And then
Yep.
T1 ran it into finals and crushed Gen G.
So
Because Gen G
hypothetically,
decided to fold.
if Gen
And
G,
I called it, by the way. I called that.
it,
I called it because everyone was saying, "Oh, Gen G is fine" at the end of the regular season. Like, no, Gen G's looked like shit for the past like 3 weeks, and then they go to playoffs and they get smashed.
So hypothetically, T1 wins. So Gen G, let's say Damwon finishes first, DRX second, Gen G third right now in the playoffs. Okay, so Gen
Okay.
G would get third, and then so T1 fourth, Afrika fifth. Afrika loses.
Yes.
Gen G would get
Yeah.
fourth because they would lose to T1. So Gen G would finish at 40 points, which is 70 plus 40 is 110. Damwon would finish in second, automatically qualify for Worlds at 120. And
So
DRX,
they're banking. So what you're saying is they're banking on T1.
and DRX would also finish at 120, but Damwon would have the tiebreaker over that. So as long as Damwon gets second place and T1 moves on to the finals and wins, Damwon still automatically qualifies.
But here's the kicker.
Oh, Damon's
T1.
saying T1 won't make Worlds.
Um,
I hope they don't make Worlds, but it's just gonna happen.
But here's the thing. But that's Damon's meal ticket to get to Worlds.
It is.
They only have 3 spots, Will.
They have 3 spots, but if Damon's in second and like Gen G or DRX, to be fair, if that yeah, you're right because T1 has 90 points. Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Imagine.
I mean,
Imagine if Damon misses Worlds.
I will be. So,
It's DRX, Gen G, and T1.
Then for Korea, I'm sorry.
The
'cause
world
you're
ends.
You're probably gonna lose 2 teams out of your depending on
Oh
how
my-
the seeding goes.
Oh my God! Someone goes to play-ins and they lose.
I don't know
If
about
Korea
play-ins.
loses in play,
Don't
if they
know.
lose in play-ins, it will be amazing. It will be hilarious.
Unicorns of Love, Gigabyte Marines, Team Flash, whichever one.
The number 4 team from China.
Yeah. Well, that team's they're gonna be
Depending on
in
who it is.
play-ins.
Depending on who it is, because if it's Suning, they might actually have a shot against them.
Okay, yes.
You never know what's
Yes,
Suning.
but if it's like Victory 5 or Fun Plus Phoenix, that team's gonna be in play-ins. Or IG. That team
Yes.
could be IG, by the way.
IG in play-ins. Let's go. To be fair, Damwon was in play-ins
That's
last
true.
year.
That is true. But yeah. Oh well.
Damwon in play-ins.
Alrighty. Well, I think we can wrap it up now. It's a 5-hour podcast. That's pretty good.
It's the Will meta.
I
It's the
honestly-
Will meta.
I hope so.
This is the week for Will, by the way. We had a tank Cho'Gath. We have Damwon and JDG as number 1 and 2 in the world.
Don't say that. Not you.
Team Liquid is number 1.
Yeah.
They had their best record in team history in the regular season.
Like just,
That is true. That is true. By the way, the
About
earliest
Unicorns
the
of Love?
most they've ever had. Yeah, the most they've ever had was 14-4. By the
Yeah.
way,
Yeah.
for EL. This is actually the best record they've ever.
Yep. But I will be depressed if Unicorns of Love have to face a team like IG and like get in that group because Unicorns of Love could absolutely beat some big time teams. All right.
I just can't wait, dude. I want Unicorns of Love to
Or-
Royal Youth.
Or the other VCS or PCS teams. Well, I think those are the 3 teams to watch out for. Anyway, that will be all for tonight. Thank you guys for coming out. 5-hour podcast. Pretty good. Pretty good. I was expecting it to be 6 hours, so not bad. Starting at 8,
That's
still
all right.
going to bed at 1.
See, I went 2-0 this week, so we're good.
Anyway, good night, guys. We'll see you tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Sunday, because there's no class.
Oh my God, we're back tomorrow for another 6-hour podcast. Let's
No,
go.
We're back Sunday because there's no clash, so it will be fun.
You say that now.
I do say that now. There could some emergency thing could happen, but we get
They
more.
have you coaching. They have you coaching again.
Yeah, we're more flexible now without Monday games or Sunday night games.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. This will be interesting too because it is also on the 10.16 patch. First time we'll have that patch on the, and so we get to see if the meta shifts at all.
Yep, we will see that. All right, we'll talk about that next week. Good night. See
Yep.
you next week.